Good evening, and welcome to day 2 of the UNDraftathon, Undroppables Live NFL Draft Party, whatever you want to call it. We're back and chilling once again, and just like yesterday, only 2 people on time, and that is myself and the one and only Fantasy Dukes below me on screen. How are you doing?
Surprisingly on time. I am alive. Got a little crazy last night. I got a little A-Rich happy, but we're back. We're ready for more. Ready for these day 2 picks. This is, I think I mentioned it yesterday, my favorite day of the draft. We get to see early picks, but more fantasy relevant landing spots. And these guys, this is going to be the heart of the rookie drafts right here today.
Yep, it should be fun. We talk about wide receivers. They have to be top 40 picks to be like elite. Is like not really have to be. Obviously, there's outliers, but that's the consensus in terms of analytics. The best wide receivers in the past have been top 40 picks. So we're going to be hoping and praying our favorite wide receivers get picked with the first 9 picks today, and then even to be relevant, it's a lot better if they're picked today rather than tomorrow. So, the Jaden Reeds, the Trey Palmers of the world, anybody you like in that range, you're really hoping they get picked tonight. And same thing with running backs. Pretty much everybody in any position, has a higher chance of succeeding on day 2 than they do day 3. So, but it definitely comes into a bigger piece in fantasy relevant positions like running back and wide receiver. So if you like a guy, you really want him drafted tonight. So we're hoping for the best for our favorite players.
And I'm expecting a lot of running backs tonight.
Yeah, I think that's consensus, at least among the fantasy community, just because there's so many running backs that we like. And we'll see if we're right. We were right about Levis.
That's right.
Are we right about the running backs? Anyway, I think we're going to start today off with a little, 2-round, maybe 1.5 round mock draft for dynasty rookie drafts. We'll basically pick until we run out of players we feel comfortable picking. Because there's about 15 that got drafted yesterday, or 13, 14. So, and maybe there's a few guys who haven't gotten drafted yet that we think should go ahead of these guys that already got drafted. And I think that's very likely. So we'll say it's super flex, no tight end premium. So quarterbacks will be valued higher, tight ends not so much. But what do you think people should be doing with the 101?
I think it's need-based. It's pretty much everybody's been saying consensus Bijan, but I mean, does that make sense if you're in a 3-year rebuild? Maybe not, unless you believe that you can move off of him. And honestly, that's probably what you should be doing with the 101 is trying to move off it. Somebody in your league, at least one person probably would give you a little more than what you would maybe expect, just because Bijan is hyped to oblivion. But if you are picking at the 101, you can't get a trade that you like. Yeah, I think it's Bijan or, surprise, surprise, my Colts darling, Anthony Richardson, just because he is such a Konami code. He's like the perfect fantasy quarterback. He's like Michael Vick, but built like a linebacker, So it's just like the Colts taking the pick on him. You have to take that chance because you could be getting a perennial QB1, like the QB1.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. So I think what we'll do here, just for the sake of it, is put Bijan at 1 and Anthony Richardson at 2. And now the choice comes down to Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Who would you put at 3?
And also, I do want to say, with all the hype that I've been building around Anthony Richardson, there is a chance he busts. I just really love his potential. And when you're playing fantasy football, that's the type of risks that you have to take because he's going to put you over the top.
Absolutely. I mean, the pre-draft process, everything was the ceiling is so immense with Anthony Richardson. We were just always worried if the floor was going to be way too low to recognize that ceiling. And now he's a 3rd overall pick. The floor just went way up. Like, he's going to get an opportunity, and it's not going to be like a short-lived opportunity either. He's going to have a leash.
Of course, I come in and y'all are talking. Dukes is talking about Anthony Richardson.
And I promised I wasn't going to do it, but you just happened to come in at the perfect time.
It's always the perfect time for Anthony Richardson talk.
You got anything you want to say about Richardson?
I'm very excited. There was going to be maybe a fall off at 105. Now we get 106. I'm really happy about that. Richardson's ceiling is phenomenal. It's going to be hard not to take him at 102. I don't think I'm going to avoid it. I think I'm going to take it at the 102s, but I'm not sure yet. There's a lot of time left.
Absolutely. So, who else would you have in contention for that 102? And hereby in this mock, the 103.
Okay, so I guess there's not that much time left. I'll take Young. The NFL felt better about him than Stroud, and he's going to have a better team built around him over the next couple of years. Because Stroud and the Texans, they spent the coffers. They spent all their future early picks and their second today, and they're not going to really be. I don't feel comfortable about how they're going to build around him. And he just came from a school that they've given him, I think, probably 5 first-round wide receivers that he was playing with, and now he's going to go and play with no first-round wide receivers. Against tougher defenses. I'm worried about Stroud just
Nico
because
Collins.
Yeah, he does have Nico Collins. That's true. You are right.
And John Mechie, actually.
Those are undeniably both on his team.
I do like John Mechie.
Mechie, he could be something for sure.
Everybody's trying to take him from me, though, for like a 4th, and there's just no way.
Yeah, no, that's weird.
But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with Stroud and how dire how poor his situation is this season and how poor it could be in the future if the Houston Texans continue to handle it like they have. And with that being said, do either of you think there's any conversation for Jahmyr Gibbs or JSN to jump Stroud in a Superflex draft?
I think sure. Go ahead, Matt.
I don't see doing it just because the ceiling of a quarterback is always going to be so much higher than a ceiling of a wide receiver or especially a running back. Mm-hmm. And especially when the running back is looking juicier than the receiver because the receiver is now fighting for a third of the Seahawks targets. It just doesn't feel good. Yeah. Gibbs might have jumped JSN for me, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. We're going to put Stroud at 4, and now you got to pick. Gibbs or JSN.
Dukes?
Anybody. We're workshopping them together.
I'm going JSN.
Yeah, you're right.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, the Gibbs situation is just kind of tricky. Like, yes, they're probably going to move Swift, but do we know that they're going to move Swift? So maybe you're looking at more year 2, year 3, where he starts to maybe explode for you. And if you're a win now team, I mean, you could make that argument for Smith and Jigba because Lockett and Metcalf are both there. But I think that he's going to be second on the team in targets to Metcalf year 1. And I mean, Kyle, you made a face, but that's just his role, just because of his role.
Honestly, I think with the roles, I think he's more likely to have more targets than Metcalf than he is more targets than Lockett.
Okay. he could lead the team in targets, and it wouldn't surprise me.
I think that's
What's up,
fair.
J-Man?
I think it would surprise me actually a little bit, just because Lockett has been so good for so long. But
Jason is a
not
very good
not that much. I get it. Yeah, I get it.
What's up, Justin?
How are you, fellas?
We're doing well. We're doing better than we were at the end of last night. So,
Right.
Hey, speak for yourself. I was feeling great.
Yeah. We is a hard statement to drop.
well, you know.
You can speak for me, Kyle.
I wasn't sure if I could or not. I wasn't sure if the high of Anthony Richardson felt better than,
Oh,
a clear
no,
mind.
I felt great, but I woke up different.
Different. Anthony Richardson got drafted, and Dukes is now a changed man.
I had fun. I'll tell you that. I had fun.
Anyway, moving on. We're doing a little mock draft here. We're just kind of taking the consensus of the group. We're not necessarily each picking from different spots. And at the 101, we had Bijan Robinson, and then Anthony Richardson went first out of the quarterbacks. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud after that, and then we just picked JSN over Jahmyr Gibbs. I think I feel pretty confident in saying for the rest of us that Jahmyr Gibbs is the next pick, and we're not going to take one of the wide receivers over him or anything.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah. Does this change if Swift is traded today or tomorrow?
Does he go ahead of JSN, are you asking?
Yeah.
I think
Not for me still.
for me, I'm kind of already expecting, like, the Swift getting traded thing is kind of already built into it. He's not going to be there. I mean, he might be there one more year, but
There's still Montgomery.
He's only got 1 year left on his contract.
right. Montgomery
Sure, but I mean,
is
most-
still concern.
Most like high-powered offenses now are looking to use 2 running backs anyway. Like you're seeing that happen across the league. So I think if you get rid of Swift and Gibbs is your first, second, and third down guy, and Montgomery comes in to punch it over the line, right? Like that could be an option.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Jamal-
The way it went last year with Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift, Jamal Williams was still better when both were healthy for fantasy.
Jamal Williams. Yeah, but Swift has not played as well as we think Gibbs can play.
Yeah,
Right.
and if you were listening to the way the front office was
I
talking
disagree.
about him, they view him as an offensive weapon, not a running back. They're
Love
going
that.
to find ways to deploy him.
Every player on the field is
I'm
an
not
offensive
worried- I'm not
weapon.
worried about
He's a
that.
running back.
He's going to be a PPR machine.
Yeah, I just don't think that we should really worry too much about Montgomery. Like, I get Montgomery is who Montgomery is, but there's a reason why the Bears didn't give him a 5th-year option. There's a reason why the Bears didn't re-sign him.
But there's a reason the Lions spent so much money on him.
I still like Montgomery too, especially if Amon-Ra St. Brown keeps falling down at the 2-yard line all year. That's a good role to have there. That's a high-scoring team. He's going to be getting a lot of touchdowns. I think they can both thrive.
Yeah.
I think Montgomery might be a better buy than Swift. Because I think everybody wants to buy Swift right now. Everybody expects him to be traded.
Well, it all comes down to price. Like if you're paying the same price, I'll take Swift.
Yeah, sure.
But you're gonna
But I think
get-
Montgomery's going to be cheaper.
I think so too. I saw him hit the block on a couple leagues. Hit the trade block.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at it like if we get 135 carries out of Gibbs versus what JSN could potentially do in an offense that includes Kenneth Walker running the ball, obviously, right? And then you got DK, Tyler, and Noah Fant also commanding passes in an offense that doesn't really pass the ball to begin with. I don't know. I think personally myself, I would probably take Gibbs over JSN. But I understand why JSN is looked at as one of the best prospects in this draft.
It's close for me too, definitely. So fully understand.
Sure. All right.
No,
Well,
they're both kind of stuck in the same committee of 3 right now. You know, between Lockett and DK on the receiver side, and then Swift and Montgomery on the running back side. Just kind of interesting.
And I mean,
it does the same thing with the Quentin Johnson, Mike Williams, and Keenan Allen. It just kind of splits it 3 ways. It's going to be hurtful to everybody.
Oh, Quentin
at least for 1 year.
We got it. Yeah, we're thinking about the future, obviously, and I don't think Lockett or Keenan necessarily have too many more years ahead of them. Obviously, Lockett has injury issues in the past. Keenan has injury issues in the past. I mean, the road could just split it wide open for both these guys. Oh yeah, obviously Mike Williams as well.
So Quentin might see more snaps this year than JSN just because the way injuries falling out.
Can I pose a question?
Josh Palmer is probably better than D. Eskridge, though, like in terms of the 3.
Rhinos on Twitter, member of the Undroppables, just posed the question, where does Charbonnet land for you if he ends up in Cincinnati tonight?
Ahead of all the receivers except for JSN. I'll probably put him at 107.
Yep. I think, yeah.
Is it just Cincy?
He slides in between that tier.
Is it just Cincy? Or do you say if he goes to Dallas or if he goes to somewhere else, is he still up there?
Cincy, it would be indisputable for me.
That's a special landing spot. That's like a deep spot. Yeah.
Be pick 60.
If you went to the Chargers, that would be really interesting. You might get burned by taking him too early if Eckler resigns, but if Eckler does walk or get traded like he's been hinting at and he wanted, that would be a really fun spot. And he could also be the hammer to Eckler's lightning. Eckler does want to split the load a little bit, so I could see him.
I do like
Williams role.
What about like Minnesota with all the Dalvin Cook going somewhere else?
Yeah. I like that. There's some good spots, man.
Definitely. Yeah,
we'll get to Charbonnet later in the show when he gets drafted for sure.
I'll tell y'all this.
And I'll keep my thoughts on this for then.
If New Orleans can keep Tyjae Spears on the Saints going from Tulane right up the street to the Superdome, today on day 2, Tyjae might creep into the first round. I hope it's not a James Cook situation. It's a little bit of homerism, hoping that somebody gets handcuffed to Kamara that I can really get excited about with his insecurity right now. So if Izzy or Tyjae go to the Saints today, I'm gonna have to log off for a little bit.
All right. Well,
Tyjae, I know he's a great pure runner, but would he be a nice compliment to Jamal Williams? I mean, is he a possible third down guy?
He's just so slippery. He's good at catching the ball. A fantastic contact balance. The way that he can maneuver around opponents and get to where he wants to go. It reminds me of Kamara a lot.
I love his highlights. Yeah, he's got a great feel for that.
Unreal. Yeah, he's definitely if you're a tape guy, you like him a lot more than if you're an analytics guy. He did put up a bunch of numbers, but he's so fun to watch.
Well, some other guys that are fun to watch are these 3 wide receivers that got taken back to back to back last night, and that is Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, and Zay Flowers. How do we separate this bunch, and which one should go first in Dynasty?
I think that Addison is in the perfect situation to work underneath Justin Jefferson. I don't think that's a hot take at all. To me, that was the best wide receiver landing spot on day 1.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think you're instantly being slotted in as the number 2 target. I guess maybe you could consider him number 3 if you talk about the tight end position. Yeah, Hawkinson. But I think he could take on or be a poor man Adam Thielen in that, at least in year 1. Obviously, he's more talented than Adam Thielen, but he could play that role in year 1 and continue to grow from there. So I think out of the 3, year 1, he's got the best landing spot. I think in total, though, I think Quentin Johnston, long-term dynasty, is probably going to have the better spot overall.
Can we all agree we're out on Flowers' situation in Baltimore?
Love the player, but yeah, that's kind of tough.
It's going to be Andrews, Bateman,
Post hype
OBJ.
sleeper.
Could be.
I think he's gonna fall so far. I'll take him. I'll snap
still
that
take
up.
him. I will absolutely still take him.
Addison is fun, but you called him a poor man's Thielen, which I thought was funny because a poor man's Addison would be, instead of spending the 108 on Addison, you just spend a 24 fourth on KJ Osborne. You might get the same results.
Yeah,
you slot him in as the number 2 right off the bat, but
Are we talking redraft now?
no, we're talking. I mean, Dynasty is free. No, there's no fourths in redraft. Just once.
You do make a good pick. He would be a good redraft pick. But yeah, I mean, throw
the deepest of
him in
benches.
Dynasty yet.
I don't think Osborne is near the player as Addison is. Personally, I had Addison in my tier 1 of wide receivers with JSN. So I think I personally think I got bailed out by the landing spot to an extent, but I love the landing spot because I love Jordan Addison. I think he's the second best wide receiver in the class by a decent margin. So yeah, I think it all works out for me.
A little time, though. It's just going to take a little time. So, yeah, Osborne's been there in the offense. So I do think that's a good point.
He's free. He's probably free. After the Addison pick in the first round, Osborne's probably free. And if you just need a little bit of depth and you don't care about fourths, you can get him. And he does all right. All we're looking for is for a fourth is somebody who will put up 10 points a week.
Yeah, I mean, and he should get additional draft capital just simply because he saved a man's life in a burning car here in Austin, Texas.
Pretty cool.
And did you know that he saved MTV reality TV star Nelson, who is on the challenge and road rules and stuff like that? That was
cool.
The guy he saved.
You know what? It wasn't a publicity stunt at all, right?
I don't think so. But
I don't think so.
I don't care how much I'm getting paid. I'm not getting in a burning car for publicity.
I was a fireman for 11 years, so I don't really give a shit about that.
Oh, yeah, you're comfortable in that kind of situation.
All right. What are y'all drinking today? I'm about to go pour myself an Angel's Envy.
So I just grabbed some of these Big Storm Brewing Company Reef Revival Session IPA. Okay. Pretty good. First time I tried it.
Cool.
I'm drinking coffee.
There you go. It's going to be a long 2 rounds tonight. So last night was 10 minutes a pick, and I think today is going to be 7 minutes a pick for both rounds. Is that right?
Yes.
Please. Okay.
Might be 7 for second and then 5 for third, but I think I'm not 100% certain.
All right, so we all seem pretty low on Zay Flowers, so I think that leaves us with Quentin Johnson or the unknown Zach Charbonnet or the unknown Tyjae Spears or even Will Levis. So are we taking Johnston over these guys that we don't quite know yet, or are we willing to put them ahead without knowing their landing spots and draft capital?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the toss-up is Quentin Johnson and potentially Zach Charbonnet. I mean, you could probably not this early talk about Dalton Kincaid just because of the landing spot. But some of these guys are going to creep up into this spot, the 108, 109, 110 area that we won't really know until landing spot. Yeah. But right now it's Quentin Johnson. But as we talked about earlier, Zach Charbonnet lands in a meaty spot, and that changes the whole game.
If you happen to find yourself in this situation right here, right now,
an actual draft between day 1 and day 2, if you happen to be
which I'm in a couple right now, you
really
wait.
That's cool.
You wait and you see what happens tonight, and then you have enough information to make the pick.
For sure. Yep.
For sure. We're about out of players who got drafted yesterday, so let's just talk about the fits.
Well, to what you just said, if you don't know which player you want to plant your flag on right now, it's a great reason to not choose 108 if you don't have to, and to just get a couple seconds and you can make a more informed decision, while everybody else who picks for the rest of the day is just going to be taking blind shots. Mm-hmm. And by the time it gets back to your 2 seconds, we'll know because it'll be tomorrow.
Speaking of that, if you like this 110 to 112 range, if you can move back to like 203 and grab another like late second or future second,
because everything from
It's all
110
the
to
same
205
right
is yeah.
It's like
That's how it usually goes.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about Dalton Kincaid to the Bills specifically, because obviously we hinted at it, but I want to know what you guys' opinions are on this fit and whether it can work out for Dynasty. I think most of the Dynasty community was pretty sure that Dalton Kincaid was the tight end one in terms of receiving production. So do you guys feel the Bills pick helped that, hurt that, somewhere in between?
Well, I would like to see what the Bills do rest of this draft, right? Like the talk is potentially DeAndre Hopkins going to Buffalo. There's talk of other things going on. I think if you add in a wide receiver that demands attention like Hopkins does to an offense that already has Gabe Davis, already has what's his face?
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, Diggs, Knox. I think then
James Cook is also a pass catcher, so he'll take 60 targets.
I think you're really kind of putting yourself in a spot where I think Kincaid falls a little bit, at least in fantasy drafts. I'm interested to see how the Bills tend to use him. He reminds me too much, and for some reason I'm blanking on the kid's name, but too much of that kid that the Ravens drafted in the first round.
Bateman?
Hayden Hurst?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Who went to Atlanta, then went to Cincinnati, and now I believe is nowhere at this present moment.
Panthers.
He's on the bench. Panthers,
okay.
Yeah.
So I just think he just reminds me a lot of that kid's play style, the way that he played more in the slot or at least offline, not his hand. His hand's not really in the dirt. And I think that is going to be the question mark for me with Kincaid is just really how the Bills play him.
Yeah. So for me, the Bills, they did call him like a big slot receiver, so that bodes well for his fantasy future. But tight ends are kind of scary,
especially when there's two of them.
Yeah, and Knox is a similar type of player. He's not an inline blocker, so you love the draft capital. But I saw a tweet today about first round tight ends and with the last 17 picks, or it might have even been more, I forget, but none of them worked out. None of them got re-signed to their team. Now, obviously, Kyle Pitts is still up in the air, but
I mean, Hawkinson hasn't been bad by any means.
That could be called the exception. But, yeah, I mean, you got to love Kincaid, everything as far as player, but it's a tough situation.
I don't think he's that bad of a blocker as people make him out to be. I think obviously he played with Brant Kuthi in Utah, and that Kuthi's more of an inline tight end, a bigger guy, and Kincaid's obviously the smaller of the two. But Kincaid's a willing blocker for sure, and he's just small for a tight end, which I think is fair, but I don't think that means he's necessarily a horrible blocker. I think he's willing to do it, and he does it decently well. And he runs his routes just really well. He has incredible ball skills. He was the Utah wide receiver 1 last season, and I mean, they won the Pac-12 with that. I think Kincaid's a serious pass game weapon, and the Bills will find a way to use him, whether it's the big slot or in line. And I think he'll obviously Buffalo's going to score plenty of touchdowns. He could score plenty of them himself.
So how early would you be willing to take him?
That is the issue. I don't like drafting tight ends early because I think
agree with you,
especially in this draft where there's probably going to be some fourth round type of guys that have a lot of upside.
And just imagine if you could take him in the let's say you wanted to take him at like 110, you're in a tight end premium league or something like that. By the time he works his way up the depth chart, you said he's a big guy in the middle, so he'll do like slot tight end duties. He's going to have to make himself stand out and be to the point of being usable above Knox, above Khalil Shakir. They've already got 2 wide receivers that they like throwing to. And so by the time he gets good, let's say you traded that 110 now for just a random 25 first. By the time he gets to be an integral part of your offense, you'll be ready to use that 25 first, and it'll probably be better. Does that make sense? So I can see just wanting to buy established.
Yeah, and I think the other half of that is you can skip on drafting him at the 110, and then next year you could probably trade the 206 for him or the 210
Exactly. Yeah, they
if he
do all
doesn't.
value first year to second year, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, other than the guys who get drafted in the fourth round and hit a little bit, those guys, I mean, go way up. The Dulciches, the Chico Conquas of the world, but like Trey McBride, who was a tight end one a couple of years ago, you could get him for cheaper than you could get him in drafts now.
It's
Yeah,
kind of they're
Conquo-
kind of they're the cheap position of diminishing returns. The thirds, you're going to get, you might get increases. By the seconds, you get your money's worth. If you took McBride at the end of the second last year, that's fine. Once you start creeping up past the halfway through the second round, you're overspending already, especially if you got 110, you want to spend it on a Kincaid. You could probably get Njoku and a third for 110. And if you get Njoku and a third, then you'll perhaps. So what I'm saying is you could get Njoku and then 2 picks that end up being Luke Musgrave and Sam Laporta pretty easily. And I'd rather have the Njoku, who's established and ready, and he's put in his time, and now he's like part of that offense. And then 2 guys that I can put in my taxi, because tight ends are perfect for that, but all instead of Dalton Kincaid, who's got to fight against all those offensive weapons to get his in that Bills offense. There's just a lot of ways to work about it, but I can't see drafting him.
Absolutely. It has nothing to do with Kincaid. It just has to do with the position. Like, I really like Kincaid, but I'm not going to draft him unless he falls to the 208, 210.
Yeah, it's more like
mid-second. I'm good with it there.
Yeah, we're talking more like holistic dynasty strategy at this point, and I like that.
Yeah, I mean, Kincaid's a guy who I was targeting in Campus to Canton leagues, and so I already have him on my team, and I'm happy to have him as a first-round pick now,
I'm not happy to have Will Levis because he is all over my Campus to Campus teams.
Yeah, so I had one of my C2C teams. I have the landing spots were just beautiful. Bryce Young, Addison, and Gibbs.
Is this one of the ones I'm in?
No, this is
okay.
Good.
This
is that one that we were talking about. It has all the extra recruiting stuff.
Oh yeah, Cradle.
So all that said, right? I kind of mentioned in the beginning that if the news goes that Bills acquire a wide receiver from somewhere, does that push Kincaid further down that mid to mid-late second spot?
It makes all the Bills except for
Diggs
and Allen just almost unusable.
And I shed a tear for Khalil Shakir.
Yeah,
and I'm a poet,
yeah.
Apparently,
Khalil Shakir's.
Khalil Shakir's. I think it depends on who that wide receiver is. I mean, they could still be worth something. If it's Hopkins, he'll still be worth something. But if it's like if they end up drafting, like Josh Downs, like somebody I thought they would draft in the first round, like that'd be horrible. Because then, Downs, Kincaid, Shakur, they're all playing the same role. Like, what's the point? So we'll see. We'll see if they make a move. We'll see who it is, and we'll make a decision there. But yeah, plenty of fun. The other landing spot we kind of hit on, but didn't talk about a ton, is Zay Flowers to Baltimore. I think quite a few of us felt that Zay Flowers was a really great player before the draft. He was pretty much consensus top 4 or 5. And he ends up in Baltimore, which, run first offense, but pretty wide open for him. I mean, he's going to get on the field. He's competing with Devin Duvernay.
Well, he's competing with Bateman and Mark Andrews also.
Yeah, but he's going to be on the field. Like, true. I don't think that's like more so than, JSN or QJ. He's got an easier path to being on the field. Just less targets to go around to all the guys, right?
So now that Lamar has this contract and Baltimore's fully invested in Lamar, do you think, and it seems like they're trending this direction, they go a little more pass heavy?
If they do, I don't love Zay Flowers, but where he's going around, if he's going to be going at like 109, 110, something like that, I'd rather not have him on my team because I'd rather send him in a package to get Lamar, who has more weapons to throw to. I'd rather take that side of the ball.
I think the weird thing here, right, is like we've been asking as fantasy players forever to give weapons to Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
And now they have, and we're questioning why they've given him so much.
Yeah.
Right. So I think this boosts Lamar's value higher, obviously. I actually, thinking about it, don't hate the spot. If he is going to be that speedy guy that goes out and gets the ball and OBJ does his thing and Bateman is kind of like the security blanket underneath, or not underneath, but over the middle, I like it. I think that we might be over criticizing the move because we thought Zay Flowers was going to be this number one guy, but we've been asking for this for years, and now we finally have it. And I think the Baltimore offense is going to be so much more explosive, obviously, with the three of them there, than it has in the past.
So, Justin, you haven't realized yet you can't satisfy fantasy football players. You can be the RB1 and then put up like 10 points in week 15 and everybody hates you. But, yeah, Zay Flowers is one of my favorite players leading up to the draft. I thought he might be able to sneak into round 1 months ago before people were really talking about him. I still like to have him on my team, but the situation does damper it a bit. Not necessarily because I don't think that he can get target share. It's just, how much target share is there to go around?
Baltimore does have a new offensive coordinator as well. They just went out and got the former Georgia offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, who was obviously a run-first guy because it's Georgia, but Brock Bowers was fantastic there. Ladd McConkey was surprisingly good. George Pickens was good for him in the past. He's willing to throw the ball, I think, and I think having paid Lamar, here's narrative street, let's keep him healthy. Let's keep him in the pocket a little bit. So we'll see what happens. I don't think it's that bad. It's as bad as we all thought it was right off the bat, but it's still probably not great.
Yeah,
it's not Los Angeles.
If he slides at all, because this becomes just a common way to think about his situation, then definitely jump in there.
So here is a question I will pose to the group. Would you have rather Quentin Johnson in Baltimore and Zay Flowers in LA? Does any of those picks there, if they get swapped around, does it change anything for the way we look at Zay Flowers?
I think, for just Flowers, I think I'd rather have Flowers in LA, sure. I think Flowers fits better in Baltimore, though, than QJ would. I think QJ and Bateman are pretty similar. Mm-hmm. So
Flowers can take the top off the defense, too. He's not just a slot
mm-hmm.
guy.
Yeah, and I think that's why he'll find snaps. He is the type of guy that they don't really have other than, Devin Duvernay, and Devin Duvernay's all right.
Hey, guys, we're missing picks. Pittsburgh Steelers pick us in.
32.
There it is.
They didn't trade it, huh? That is surprising. It is very surprising. There were so many reports all day that there were so many people asking about this pick.
So many people wanted Will Levis, man. So many people.
But not the 5th-year option.
It's okay. They'll pick Will Levis with pick 35, the Colts. Jim Irsay.
I love that. That's fun.
What a tweet.
That tweet was the best thing I've ever seen in a while.
Joe Montana, Steve Young, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis.
So for anybody that missed it, somebody put out a tweet today that said, wouldn't it be fun if Anthony Richards was the first round pick for the Colts and Will Levis was the second round pick for the Colts? And it just seemed like the dumbest thing that a fan could possibly put out there. And it turns out it's the GM.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like drinking at noon, putting out
Definitely,
dumb
I'm
things
glad
out
it
in the
was
world.
not the GM because that would have worried me quite a bit.
You're
It's
right.
the guy that owns the team that does
Even better.
every
Yeah,
now
the
and
wallet
then.
holder.
He's very entertaining. I mean, I love following him on every account that he has.
Me too.
Entertaining is a way to
But
put
I'm
it.
very glad that Ballard keeps him kind of in his place. Ballard is good about. Look, Ballard. You can say whatever you want about him. He does hit on a lot of late round picks. That's why I like him. But at least he doesn't just let Irsay steer him in whatever direction that he so chooses, because that would be a disaster.
Anyway, the pick is in for the Steelers. It's Penn State corner Joey Porter Jr.
Legacy. Let's go.
So
Is Joey Porter Sr. a
former
former
Steeler.
Steeler? Cool.
Correct.
That's fun. Little hometown
So-
pick. Little extra picket on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fun. I like that.
A boring
Also,
little
I like
defensive
that
pick for
because-
us.
I want the Colts to go corner, but not necessarily Porter.
Do they do a lot of legacy picks in Pittsburgh?
How
They
often?
have they have both Haywards, right? They
That's
got the
true.
brothers.
That's true.
They
That's
kept.
true.
I mean, I'll call Pickett that because he was Pittsburgh everything. From a child to high school to college
Right, yeah.
to
I
NFL.
think it does factor in for a lot of teams because you see that a lot. It's just like they're thinking culture fit,
Yeah, is that a Steelers thing in particular?
Seems like it.
Cool.
Did they have both Pouncies at one point too?
Yes.
Yes.
At the same time. That's cool.
So Arizona is on the clock next with the
Yeah.
pick they got from the Lions, which the Lions got from the Texans. So
I am pretty sure both those Pouncies were on the team when they won the Super Bowls, right?
I know one was at least. But yeah. So on the board here for Arizona and on the board here for everybody, just to refresh what we're looking at. I mean, the guys highest rated on NFL.com include wide receiver Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee, Brian Branch, the safety from Alabama, Luke Musgrave, the tight end from Oregon State, Josh Downs, wide receiver out of North Carolina, Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, is a big one. And then also on offense, we've got Cedric Tillman, wide receiver out of Tennessee, Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida, Darnell Washington, the tight end out of Georgia, still on the board. And then from the defensive side of the ball, Joey Porter Jr. was the highest rated corner left on the board, and the Tennessee Titans just traded up to this pick.
Ooh.
Will Levis it
Uh-oh.
is.
Is
How
it?
are you feeling, Kyle?
He's freaking out. It's either Hendon Hooker or Will Levis.
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Oh, if it's Hendon Hooker, oh my
Belly
gosh.
laughed so good.
It's probably a wide receiver. Hopefully. Prayer circle.
Well, they're jumping Detroit, and Detroit has been talked about as possible quarterback
This
landing.
is true. They've also been talked about as a possible wide receiver landing spot.
Disgusting.
Keep telling yourself.
Could use another
Lord.
running back. They only
Man,
have
what's going
three
on?
now.
My TV.
Oh, Zach Charbonnet.
Cardinals.
Oh,
on
God.
top. Come on, ESPN.
So if
Yeah,
Pittsburgh's
I'm on
got a-
NFL Network. It still shows Cardinals on the clock as well.
I'm watching a tracker and they're still on the clock. No pick turned in.
Twitter is much faster than you guys, so
Nice.
okay. I can't talk anymore. I'm just concerned. Fuck.
Oh no, Kyle, are you a Titans fan?
Yes.
Something
He is.
tells me
It's
Something
sometimes it's
tells
Levis. It's
it's
Levis. isn't it?
it's
It's
very
fucking Levis.
It's
a very-
fucking Levis.
But
Name
Kyle,
specific pick.
I thought the Titans were gonna trade up and get Stroud. What happened?
God damn it! I'm so scared that
The Texans blocked us.
What happened, man? Oh no.
Oh no, he
Oh,
says. Oh no. I mean, maybe this isn't a bad pick, right? I mean, he gets to sit behind Tannehill, right? He'll be able to learn from that. Tannehill and Will Levis have similar styles. They can both move, but aren't the best athletes in the game. Both have strong arms. I mean, it could be a solid play here.
So,
I like it, Justin.
yeah, I'd like to, take back everything I said. Will Levis is one of the greatest quarterback prospects I've ever seen.
Okay, Mel.
I mean,
God,
Kentucky.
the cope
That
is
Kentucky
just
offense
leaving
is
through the
just
screen
so
right now.
pro style that there's no way he can't succeed at the NFL level because
Throw out
the Kentucky
2022.
offense with Chris Rodriguez Jr. is just the same thing the Titans are on with Derrick Henry, and yeah,
it's going to be a quarterback battle between Malik Willis and
well,
I'm so
Malik
sorry,
Willis is
Kyle.
fucking dead.
He doesn't
Malik
have to
Willis is
try
never
for
going to
it.
get another
Tannehill
NFL
might-
snap.
Kentucky
I
is
wouldn't be
right by
surprised to
Tennessee,
see-
so
I wouldn't be surprised to see Tannehill find his way down to Atlanta, back with Arthur to reconnect with Arthur Smith.
I would
They're
love if he
pretty
got
ripe.
traded for a second round or third round pick.
I bet if you could fashion a trade around Tannehill as a throw-in right now, and get it done.
as a guy with that's taken a few shots on Ritter lately, I hope that's not the case.
I've got a ton of Ritter, but it's we're white knuckling it through these late rounds.
I think the Cardinals are doing a hell of a job moving around to find the guys that they want.
Completely agree with you.
The trade compensation looks like it's a fourth round this year, I think they said, and a third next year.
Nice.
While also going back to number 41.
Yeah, so the Titans will get pick 33, which they just used, and pick 81. Arizona gets pick 41, 72, and the 2024 Titans third round pick.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, they are doing good.
Pretty fair deal. But yeah, it was. They got their guy round one and picked up some extra picks. If they would have taken Paris Johnson at 3, then that would have been a head scratcher. But they definitely played their cards right.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they traded 3 to only go back 3 spots and pick up like 3 or 4 other picks, right?
They got Houston's first round pick next year. That is so valuable.
You know what this means? Kyler Murray's on the hot seat. 100%.
If they have a shot at Caleb Williams, yeah, get those.
Or
You
Drake May.
shut your mouth.
J-Man, they have a shot at Dylan Gabriel.
No one is replacing a Sooner with that rat bastard Caleb Williams, okay? No one.
In other news.
Mark
But
it.
they might.
You guys
I'm
want some
gonna
more?
book it now.
You guys want some more Cope and Seethe?
Hey, how?
'Cause I'd like to
would it
say-
feel if
I'd like
you
to
just
say-
got a statue erected.
I'd like to say how great it is that the Titans didn't spend pick 11 on Will Levis and instead got their guy at pick 34, pick 33.
I mean, I like to laugh and have fun, but it's a good pick. Like, they needed a quarterback for the future. There's potential there. We don't love Will Levis, but you can't deny he's got great tools. So
Yeah.
there it is. I said it.
And Skoronski's in town too. Just glad we got Skoronski first.
Yeah, Skoronski was a very good pick.
And pick up all the basketball cards I threw on the ground.
I could see Kyler moving next year because they're doing a good job building, just going a little bit back, and they're going to take a lot of shots. And by the time that next season is probably a wash with everybody, with all the JJ Watt retiring and just their team is falling apart. Ertz might not have much time left. Kyler's going to miss most of the year. They should just use this year to test everything.
Yeah,
so they're doing a good
their
job with that.
first could very easily end up 101.
Their first could end up being Caleb Williams, and then they'd have some.
In terms of
hardcore.
Super Bowl odds, the Cardinals and Texans are the 2 longest So if you do it in the draft in reverse order of Super Bowl odds, they would be pick 1 and 2.
Pretty good.
Nice. Oh
So,
my
you
god!
know-
And Houston doesn't have theirs, do they?
Houston gave it to the Cardinals. Yeah.
Cardinals has
Oh
Houston.
my god! Are Cardinals going to get like Caleb
The
Williams?
Cardinals are
and
going to get Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Kyler Murray all in the same quarterback group.
They're basically going to get what Houston got in this draft, but without giving up their future.
Yeah, they're going to get more. That's dynasty mind opens up, and I just say they're going to get Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. That's going to be bonkers.
God.
Yeah.
MHJ replacing Hopkins would be just insane.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to know the Lions pick?
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, that
Okay.
sucks.
That is probably.
It is Iowa tight end Sam Laporta.
Oh,
Man, he was
eat
my late
Hawkins
round
or what?
sleeper pick in rookie drafts. So much for that.
So much for that.
Laporta
Oh my-
is a guy in the Devy world who's always had the tools, always had some production, but never took off. And that's kind of always been the thing about Laporta is that he looks so athletic and he looks great when he does get the ball. Just he never seemed to take over that Iowa offense and like really elevate them to another level. So it's he's an interesting prospect.
To be fair to any Iowa pass catcher, Charlie Jones left Iowa where he had like 5 receptions and then went and led Purdue 110 receptions, something like that. So
No, Iowa's horrible. Their offense is horrible.
yes.
Look, you're still going to be able to get Sam Laporta in the 4th because he's behind
No.
Hawkinson.
No.
You don't think?
Hawkinson's in Minnesota.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, Matt, we've all done it.
Yeah, and he's a second-round pick. Like that's and pick an early second. Like he's gonna fly upwards.
Yeah, I think
That's
he just
fun,
moved into
man.
the late second, mid to
Speaking
late.
of picks, the Colts have just traded theirs. Pick 35 goes to the Raiders, and the Colts get pick 38 and pick 141.
I fully expected Ballard. That's Ballard's MO. He loves moving back and collecting more picks. And as he should, there's a lot of holes to fill on that roster.
Yeah, that's a good pick or a good trade. What do we think the Raiders are going to do?
They
It's
moved
going to be
back
something
3 and
fun.
got- Who else? They got 38 and what?
141.
Okay.
So, like a
4th
fifth.
round. Yeah.
To drop
The
they got 40 what?
141 to drop 3 spots, 35 to 38.
And there's a cluster of DBs I like here, none more than the others. So maybe Ballard feels that way too. I hope he's looking at DB.
So the Raiders jump the Rams and the Seahawks and select. Should I be spoiling them for you guys, or are you guys watching, or what?
Yes,
What-
go for it.
Real quick, my wife just came in. I apologize. What happened with the Lions pick? I didn't get to see it.
Sam Laporta.
Really?
Yeah.
That was my reaction too.
Wow.
And
okay.
in
Lions
fellow
are on a
tight
roll.
end news,
Michael Myers still on the board, by the way.
not anymore. The Las Vegas Raiders trade up for Michael Meyer.
Makes sense. Yeah, they did just move Waller. So
Is anybody over there still? Because Foster's out.
No.
Foster Moreau's done.
Yeah, Foster's
So he's
sick.
the only guy? Oh, that's kind of fun.
Raiders must have seen that the Lions took a tight end. Was like, I need to get in here now.
And
Yeah.
it's going to be Jimmy G. Well, it is.
I don't
kinda like
think-
that. There's going
I
to.
don't think there should have been that many worries about the Rams and Seahawks taking to tight ends, but
Darnell Washington
Apparently.
still on the board too. We like Laporta over Washington. Detroit, little questionable.
oh yeah.
their moves this draft.
Oh, Detroit, 2 Iowa players now on the Lions. Jack
Yeah.
Campbell and Sam Laporta.
They've gotten to a
Because-
point where they're just having fun. They're like, I got a bag of picks, and I don't care what I'm supposed to do. I'm just gonna have fun with it. And it's a terrible process, but we all do it.
The Lions fan cope and seethe of the day was just trust Brad Holmes. He's been so good. You got to trust him. So
Just
I think
reminds me of
Herb
someone
Street
playing
was
Madden.
on. Herb Street went on the McAfee show and was saying that the Lions was one of his favorite drafts so far.
Of course, because Herb Street loves Gibbs because he's a Alabama guy.
There is a good chance that they could have gotten their first 2 picks as their second and third pick. But,
Yeah.
I'm going to be reaching on some players that I shouldn't as well in these luxury picks. They're at the point where they've got luxury picks.
No, they're not.
They think. No, they think they are. They're playing like they do. But
they need another corner. Well, they need a corner, period. Another wide receiver.
What they have is a lot of great ammunition, and they're firing into the sky.
Apparently, they could have traded back 5 spots in the first.
Yeah. The funny thing is
Gonzalez
our
and
very
something.
own Honest Abe has probably seen that plenty of times in Detroit. Just bullets
I got
flying
it.
into the air.
Anyway,
Duke's got it too, but he just didn't want to.
3 tight ends off the board: Michael Mayer, Sam Laporta, Dalton Kincaid. Which one's number 1 for you guys right now?
Meyer
in Las Vegas over Kincaid in Buffalo.
Yeah, it is the best situation.
Correct. I will say this. I went into it. If the Cowboys were going to take a tight end, I wanted it to be Mayer. I just felt like he was going to be, obviously all the comparisons to Jason Witten. Big 6'4", can block, can move, can catch. And the Raiders don't have a ton. Jimmy G, obviously they have got Devontae Adams, right? Jimmy G has loved tight ends his whole career. I think this is a great play for year 1 right away. And if you look at the narrative that Dukes talked about earlier, where the last 17, 18 first-round tight ends all flopped, this is great for Michael Mayer, and it's great for fantasy.
I doubt the second round tight ends did any better, but
yeah. By the way, all of that, just those type of narratives, just throw it away. Just look at the players, look at the situation. But again, I was the one that threw it out there, so I think it's just fun. Narratives are fun, right?
Narratives are fun. I
would also say Michael Mayer. He could be the number 2 target immediately.
Jacoby Myers, Hunter Renfrow. Yeah.
But it could be a lot worse.
Both of those guys are just guys that get a lot of targets, and like it's Renfrow in third and Renfrow.
Third and Renfrow, yeah.
And then it's going to be who else over there? Jacoby
Myers.
Kind of the same thing, just not a lot that's going to like rip up the defense. They're kind of the same player. So if he can be a seam stretcher. No, he can't.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Yeah, I don't think he is.
He's the same as the other two. Yeah, he's got.
I think him and Renfrow are very similar. Just obviously Myers way bigger, but they have similar roles. So we'll see how it works out.
Jacoby and Michael.
I could see Myers being the guy that goes from inside the 30, and the guy that drags the chains is going to be the Renfrow guy. Again, for us as fantasy guys, that works. It'll be Brock for the end zone.
I definitely don't think Meyer is Darren Waller, but he can be a little slightly juiced up Foster Moreau, and Moreau wasn't bad when Waller was out in that offense. So,
I have a very weird pick about Meyer though. I wonder what his arm measurement was. He looks very he doesn't really look like a football player to me. He's very compact, and he looks like a bodybuilder. I don't know, just something
like a CrossFit athlete.
He's kind of stiff looking. Yeah.
J-Man, are you rhinos?
No.
Okay.
Ryan Loesch in the chat is rhinos.
Oh, right on.
He's very tall. I met him at the fantasy get together expo. Yeah.
Dope.
Very, very tall man.
Honestly, I don't think I want any of the tight ends yet, considering where they're going to go. And
yeah, I won't be taking any of these tight ends. I'm probably going to, if Kraft goes round 3, I'm going to
give me Zach Kuntz.
Kuntz,
Who
very
would-
athletic.
I guess we could say who would it have to be, but where would a tight end have to go that you'd be excited about them? Right.
I mean,
Miami.
shoot. The issue isn't landing spot. The issue is ADP. Like,
Yeah.
I don't hate players. I don't hate.
Though.
What's that, Dukes?
Just the Miami. It's how many targets went to tight ends in Miami last year. It just seems like they don't really use them.
Well, Gesicki
I
wasn't good.
60% of the tight end targets last year went to Gesicki the week before the trade deadline because they were trying to get rid of him. And then other than that, like 4 tight end passes all year.
Hey, here's your stat for Michael Mayer. His arm length is 31 inches, which is bottom 10 percentile for tight
They look
ends.
short.
Wow.
They look short. So Steve
His-
Avila goes to the Rams. They got themselves a big old guard. So good
So,
news.
Dukes, you just asked a question about targets to Miami or tight ends in Miami. They had 22.8% of their overall targets went to tight ends.
Okay.
I wonder how that compares to the rest of the league.
Well, the leader in the clubhouse, or leader in the league, was the Ravens at 43.9, Chiefs at 32.8, and then everybody else is in the 20s. You got Titans at 28, Browns at 26.
Can you separate pre and post hoc trade for the Vikings? Because I bet they were really high towards the back end.
So maybe it's not so much about Miami doesn't target tight ends. They just didn't really have one worth targeting.
Gesicki's a great wide receiver.
Durham Smythe had 20 targets last season.
Hunter Long is on the team.
He's on the team.
I don't know what he got.
I don't think zero.
So-
I don't think he played.
Now that I said all of those things, I'm going to completely take it back. I read it completely wrong. Tight end target share was 12.8% for Miami.
Oh,
And somehow I screwed that whole thing up. I don't know how I did it. But that was dead last in the league for
wow.
everyone that was interested in knowing.
So they're not an exciting
There's the
landing
real
spot.
answer.
I don't know
Washington,
how I
maybe?
saw 22.8, but I swear to God
But-
I did.
I don't know. I think Miami could be sneaky with a good tight end, with somebody they actually like. I mean,
You
the
know who
tight
they
end
should
position
get?
succeeded in San Francisco, and McDaniel is obviously from there.
They would be a fantastic and probably more real life than fantasy. They'd be a fantastic fit for Darnell Washington because they need offensive line help to protect Tua. And they've already got their receiving weapons. So it would just be this one dude who, runs it down on a seam and gets it because everybody's worried about the weapons that they should be worried about. Then all of a sudden you get this offensive lineman who, rips it right past all the smaller cornerbacks and safeties and all the slower.
If
linemen.
Washington can be Kittle,
I really
For
like
sure.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Washington on a team that is going to he'd be perfect in Baltimore.
The Colts have traded back again.
Okay.
They go from pick 38 to pick 44 and add pick 110 from the Falcons.
Well, since Levis is gone.
Falcons move up 6 spots for Hendon Hooker.
Great. That way all my Ritter shares get to develop and we get to see what it is for the first 6 weeks, because Hooker's got that pretty bad knee injury he's coming back from.
He said he's ready week 1.
They jumped Carolina and
So did
New
J.K.
Orleans,
Dobbins last year.
Yeah,
2 teams in their division.
yeah.
What would Carolina and New Orleans be looking at here? That's
Could
going
be
to
a
be
wide receiver.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
wide
I
receiver.
can see Hyatt here.
Josh Downs.
For the Falcons?
Downs, Hyatt, yeah.
Hyatt Downs, yeah.
Pick is
Given
in.
the speed guy,
Mingo.
They've been doing a good job in the offseason making moves for defense, but I could see them doing defense right now.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of defense, the Seahawks did select at pick 37, and they picked Auburn edge rusher Derek Hall. So, very Seahawks pick, a random defensive end that not that many people were talking about. So, just the kind of guy that Pete Carroll loves.
His new buddy, under the wing of Pete Carroll.
So we'll see what the Falcons do here.
I'm not sure how the Seahawks are at picking second-round defensive linemen, but the Colts whiff on second-round D linemen.
Adam Schefter just tweeted out that the 36th overall pick has hit in all of the last 10 years. So Steve Avila is now a guaranteed lock to be an all-pro guard, right?
If
The
history
one
tells
thing
us
I
anything,
know about Avila,
It's
he
been-
said that he would die for Max Dugan.
It's been Breece Hall, Javon Holland, Xavier McKinney, Debo Samuel, Shaquille Leonard, Buda Baker, Miles Jack, TJ Yeldon, Derek Carr, and
What a
Darius Slay.
list. Wow.
That seems like the stat that everyone says when WWE does the Royal Rumble, and they're like, the 27th entrant has won 17 times.
By the way, it's Shaq Leonard now. Just wanted to point that out.
Or I love when quarterbacks get drafted with the same pick that Brady got drafted with.
Yeah.
That always comes up. I believe Gardner Minshew was picked with the same pick that Tom Brady got drafted with.
You realize
that
now
makes perfect sense.
That's my comp for Minshew too, Tom Brady.
The Purdy party, though, is going to make
Purdy
Mr.
party.
Irrelevant go crazy every year, right? Every year, people are going to be like, oh, this guy, this is going to be it.
Yeah, except it's going to be a defensive tackle or some crap.
Ryan with the hot take.
He went to UT, so he's definitely not going to do that. I don't know if anyone
No,
knows
he
anything
went to
about
he went to
Longhorn running
Texas. First of all,
back. Oh, stop.
he did not go
Okay?
to UT.
Yes, he went to UT. Okay?
No, he
no
went to
one
Texas.
thinks Tennessee is UT.
Texas would not be a state if not for the Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, I think Tulsa every time.
So what's his pick? Pick's coming in right now.
Atlanta selects Syracuse offensive tackle Matt Bergeron.
Ooh, beefier offensive line.
Give somebody
Cool.
for Bijan to run behind.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yeah, I was
that's
about to say that just kind of helped Ryan's hot take out there.
offensive line has been a strength for them recently, considering how bad the rest of the roster was. So they complete the puzzle with their fifth guy. So should be a good group, at least.
Come to think of it, he was probably reacting to the pick. He's just ahead of us.
He could be.
Very possible. Carolina on the clock now with pick 39. Could be fun for us. Could be a wide receiver.
It's
I
fun
mean-
for me as a Saints fan. I can't wait to see them not take somebody I want.
Oh, man. Tyjae Spears.
No, it's going to be Hendon Hooker. Bryce Young, Hendon Hooker is the new Joe Montana, Steve Young.
Dude, Charbonnet would not be a bad pick for them.
They've already got so many running
It's,
backs.
it's too early.
They just
It's-
paid Miles Sanders. They still got Chuba Hubbard, who's pretty good.
It's too early in the rebuild to go
It's way
running
too
back.
early. You're right.
I don't necessarily think the running back room couldn't use him. It's just that they have too many other needs
Saints could use Izzy or
ahead of myself.
Tajay. We won't do it, but that'll be a
Yeah, he's probably
No, it's going to be a defensive
I think
lineman.
those guys
sure,
are
with
going
Dennis
to
Allen for sure.
third round. Those guys are going to fly off the board.
No. Ooh.
Yeah,
He knew-
yeah.
he
By
knows
the end of the
pick.
day, I wonder. So how many running backs do you think go today?
Man,
5, 6.
I'd say under 6.
in that range.
I'd say under 7, definitely.
So what's the consensus on ruining picks here? Do we want them when I get them, or do we want to wait for you guys?
Oh, go for it,
I'm-
dude. What are we waiting
yeah.
for?
I'm not
All
even,
right.
I can't even really hear the thing. So
Panthers have selected Ole Miss wide receiver Jonathan Mingo.
Ah! We've already got a LaVisca at home, and we've got a Terrace Marshall at home, and now we're gonna have a Mingo at home.
Yeah.
Good luck, Young.
Somebody's got to emerge there as the.
I hate it. I hate it. It's Thielen.
They've got a bunch of like mid wide receiver twos, is what they have.
yeah, and a high wide receiver too in Thielen.
I think Thielen's a great redraft pick. I think everybody's going to sleep on him.
Man, it just worries me the way he fell off last year.
He's a free dynasty pick.
Yeah, I traded a 4th for him the other day.
Yeah, that's what you can do. That's fine.
Yeah.
He'll retire on my team now.
I'm gonna win with a bunch of freaking KJ Osbornes and Adam Thielens and free shit bags, and instead of spending 107 on Addison, I can spend 407 on KJ Osborne.
League winner.
Or 407 on Adam Thielen. Especially now with Mingo in town, everybody will be knocking him down even more. But yeah, I think that's a horrible pick. I think that's a horrible reach. You guys can chime in if you disagree or not, but I think Mingo is a guy who never really proved himself in college, and
I've heard good things about him. Like, he's prototypical size. That's about
he is one of the few guys on the board who's actually prototypical size wide receiver compared to Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt. But I'd still rather have Cedric Tillman.
He's prototypical if you're still playing 2015 football.
That too.
And there's a reason he's not, he's fifth wide receiver off the board. Actually, there's no reason he's fifth wide receiver off the board. That's silly. I guess they just needed some more Nico Collinses for Young to feel better about himself.
Sheesh. Yeah. Young's wide receiver core is just going to be just as bad as Bama's was last year. So he got it done there.
In my rookie drafts, I'm not taking any wide receiver that wasn't picked on day one until later in the draft. Like, round 2, I'm not taking.
I think there's still 3, 4, 5 more picks for Josh Downs to go, and I would still love Josh Downs.
Okay. That's fair.
But I really like Josh Downs as a prospect.
I can see Saints taking Josh Downs right now.
Downs and Olave?
Yeah, I can see that.
They're similar, but not that similar. Could work. Do you think Thomas actually plays? I think he's worth anything.
It's so hard to talk about as a Saints fan. It's just
a 2026 4th round pick. Sure.
I got him in half my leagues. I yeeted him off of all of my teams over the last 2 years just because it's been such a torturous, haunted hayride with that motherfucker.
How did they handle
at this point? At this point, I'm happy to send a third for him and see what happens.
Wasn't his contract expiring after this past year? How did they handle that? Did they?
They gave him he was very, very cuttable. I think he reworked it. I'm shocked he came back here. I'm shocked he wanted to come back here. It seemed like I thought his problem was always with the organization, and it was always under the skin, and it was never out in public. And he did a lot of those cryptic enemy smiles and holds a knife tweets. And I thought there was just too much going on between maybe him and Breeze 2 years ago, maybe him and Sean Payton last year, or 2 years ago. I don't know what's going on with that dude. But yeah, definitely send a third for him because you're either going to get him or what, Jonathan Mingo? Around earlier, really. Yeah, he's definitely worth a shot. I would roster him on all my fantasy teams. If I was
this Mingo pick, come to think of it, now that you just mentioned that, it's good for anybody that doesn't want Jonathan Mingo.
Exactly. One of my favorite things is not necessarily even getting the player that I want. It's just watching people take players I don't want at all, like a round before I would even consider, I guess I have to consider this guy. Just watching those Jonathan Mingos go at 201 makes me really happy.
And now that's possible.
Yeah, I'll love to see Zach Charbonnet go 107.
I would love to see get Charbonnet after Mingo because he goes in the 4th.
Yeah, 4th round as a running back should not be a deterrent at all.
You're right.
That's still pretty high for running back. It is for people though. That's a good point, but
I mean, the data kind of backs it up though. I mean, other than Dameon Pierce.
Third, 4th. There's a lot of guys. I mean, Kamaro is a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, 3rd round for sure, but 4th is a little more dim. I mean, Ramondre Stevenson, Chuba Hubbard.
Dameon Pierce crept into the 1st round of rookie drafts last year after going in the 4th round to Houston. He was barely in the 4th. He was basically in the 3rd, but he was beginning of day 3, beginning of round 4. and he crept into like the 112 area, and it was kind of justified after the year to look back on it. His production made him a fair enough 112. You're lucky to ever trade a 112 for a future random first anyway. And he was right where that borderline is of what he's worth, what you could trade him for, what he's usable for. I think teams are going to kind of follow that lead a little bit more as it happens too. And we've got all these running backs coming in, and I think we're going to see a game of chicken like we saw between picks 21 and 24 yesterday. It was just wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. I can see them doing that with running backs when all these guys that we're kind of excited about start going. We might see a game of chicken until the late third, and then they're not going to pick six guys. They might pick six guys in the second half of the third round, but it will bleed into the fourth, and that'll be okay. It will.
Yeah, but it just depends on if any of them find a spot that is Houston, and I don't think they will.
Well, there's going to be a lot of changing of the guard this year. So while we might not know, like out of any position, running back is most situational. The situation is going to change a lot over the next year. So it's kind of exciting to just take your shots, take all the shots.
This is way off topic, but I just realized that your handle, Mad Jester, is a playoff Mad Jester.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? You're in the sweet spot, I see.
The Saints select Notre Dame edge Isaiah Foskey.
Okay, I like it. Good.
So, yeah, there it is. Defensive line. What a surprise.
Come on, let's get some playmakers going. We did just see Jonathan Mingo get picked, and 2 tight ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should be more grateful.
I don't think anybody needs to be grateful for Jonathan Mingo.
The tight ends were fun. Seeing Sam Laporta go early round 2, that was a great moment.
It just seems like the best Lion play ever.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. It's just above Darnell Washington and Meyer. Which Meyer, I'm probably more out on him than most people, just because the short arms just throw me off. He just looks a little funky.
So here's the thing: if he can get targets, him specifically in tight end premium leagues where it's more per catch than other players get per catch, that will weigh more on a catch and fall down tight end like Meyer. So if he gets enough targets the more tight end premium it leans, the happier I am to just get a target hog that doesn't do much with it. I'm okay with that. So it depends on the form. Depending on the format as well, Meyer specifically. Compared to like the Zach Kuntzes. If there's no tight end premium, then I just want the guys who could break off a crazy 60-yard touchdown every other game.
Plus, Darnell Washington is not necessarily a good fantasy pick because he will be used as a blocker probably more often than not.
Right. He's not going to get a bunch of targets, so I won't have any of them in any tight end premium. Yeah. But
let's just watch him go early and watch people fall for it. It would be nice to see him go here soon. Maybe Green Bay.
The ceiling is so high, though, because of the athleticism and the size. The size-adjusted athleticism just makes him.
I do like what you said earlier.
If he hits receiver.
I like what you said earlier about the Darnell Washington Kittle comp if Mike McDaniel gets him.
Yeah, if that happens. I mean, if anybody could be, it might be Washington.
Anybody know who Dan Soder is?
How do you spell the last name?
Soder.
Nope.
I just thought I'd throw it out there. He's one of my favorite comedians, and he grew up with Mike McDaniel. They're like best buds.
Right.
Fun fact.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Wow, ESPN just listed Chosen Anderson as a key departure for the Cardinals.
Yeah. They didn't choose him.
Key departure.
They did choose to get rid of him.
The Cardinals have selected LSU pass rusher B.J. Ojulari. Another boring yet strong pick.
I have heard that name.
That's because his brother plays for the Giants.
That's probably why.
Yes.
Michael Ojulari? Is that
Aziz.
Aziz? Never mind. I couldn't have been more far off. Michael? No, Aziz. Both have 2 syllables. You got to give me that.
That is a similarity. BJ also has 2 syllables. Yeah, I don't
And
know.
2 letters. And 2 meanings.
This is the hard-hitting analysis you are here for.
This is what we get between Isaiah Foskey and Jonathan Mingo.
So the Cardinals, I mean, BJ Ojulari, Paris Johnson Jr., they've traded back a couple of times now. This is a good draft. I mean, I think this helps them for the future, sets them up. Just getting more pieces is what they need because they are so thin at a lot of positions.
Who's this?
Packers?
I would love to see Darnell Washington go to Green Bay right here.
Ooh, close.
Close. Do you know who it is?
Is it another Luke? Did they draft 2 Lukes?
Yes.
Is it Josh?
It is
Josh?
Oregon State tight end Luke Musgrave.
Wow. Oh, cool. Okay.
So this is good for fantasy. Very. Musgrave is a pass catcher. He's not going to be blocking a lot. I can tell you that.
So tight ends take a little while to develop, which is a problem. They don't do well generally with rookie quarterbacks is another problem. And
He's also coming off injury.
Yeah.
Does it help that Jordan Love's not a rookie?
You can consider him not a rookie. You can consider ETN not a rookie last year, but their rookie season is their rookie season. You know, when they touch grass, you start counting the stats. And Jordan Love, like we're about to see him.
Yeah. It is nice to have 3 years of studying a system behind Aaron Rodgers.
For sure.
I mean, they'll probably use him as a fullback, though, knowing the Packers. That's what they did to Josiah DeGuara a few years back.
Yeah. He's not quite the athlete that Musgrave is, though.
Musgrave was
Very
one of
good.
the top RAS scores since they started taking the metric, right? Wasn't he?
I think that was Kuntz.
I don't think he tested.
Kuntz was the number one, but I think we got a lot of athleticism in the tight end class this year.
I don't think Musgrave tested because of the injury.
That's
that
right.
would make sense.
Or his.
It does surprise me that nobody's taken Washington. And there's 4, 5 types. 4, right?
4. I don't know. I think it makes sense. Washington's never done anything. I mean,
Just his run blocking ability alone, and he seems like somebody that could definitely do some damage in the passing game if you.
Musgrave did test, by the way, and it's really good. He had a 9.95 RAS.
Out of 10. Yeah, that's crazy good.
4.62 40 at 6'5".
Isn't his dad a coach somewhere? Musgrave. I know I've heard Musgrave.
Don't believe so.
Bill Musgrave. He's a coach. Denver Broncos.
Are they related?
What type of
It's his
coach?
son.
No, it's his nephew.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean,
How did you?
interesting fit. I mean, a guy who was the whole pretty much passing offense for Oregon State when he was healthy before he got injured, but definitely has a ceiling. Ian Rappaport called this the Aaron Rodgers revenge pick, drafting an offensive weapon in the second round.
Yeah, they took Watson right around here last year.
It's true.
It would have been more funny if they took JS in round 1.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
which I thought they would if he was there. That surprised me.
How did the Jets do yesterday? How many picks did they make?
They took McDonald, pass rusher, very athletic pass rusher.
Considered a bit of a reach.
I still liked it though.
Have y'all seen any trades go down in your fantasy leagues today?
I've been
No.
offered some really bad ones,
Oh yeah, like what?
like Swift for fourths and stuff like that.
No, come on.
I offered second round picks for Swift and got declined everywhere I went.
I can imagine. I wouldn't sell him for that. I would definitely. Who wouldn't buy him for that right now? But
All right,
it would almost be a
I've got
spite
one
trade.
for you.
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody offered me the 311 for John Mechie.
Sure,
No.
whatever,
No.
but
So I made one. Both of these, though, not related to the draft, surprisingly. Well, this one is semi-related to the draft. I picked up Jake Ferguson in a third for a late second because Dallas did not go tight end early.
I remember you had a Jake Ferguson tirade yesterday. I think before we got on.
Did I?
I think so.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember.
Peyton Hendershot's there too, though.
Yeah, I like Hendershot too. And then the other one, not draft related at all, was Tua for Jimmy G, Cortland Sutton, a second, I can't tell what pick it is, and 2 thirds.
Oh my god.
So if that's your idea of a haul, I guess. But
No, it's just a bunch of
Give me
stuff you
two,
got to figure out.
give me 2.
Yeah, he got a bunch of stuff he has to figure out what to do with before next year.
I mean, Tua is still a risk.
Sure.
For sure. I understand trying to get off him, but for that, I don't know if that's worth it.
That's one person's like really needs to clear out roster space. And he's like, what if I just gave him like 6 pieces for one? Like my 6 worst pieces.
Six pieces that have a.
I mean,
low-
Sutton's not a bad piece.
Even Jimmy G. After this year, do we know that he's solid?
Jimmy G is Mariota last summer. Does that make sense?
No, Jimmy G's better than Marcus Mariota.
Not for fantasy.
Yes, because he'll stay on the field.
True. But
He
while
has a
Mariota was
much
playing
better
last year, he was
chance
like top 10.
Starting next year than Mariota had this year.
Sure, probably. I'm just
And I
saying it's
don't-
the same. You should be thinking about them as the same type of investment. Like it'll fill me out until it doesn't.
It's Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, he's great. He's fun. It's just that you gotta like the guy to be willing to swing with him.
We talked about this. Yes, I hate to get back on Anthony Richardson. Just really quick.
There he goes.
We talked about this a bit yesterday, and I think the more I'm hearing the way the Colts are talking about Richardson, he could start right away.
Yeah.
I was
I said it
saying
yesterday. I still think it's very possible.
But basically what they said that made me think that way is just that he needs experience.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, the Jets take center Joe Tipman from Wisconsin. So
They make some good linemen up there.
they do. Another more help for Aaron Rodgers, So that's something they really needed. I mean, Mekhi Becton's the best, quote unquote, best offensive lineman they have. He's played 2 games in the last 2 seasons, so they need offensive line help, no matter how boring it is.
Don't they have another young early
Elijah Vera Tucker, yeah, guard.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, somebody offered me a 2025 fifth for Zach Wilson, or a 2025 fourth.
Oh my god.
Oh, they wanted
Zach Wilson.
They wanted Zach Wilson for a fourth?
Yeah, in 2025.
I mean, at least do something intriguing.
The only part of that trade that does anything for anybody is it makes one person pay their dues 2 years early. That's the biggest part of that trade is somebody having to pay their dues.
What
an extra
leagues
year
are you
for a
in that you have to
fourth.
pay your dues for trading a future fourth?
I mean, I think for that trade, you should be punished into trading that,
Fair. That's fair.
I'm keeping Zach Wilson.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You know,
basically cutting
Yeah.
it at that point.
Joe Douglas said the Aaron Rodgers signing was so good for Zach Wilson. And then Aaron Rodgers said Zach Wilson's life is going to be heaven off the field.
I mean, could you not see them two getting into a huff and then Aaron Rodgers like crossing his arms and sitting on the bench and pouting for 6 weeks and Zach Wilson like gets on the field
And then gets benched for Matt White.
for Josh Dobbs.
I would
Like,
thoroughly enjoy that. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be fun.
Here's the backstory. I was the biggest Zach Wilson supporter.
Oh
top two.
no!
Yeah.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Hey,
What was it?
to the point that I took Zach Wilson in a couple of leagues. I was like, Kyle, pretty savvy guy. I'm going to listen to him about this.
Gotcha.
I took Zach Wilson at 102 in a league.
Oh no! So well that
We all missed.
and now you have Will Levis. Now you have Will Levis. That you can root for. Your own. Now you're Homer. Will Levis.
My
And I
home
swear
pick
to
is
God,
still
Will
Hendon
Levis
Hooker.
ended up being better than Richardson.
I'd be so happy.
It's not going to happen, but
You know, as much as I hate Kentucky, I still hate Florida more. Anyway, the Colts pick is in. The Colts finally take a pick after trading back twice, and it's Kansas State cornerback Julius Brents.
that's exactly who I responded to a Colts tweet earlier today and said, I hope we get the hometown kid. He's from Indianapolis. That's awesome. I love that.
So Kyle, you're a Titans fan, and Dukes, you're a Colts fan.
Yeah.
Those are your home teams.
Correct.
Okay,
So we have an interesting dynamic.
sure. It's easy to get those flyover teams confused sometimes. Those light blue flyover teams. The Titans and the Colts.
Yikes.
Wait, what do you mean? Indianapolis has
The Colts.
what do we have there?
That's
Nashville
it.
has country music.
Nashville's cool.
Nashville's
I'll give
pretty
you
And the
that.
Preds.
Cool. No, you're right. It's a flyover state. I don't live there anymore. So what's that?
The Packers are giving pick 45 to the Lions. The rest of the compensation has not come in yet, but the Lions presumably are going to be jumping from 48 to 45, jumping the Commanders, Patriots, and Packers. Could be Hooker. Jump the Commanders and
Could be.
Patriots.
Ooh,
Mhm.
that's fun.
Maybe.
Maybe if it costs them nothing.
Yeah, what a draft. A 25-year-old quarterback, a running back, a on-ball linebacker, and a tight end.
They are just having fun.
Did
Luxury.
ESPN just switch over to NBA pregame? Okay, never mind. I'm back. Yeah, something got messed up on my TV.
No, the Lions take Alabama safety Brian Branch.
Wow, I'm surprised that he made it that far. This is definitely their best pick.
Yeah, well, it's another not non-premium position. Safety, kind of another luxury pick, but a good player. So it should work out. And the compensation, they gave 48 and 159 to get to pick 45. So
So fifth.
obviously the Packers weren't too interested in Brian Branch if they're willing to make a division trade to let the Lions move up. So
Man, I could not be happier about what the Colts did today. To pick up, would they get 2 extra picks and still get the player that I wanted? That's really cool. I'm not going to obsess over it the way I did Anthony Richardson. But
Well, that didn't happen till the end of the night. So you say that now, but we've been here.
yeah, let me keep working through these big storm session IPAs. No, last night I was drinking tequila. It's a whole other story.
Last night, you got Anthony Richardson, so
Yeah,
You're allowed to. You're allowed to while out.
Yeah, I was celebrating. Oh yeah, I mean, no regrets. This is like Christmas to us. So
What you were saying, you think that if they start him right off the bat, the thing about that is that he might suck for a year, and then they just get better draft picks next year. So
yeah,
it's not they're definitely going to invest in this guy.
We're not going to the playoffs, and if we do, we're not making noise. So yes, I'm 100% okay with that. Just as long as and he seems like a high character guy, like he's got his head on his shoulders straight. I think he can handle the pressure of being out there. So yeah, I would definitely be okay with that. And Minshew's a good guy to have in the room with him, just whether or not he's actually playing. He's a guy that's been around. He's played at a high. He's played at a level that nobody expected him to, and he's also been questioned. So he's kind of run the gamut of what you do with in the NFL.
He holds his own, but he's never looked at as a starter, and he's fine with it. Like
he also gets way more media attention than most starters. So like
because he's dealt with awesome. Because he's so cool. Like I got Minshew mania.
Where'd Kyle go? Did he even?
He does have that same kind of just patience and he has more levity and well no. So I'm comparing him to Fitzpatrick. Just a career journeyman who's just a pleasure to be around. Will fill in a pinch very nicely.
That is a very good comp.
I love both those guys.
Like not even just player wise, but personality
wise, locker room persona wise. Fitzpatrick, We're talking Fitzpatrick and Minshew. As far as like career journeymen, they're just a pleasure to have around.
That you just want to be around. Yeah,
love it. I actually when Andy Dalton left. Or no, who was it? Before they got Andy Dalton and Nick Foles 2 years ago, they had Justin Fields and as a rookie, and I was like, man, who would be awesome to go over there and not like throw a hissy fit? Like Cam would be fun for Fields to learn from Cam, but Cam Newton probably would have thrown a fit once it's time to hand over the torch. And I was like, you know what? Fitzpatrick is old, but he likes to run, and he's like Harvard smart guy, and he slings it. And like I could see Fields learning behind Fitzpatrick for a year. I thought that would be really fun. But it's the same, archetype of player you like to root for.
So the Patriots here are taking Georgia Tech defensive end Keon White.
So we missed a pick. Lions moved back up right after they picked Branch, right? And who did they take after that?
No. They moved up to get Branch.
Yeah, from 48 to 45.
Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm just so far behind. I just saw the Branch. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, for some reason I am also very behind. They haven't even announced the Lions pick on my screen, and Kyle already has the Patriots pick.
Yeah, they just announced Branch on mine. So wait,
my DoorDash is supposed to be here, but they're not.
Did you just say who the Patriots took? I missed that.
Yeah, it's Georgia Tech defensive end Keon White.
Okay.
So Patriots go back-to-back defense. Bill Belichick getting what he likes.
We got a little run on defense going on here.
Boring.
Yeah, pushes back the running backs.
That's why we're talking about how Gardner Minshew is like Ryan Fitzpatrick, right? Because we just got to fill some time right now.
We've got 7 minutes between Dare Ogunbowale and Elijah Ward. These guys, I don't know.
We could talk. All of these picks have a fantasy impact, however small it might be. Just think about the other teams in the division. Okay, so the Lions secondary gets a little help here. So now maybe tight end, like he's a guy that's going to cover tight ends most likely. So you think like Hawk is going to have to deal with him. It pretty insignificant though.
Yeah, a lot of these will be. A lot of these defensive picks, offensive line picks.
Yeah. We don't even know if he's going to, especially now in the second round, we don't know if he's even going to be a guy that's a tough matchup. I really like Brian Branch. I think he's going to be a tough matchup. And I like the pick a lot. Like Kyle said, it's not a position, but what'd you get? More coffee?
More coffee.
I made a Devi trade today, and I don't play Devi, so it was nice to get that done. But I got another Marquise Brown for some future receivers.
How did you make a Devi
Who are
trade?
the future
You're not in a
receivers?
Devi league.
No, I'm in a Devi league. I'm just I'm not really. I don't really know
You're just-
the
okay,
language
yeah,
of
yeah.
Devi. I don't really
Same.
know the.
Yeah, I love
college
those
players.
leagues. It's fun to be in those leagues, but I have no clue what I'm doing.
It's a vanilla cream cold brew, Dan.
It's a little light. I would like less cream in that.
That's what she said.
That's it's just your opinion.
I think she wanted more, man.
Shut up, Dan.
You know what? I bet. Sorry, I keep going back to Dynasty, but I wonder if you could get Swift in a move back. You know what I mean? Like if you're sitting at 104 and you're like, I'm fine with taking whoever's 107, and I'll get Swift in the meantime. That might be a clever way to get Swift, especially if you feel good about where you're choosing people right now. Since you got we got the first pretty much 8 picks laid out.
Let's just to catch up to the picks. The Commanders have selected Illinois safety Jartavius Martin. Cool. And the Bucks have traded up with the Packers. So the Bucks are on the clock. The Commanders are somebody who, people thought might take a quarterback, might take Hendon Hooker. That obviously didn't happen. The Bucks trading up. They're a team that doesn't have a quarterback of the future.
They
Could
don't have
happen
anything
here.
of the future. They don't
That
have a
is
single
also
thing of
true.
the future. They have picks
Stop
of the
lying.
future.
They have a lot of old guys they just re-signed.
Those
They
are
have
for the
Baker
future.
Mayfield,
Yep.
league's best quarterback.
Well, technically, the future includes tomorrow too. So
We don't know who's going to be alive on Sunday.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm being like this.
Because we got 7 minutes per pick.
Fair. Yeah, so Patriots crushed round 1. Gonzalez fell in their lap.
They crush every draft.
Do they?
Well, Mac Jones was so good at 15. I can't believe the league let them do that. Blah 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 blah. But
I see
if
what
they
you're saying.
but the thing is, like, if your dynasty team like kept getting these steals at 107, but you're always getting 107, that says something too.
But everybody thought Cole Strange was a horrible pick.
Probably, but if they're gonna just sit at the middle for a while, I don't know. If they're always picking really well and not moving up or down, it's not.
You remember when they took 2 round 3 tight ends and neither are still on?
Oh yeah, that's
Devin
horrible.
Asiasi and some fucking shitbag, Dalton Keene. I remember those guys. Somebody offered me both of them for a first. It was one of a terrible first experience. Yeah,
What was your Devi trade? What were the wide receivers you gave up for Hollywood?
Burden and McMillan, Luther Burden and McMillan for Marquise Brown.
Matt.
What? Is that good? Or bad?
Matt, that's
What?
horrible.
Is it on my part? Did I lose out?
I think for
Oh, no.
Hollywood, you should be getting like a round, if we're talking like startup draft, like a round 2, 3 wide receiver plus. And I think neither of those guys go very early.
Luther Burden is my wide receiver 2 in Devi.
Oh, Luther
wow.
Burden. Oh, yeah, okay. McMillan.
McMillan is great too.
Is what it is.
And why don't you like it?
What's that?
Yes, Adam. I traded Sam Laporta to Adam just as like a toss-in, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about that right now. By the way, fellow Boilermaker, this is my boy right here, Charlie Jones. Let's get him in here round 2.
Oh no, Patriots.
Adam's Devi team.
By the way,
Not that special in the Debbie, but very, very good in the NFL. This man got Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs this year.
okay. Oh, okay. Have you seen my team on the NFL side of that league?
Yeah, because he scammed somebody.
I think I have. Wait, is it Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts? Oh, do I also have Jonathan Taylor and Jamar Chase?
You don't.
And
No, he does. He absolutely ripped off somebody.
What was the rip-off trade?
Stevenson. We got Stevenson, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Deebo Samuel, Garrett Wilson.
Jesus
all,
Christ, man.
All on my team.
Stop. He's already dead.
He's already dead.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show this comment.
Daddy Dukes. Let it ride, buddy. Fucking on his Anthony Richardson hype train.
I am arguably the absolute worst fantasy trader on the planet.
Why? What makes you bad?
I always overvalue my guys, and I always undervalue the other guys. So
you're just hard to trade with. You're not necessarily a bad trader. You're just difficult trader.
I'm not. I will say yes, but not because I'm fighting with people to make deals, but because in my heart of hearts, I'm like, am I getting fleeced here? Right. So I start to feel like, man, this deal, while it may look like it's an okay deal on paper, I just don't really know. Like I don't evaluate it very well in real time.
So you're definitely not a volume trader. You feel like you have to make up with the lack of volume for the amount of gain per trade. That's a hard way to go.
Here's what I'll say about
very rarely do I trade.
That is not a well-functioning economy, my friend.
No, I'm aware.
If you're giving up a haul in a C2C trade, you should be very nervous because you're investing on somebody that we don't really know anything about yet.
Yeah,
I mean, like Caleb Williams.
I am certain that our very own Kyle, KL_fantasy, tried to fleece the hell out of me the other day in a C2C trade, and I wasn't very happy about it.
What was that?
You were offering me Keyshawn Butte and some other piece I can't remember for someone that was pretty high up in value, or for Cam Akers, and I just didn't like it.
You don't like getting the Butte?
You're also asking for other pieces at the same time. I can't remember the whole trade.
You should look it up. You should look it up and read it, because all we're getting is like, you imbibed the trade and you spit it out, and we don't like the spit, but like we might have liked the drink. You know,
yeah,
it might just
I'll do it right now. Hold on.
I believe that Kyle's a terrible person.
You're on J-Man's side.
So here's the offer. It was Cam Akers and Damian Harris for Keyshawn Butte and Gabe Davis. And I didn't really
That's perfectly fine. That's a great trade. It's what your team needs. It's fairly comparable players and lifespans.
Cam Akers is an underrated asset right now.
It's all about how you feel about Butte.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because who was the other running back?
Harris. How does the NFL feel about Butte?
We're about to find out.
We don't know. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow.
That's why I offered it before the draft.
Tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly. God, fucking Buffalo Bills are going to get Butte, aren't they? And it's going to be miserable. You're going to get 2 Bills in that trade.
Butte is Butte.
Kyle's a bad little boy. Kyle, you were the one sending me the link to the Undroppables Orphan. That wasn't working?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need Chalk to fix it.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
I know how to fix it,
but it's good to know. Thanks for warning me, guys.
That trade that you're talking about, Kyle, that I stole from the guy, he offered it to me.
I found it. By the way. It's Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase is what you got. And you gave up Carson Wentz, Hollywood Brown, Irv Smith, and a supplemental 1 and 2.
Oh, a supplemental is nothing.
No, it wasn't supplemental. It was college picks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
College
Matt
supplemental.
was thinking of like the NFL side, like the after the left.
I recently sent away, I think, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Oh, you know what it was? It was Malachi Nelson and a first and 2 seconds for Kittle and Bijan. I was like, what is this guy doing? And I don't know.
Nelson is really good.
Yeah, but
But
Bijan
it is
and
an
Kittle,
unknown. Yeah.
It is an unknown. Who knows? He might be Howell. But he sent that to me, and I was like, he's the commissioner. He sent it to me. Like, I have zero guilt about this.
Howell is a great example of a guy that he looked like
Spencer
he was
Rattler,
going to be the
same
101.
thing.
That's why you don't trade for guys like this. 1 year can change so much.
Yeah. Yep.
Sam
We don't
Howell
know.
is now in line to start, to be fair to him. But at one
But
point,
Sam Howell gave you the chance to win the college side too. Well, it's a Campus Canton versus Debbie conversation, but
Yeah, you're right. That is.
fair. I kind of just eschew the college side because I don't understand it enough, and I just build on the NFL side. That's my strategy.
That's why I got rid of all my Debbie picks as soon as I joined the league. I was like, all right, you can have everything. Just give me Bijan and Kittle. And the guy's like, yeah, I'm rebuilding. And I'm like, I just got fucking
Bijan,
a first round
whatever.
startup pick in a not, okay.
All right. Just catch up on the picks. The Bucks moved up and did not select a quarterback. They selected North Dakota State offensive tackle Cody Mock. I don't know. The dude with 2 teeth. Yeah. And then the Steelers took Wisconsin defensive tackle Keanu Benton at pick 49. And then the Packers at pick 50 selected Michigan State wide receiver Jaden Reed.
Okay,
Wow.
go off, Chalk.
So the Packers add a tight end and a wide receiver for Jordan
Jaden
Love.
Reed over Josh Downs. Chalk needs to. If he's not on Twitter doing his victory lap, then I don't know what he's
They
doing.
got themselves another Romeo Dubs. Woohoo!
Nah, we like Jaden Reed around here.
Sure. As a sneaky 40.
I like Dubs.
You would have taken. Is it Dobbs or Dubs?
Dubs.
Dubs.
Dubs. Dubs is way better because he's going to get you some dubs, right?
Nah.
Also, the way that you
No.
pronounce Brant.
Nah.
Oh, I got dad jokes lined up for that.
Yeah.
The way you
So-
pronounce Brant Queethy, I used to say
Keithy.
Queethy.
So Bucks took
So-
Cody Mouch. That's the dude with the teeth. That's the dude who
Yeah.
got all his teeth busted out when he was
They
young.
all have
and he-
teeth, actually.
Yeah, he used to wear the retainer and then just went.
He's like, screw it. And so now he just goes around
It's
like
a look.
basically
It's a good
toothless.
look.
It's, for a guy that can pull it off, that's special.
There's a point
With the,
where
with the long hair, too.
ugly becomes
Mhm.
hot again. There's a point for guys.
What becomes hot
I don't
again?
want to get into this too much.
What becomes hot again? Do they go past the
You get ugly enough as a dude, and suddenly you're like hot again.
I guess if you're confident past if you're
You have to
there's
have
like,
confidence.
there's like the
Look
hot
up
crazy scale.
Stavros
There's also
Silkius.
like the ugly confidence scale for guys is the guys version. And when it's super ugly and super confident, it's like, wait,
So,
it's intriguing.
okay,
This
right?
guy's got some.
hold on. Can we
Like,
talk
what
about
could it
football?
be? Sure, Cody Mouch. We are talking football. This is Cody
Well,
Mouch.
let's talk about Jaden Reed. Let's talk about the interesting.
The Bucks took Cody Mouch, which might be interesting to pair with Quinn Ewers with the mullet next year, since they need a quarterback. And
Cut
they
the
might just be
mullet.
building. They might be building a Florida man team.
Quinn Ewers cut the mullet. It's no longer.
He'll grow it back.
Oh, Samson's locks are gone.
Yeah, he'll grow it back.
I thought
But
Justin was going to say he went to Texas, so he's not going to get drafted.
Well, yeah, no, he's definitely not getting drafted because he did go to Texas. What happens when Malik takes over the job in Texas? Because he's clearly the best quarterback that's on the roster.
Hey, Kyle, you're letting us get off the rails here.
Come on, man.
okay, what do you guys think about Jaden Reed getting drafted before Jalen Hyatt, Keyshawn Boutte, Cedric Tillman, Marvin Mims, Xavier Hutchinson? Do you think Tank
I did
Dell,
not expect
Josh
it.
Downs?
But I'm going to tip my cap to Chalk because he's been on Reed for he's the guy that has been pumping Reed that I have had visuals on. He's right sometimes, Chalk.
He's pretty sharp. He's a pretty sharp guy. We don't keep him around for nothing,
Yeah, he's no Bo Melton though.
He does kind of keep us around though. I don't think we have much say in that matter.
It's all perspective. It's a matter of perspective.
It's true. I think we should fire him.
A coup. There's an
Let's fire the
Andropoulos
boss.
coup.
Uh-oh. Fucking unionizing in the stream.
I just saw this comment.
Kyle is a bad little boy. Spank him.
Yeah. Adam had a little run of funnies there. Okay.
Miami's up next.
I'm just now seeing Jaden Reed on my screen.
The fun fact: the Packers used the pick that they traded for Aaron Rodgers, or got in the Aaron Rodgers trade to pick a tight end. So
They took it. Okay, so the Packers took Reed. Okay, so they really are building out their receiver core post Rodgers. That's funny.
Yes. So.
yeah, I do see a lot of similarities between Reed and Dubs, but obviously Reed has better capital now, so probably get a chance to be on the field.
Definitely not good for Dubs.
Yeah, not good for the other guy I like over there that I can't remember the name of.
Christian Watson.
No, it's fine for Christian Watson, I think, but they had.
I don't think there's anybody else over there, huh? Amari Rodgers went to Houston.
I'm deep in the weeds, so it's somebody nobody else knows about.
Miami's pick is in. Do you think we get our running back? You think we get our A chain?
God, I would love A chain.
A chain, little.
How many running backs do they need?
Whoa!
Shannon,
Hold on.
like 5.
Hold on.
At
The
least
Seahawks? 5. Okay, the Dolphins take South Carolina cornerbacks Cam Smith.
Okay.
The Seahawks take UCLA running back Zach Charbonnet with pick number 52.
Oh no!
I love it. Oh, Pete Carroll, you ruined everything. You ruined DK Metcalf. You ruined Tyler Lockett. You ruined JSN. You ruined.
Man, I hope nobody heard us talking about
everybody.
Cincinnati and went. Oh my gosh! Could it be any worse?
Oh my god, Geno Smith. Geno Smith is going to be a league winner this year. Geno Smith and Jared Goff. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, what a cast. Gosh, though, that sucks.
They lost Rashad Penny and just really needed to replace him.
Oh my god.
Man.
Wow, that stinks. That stinks, boys. Golly.
Oh, I'm kind of pissed about it.
This kind of
because I don't like Zach Charbonnet very much at all.
Walker, so I'm happy about it.
And if you like JSN, you're like, okay, let's go a little more pass happy now. Let Geno cook. Well,
I was hoping Charbonnet would get drafted early in dynasty drafts so I could push some people down, but
I loved him at 108 if he went to the
Bengals.
If somebody goes to the Dolphins or the Bengals or something, it would be like a Bonaconda or A-Chain or somebody, they might jump Charbonnet. It's very likely.
Sure. Dude, if Izzy or Tyjae Spears get a prime spot, Izzy and Tyjae Spears are going to be in the 109, 110 range.
Even if it's like Roschon Johnson.
If Roschon Johnson goes to
like anybody,
the Cowboys, he'll see 201 in some places, I think.
Sheesh, what a pick.
Oh, it's so disgusting. You know, it's great. I don't have any Ken Walker, and now I get to just victory lap not having that one player. And I also don't have any Zach Charbonnet because why would I? This is wonderful. There's so many people I can start overlooking in these drafts. God, what good capital, too. He was the third running back taken, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If there's people out there that
what is the thought process to take
Pete Carroll, man, he forgot about Ken Walker. He's just old.
It's a very weird pick.
They're the same player.
Yeah, like if you're going to take a running back, like at least not somebody that's a pure runner.
I love it. I love it. Great.
It's so gross.
I'd rather have Will Levis. So,
how many Ken Walkers do y'all have on your dynasty? One
I
across
am
how many
a big
leagues?
fan of Ken
Like
Walker.
30.
I was taking
Okay.
him at like 102 and
Oh, no, so you have a bunch.
decent amount. I didn't have a lot of picks last year. I have a lot this year.
He
What
fell
about
in
you,
my lap
Jamie?
in one league, so I took him just to
Across
differentiate.
30 leagues, you're gonna end up. You should end up with one of everybody.
Yeah, I think I'm in 26 leagues, and I know I have at least 4 Kenneth Walker.
Hey, welcome to the Swift Club, buddy. The water's warm.
Until they trade for
Is it?
Swift.
Oh my God. So I
This isn't even the same thing. Like, there's no way Walker's getting traded.
No, there's no way. That
ridiculous.
just sucks. That is a sucky backfield right now, for the foreseeable future, like for the next 3 years.
I think Walker's fine. Sharp could have been like this. It's a hit to the depth of the rookie draft because now
It is.
you just can't. He's now just that's such a tough.
It's so weird because we're in the second round, so we're the top of the second round, or almost, and we're going to be looking at fourth round running backs who get better spots, taking them ahead of second round Zach Charbonnet. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying? We're gonna get some.
But I mean, how far does this make him slide? Is he still in the second round?
It's weird. Definitely still in the second round, but because the draft capital will overtake so much of what the situation is. Does that make sense?
I would hope so.
Because he is going to go 2 rounds ahead of some of these guys that are going to be going ahead of him.
But there's also a lot of people like us that are thinking, "Oh, I can't take him now." So he's just going to slide and slide. At some point, you just have to take him because he's a good player and he got draft capital. But it's just very gross. Hey, Walker could go down and he could be a league winner. You never know.
I'm trying to think here, and now I've lost all train of thought. So you can put me back.
Yeah, try harder
until I remember. What I was gonna say.
Don't try
The
so hard.
The Seahawks have now taken a running back in the first 2 rounds in 3 of the last 6 drafts.
Oh my God!
I
And
legitimately
they're
lost
good at drafting. So that's
everything I was
weird.
going to say.
They lost Marshawn Lynch and have been desperately trying to replace him ever since.
Can't.
Good Lord.
That's
In other news, the Bears take Florida defensive tackle Jervon Dexter.
Man, so Sean Tucker ended up having heart issues that may hold him back from teams really wanting to invest in him. That's kind of scary.
That's kind of the rumor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we've gotten true full confirmation yet.
I think if he gets drafted, it's probably like a 7th round flyer.
I think the medicals will probably tell us. You know what I mean? Same with Tajay, who's had ACL repair twice on the same knee. Like if they get capital, it'll be because they got medical clearance, because they are talented enough to where if they get clear, they'll have some draw.
If Sean Tucker goes 6th or 7th round, I'm taking a ton of shots on him in the Dynasty 4th.
Sure. He's a rich man's Justin Ross, I guess.
To me, he's JT light.
Sean Tucker? Really?
No, he's
not
Gibbs
that
light.
level. I did say
Well,
light.
those are opposite. One's a pass catcher and one's a runner.
He's a
Tucker's runner.
speed runner. He's not a power runner like JT.
JT's a speed runner. Just in
He's
a big
both.
body.
Yeah.
Tucker's not a small guy.
Tucker doesn't make people miss. If he gets in the open field, he's gone. But he doesn't.
So
he doesn't
Tucker would-
shed tackles.
Tucker would be a Shanahan fit or a
Yes.
Shanahan, Miami
Yes.
Shanahan disciple fit.
If he is the 6th round pick of the Miami Dolphins, that's
That'd be
just
fun. Yeah, that'd be
chef's
fun.
kiss.
So in that case, you're like
He's Raheem Mostert 2.0.
if he goes. So if Sean Tucker goes in the 5th round, but he goes to Miami and he's their first running back taken, Sean Tucker and Charbonnet is still a conversation, even if they're 4 rounds apart.
Yes,
I don't think so.
No,
I do.
I think people get too infatuated with that too. I think Charbonnet is still
I could see that.
way earlier.
I could see that. it's weird. It's going to be weird with Charbonnet because you're going to want to practice patience taking somebody like that, and it sucks because he's only going to have one more year on his rookie contract than the guy ahead of him. So what's the patience going to be for? And also, like, you don't know how running back landscapes are going to look 2 years from now. So it's hard. It's hard. Zach Charbonnet got a really nice draft capital and took a big old hit at the same time.
We cannot overstate how gross that landing spot is.
Yep, that is exactly right. There was only people are like, what are 12 landing spots that you don't want to see Bijan Robinson go to? And the consensus was like these 12 teams, and it's like, yeah, those are the 12 teams that have the top 12 dynasty running backs. Like, of course, those are the teams. So Seattle was one of them.
The Jets, the Seahawks.
Yeah, like you're just naming the top 12 dynasty running backs. That's all.
So
the Chargers are on the clock here at pick 54. The pick hasn't been in yet, but the Lions have traded up to pick 55. Or the Chiefs have traded up to pick 55 with the Lions.
Ooh, they might take Hyatt. Who'd they move ahead of?
Jacksonville, Giants, and Dallas, Buffalo.
Cincinnati too, yeah.
Those guys all have 1,000 receivers. They didn't move up for a receiver.
Where did
the Giants?
Giants and Dallas
slot receivers. Dallas has they got Cook, CD, your boy Peyton Hendershot,
Gallup.
Yeah, Gallup. They could use
Man, what happened to Gallup?
I still have him in a bunch of places.
Last year was pretty disappointing.
So we still
Chargers
don't really know who the back end of the first round is going to be, right? Like, we stopped at 107, and we really don't have a consensus of who 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 are going to be, right?
We've gotten Charbonnet, but who else went?
Jaden Reed.
Jaden Reed. I don't think he's going to sleep.
I don't think the next.
I think Reed will be like a 201, 202, 203 pick.
Reed is Dubs. If whatever you could trade for Dubs is where you're going to have to take Reed, I think.
No, but he's a second-round pick, and Dubs is like a fifth, fourth.
Yeah, but you got hot during training camp, and that's all that really matters.
Mingo will be an early second.
Oh, God. These running backs, we're going to make hay at the end of the second round when everybody gets pushed back. A lot of my 302s are going to be very happy.
The Chargers take USC defensive lineman Tuli Puloto.
Close.
Tui Pulotu.
Oh.
Chargers on it, man.
The Chiefs move up for the Lions and take SMU wide receiver Rashee Rice.
Wait, who took him?
The Chiefs.
Oh, God.
Oh.
I'm going to get so many running backs this year. It's going to be crazy. I'm just going to keep trading back and back and back and picking up every single
There's your consensus 110.
Gross. Not my consensus 110.
Rice is a guy that I heard good things about early on, but he kept kind of falling and falling.
He's not good.
Hey, maybe he'll be Sky Moore. Could be anything.
Woo!
Right? All it does is make all the cheap Tonys and Sky Moores that I swept up at the end of last year it doesn't matter.
Teams don't.
They're all so bad. I don't understand how the Chiefs are so bad at picking wide receivers.
Josh Downs was
Mecole Hardman.
So what is it saying that Josh Downs is going to be like the 8th wide receiver off the board? What are they saying that we're not?
He's small.
Is that it?
I think he fits a very specific role.
Okay.
He's Cole Beasley. Like, he's a fast twitch, close to the line type of guy. He's never going to be an alpha, which apparently is what the Panthers think Mingo is, He's not that type of guy.
Probably took Rice because he's a big body.
Rice can play outside. Downs isn't going to play outside.
Right. They've already got 2 guys that are getting good.
Reed and Downs are similar. I don't like Reed going ahead of Downs because I've been really high on Downs, so I want Downs to go. But yeah, Downs is definitely a slot only guy. He's like 5'10". He's Elijah Moore but quicker.
Huh, that's interesting.
Which I was like Elijah Moore wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 in that class. So Yeah. Big Elijah Moore guy. Big Josh Downs guy. I had Downs ahead of Flowers pre-draft. Gotta update the rankings after tonight.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
I'm purposely not updating my quarterback rankings because I had Richardson one a number as QB1, and the date says like 428 or like
Nice.
420, so I wanted to stay that way. I want to move Young ahead of Stroud though, but let's look at this running back. Bijan, Gibbs. I'll keep Charbonnet behind Zach Evans for now. No reason to move him ahead yet.
Not yet, no reason.
Yikes. Wide receiver. I guess I have to move Jaden Reed up. He's at 10.
Gotta move
I'm ahead of Boutte.
I'll have a list soon.
I have Jonathan Mingo as my wide receiver 22. I guess might have to move him up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the draft's for. That's okay.
Put him ahead of the Princeton guy and the Wake Forest guy.
You can cut it in half. You can be 11. That's fine.
Yeah, it's tough figuring out what to do with these guys now. I mean, we still don't know what's going to happen with like Kayshon Boutte, Xavier Hutchinson, Trey Palmer, and even ahead of that, like Marvin Mims still is on the board. Cedric Tillman's still on the board.
If you guys haven't danced around Twitter and Sleeper, the Charbonnet reactions are great.
Oh, no. Oh, I bet. What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
Just people calling the Seahawks stupid, with expletives included.
Mean but fair.
Along those lines.
Oh, I'm sure they're great. Let's see. The Bears trade up with the Jaguars. Give pick 61 and 136 to get pick 56. And they take Miami cornerback Tyreek Stevenson.
Speedy.
First tweet I see on my Twitter feed here is the one and only Jax Falcone.
I love that crying dancing girl. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
So far in the second round, we have quarterback Will Levis going to Tennessee to make Kyle's life miserable. We've got Sam Laporta going to Detroit. That might be an interesting option. Phenomenal athletic tight end. We got Michael Mayer, who's going to be a catch and fall guy in Las Vegas, alongside Jacoby Myers and Hunter Renfrow. Then you go up to Green Bay, who used pick 42 and pick 50 back-to-back to help their offensive receiving weapons. They took Musgrave at 42 to be – I don't think there's anybody ahead of him in Green Bay tight end-wise, is there? I think
I mean,
it was Josiah DeGuara and
the guy who went off on touchdowns a couple of years ago.
Tunyon.
Tunyon.
Is he gone? Right? Yeah, I think he is gone. Or at least after that year he was. But
and then they used somewhere. I remember some news around that, but
I think you're right. Then they took Jaden Reed at pick 50,
Bears
wide receiver.
Yeah,
Tunyon's on the Bears.
Charbonnet is going to be a pain in the ass in Seattle for Ken Walker and for himself. And Rashi Rice is in Kansas City to be their number 1 or 3 receiver
or 4.
Yeah, it's not great. There's not a because
Travis Kelce's their number 1.
Oh, for sure, and 2, and 3.
They're 1 and 2. Yeah.
There's not a lot of fantasy impact so far, guys.
So to that point, I wanted
a lot of guys we're not excited about.
None.
How much should we be giving up? Let's say you're sitting from 108 to 112 to get up into those top 7 picks right now, because it seems to be a big drop.
Well, I think it's going to change when we start getting running back capital, which you have to expect to be at least a round behind wide receivers. And since the NFL seems to be going more wide receiver happy early, and they seem to be going, the whole NFL is going more wide receiver happy early for a few reasons. More teams are throwing more and doing 3 wide receiver sets, so they just need 50% more wide receivers if eventually it all goes that way. And then on top of that, wide receivers are demanding a lot of money right now. So the fact that they're on rookie contracts makes them even nicer. So NFL teams will start fighting for the Rashi Rices when they should be taking the Zach Charbonnets, and
they should be taking
some of the guys we really like. Some of the guys we really like who might be more fantasy worthy or more fantasy relevant will be 4th round running backs versus Rashi Rice 2nd round wide receivers. It's just going to be kind of the way it goes. So we really can't finish out the 1st round right now in our minds, because all these running backs, just put it a round and a half behind compared to.
Is Will Levis a dynasty 1st round pick?
No, and none of the tight ends will be.
I think he is.
Oh, okay.
I think
he
1st
round pick, but if he goes late 1st round, I'm not going to think that person's dumb.
He still might be like 109
from
what we've seen so far. Now, whoever lands in Cincinnati at running back is gonna. What happened?
First of all, the Giants take Minnesota center John Michael Schmitz. His name is my name too. And then the Cowboys take Michigan tight end Luke Schoonmaker at pick number 58.
Cool. I picked him up off the waiver wire in Debbie yesterday. That's dope.
Michigan tight end?
Yeah. Great. Well, they got rid of Dalton Schultz, who was a nice little. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Dukes. Does that ruin your?
What happened?
Jake Ferguson.
Does that ruin your Jake Ferguson dreams?
It ruins mine.
Oh, that was to Dallas, right? No.
Oh no. Kyle, do you have his RAS score? How did Schoonmaker do? I remember him hearing
he
did
well.
Really
he did well.
Yeah,
he is athletic. Really well. He is athletic. He wasn't productive.
Okay.
And it's like
there's so many numbers with ends, though. He was probably a quarterback or a basketball player or something, or he sailed on schooners.
Kyle, that's another guy that I happen to have in Cradle, like a super late pick, Schoonmaker.
I picked him up in my Devi League off waivers yesterday. Like he is supposed to be a nobody.
Yeah.
Great.
Wild pick.
Can he block well? Like what is?
I don't know. Does anybody know?
Darnell Washington is on the board. I'm trying to find it. My computer's just real slow.
Yeah, man. I don't get the Darnell Washington slide.
I don't know.
Luke Schumacher's RAS is 9.66.
Ooh, buddy.
He ran a 4.65 40 at 6'5".
What's
251.
Awesome. Just a specimen. Whole class of specimens.
This is people have not been lying. This tight end class is sexy.
Yeah, I mean, they came away from the combine and people were like, "Oh, there's 13 tight ends with a top 2 round grade." It's just
Yeah, we haven't even
Wild.
dipped into some of my favorites like Kuntz, Washington, Kraft.
yeah, I love Kuntz.
He's the number one RAS scorer over the last 12 years or whenever they started taking him. Over the last like 15.
Okay,
Brenton Strange.
Strange is very athletic. Yes, Schoonmaker is a fifth-year senior, a 55.7 run blocking grade per PFF, 2.13 yards per route run, which is all right.
It's great. Anything above 2 is great, especially for tight end.
Small hands, 9-inch hands,
and a terrible
Just
blocker. We like that.
Third percentile.
Actually, if he's a terrible blocker going in the second, I do like this guy. And
to be fair, Dallas is good at picking tight ends.
No, he is a good blocker. He's a good blocker.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I mean, that's what Michigan wanted him to do. That's what he did a lot at Michigan. Michigan was a run first team.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
I don't think he starts over Ferg year one. I think maybe I move off Ferg this year now, but he's going to do well, and that's when I'll look to move. But to basically what I did was I gave up like a 2-11 to get a third and add Ferguson to that.
It's fine. Same tier. You're going to see somebody go at 2-11. You're going to be like, God damn it.
Pretty much free. Yeah. Like to me, I don't care. I can get a guy in the third that I would have considered at 2-11.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure.
So
nice slaloming, like using the half pipe of the tier, you know.
Mm-hmm. So Schoonmaker had 526 snaps last year, only 30 of them in the slot. So definitely an inline guy. 45 targets last year, 35 receptions, only 12 contested targets in his entire college career, and only 3 contested catches. So he's not going to win at the catch point, but
he gets open.
He'll get open and do something with the ball in his hands.
He's about to does he get open trade block?
Probably not.
Where all the linebackers run
probably
like
blocks real well.
Yeah, he sounds like he's probably going to be playing more of that switch lineman role.
I picked up Luke Schoonmaker in my Devy League yesterday off the waivers, and I put him on the trade block today. Feels great. Feels great, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nobody suspects a thing when you put him on the trade block right after he gets drafted.
I just look clever. I just got Marquise Brown. Wait, I lost that trade according to y'all. Whatever. I like Marquise, and I'm going to use him for 3 years before I can use those guys.
Who else is out here deep diving fantasy advice about Luke Schoonmaker? Like everybody
sickos
right now.
Oh, that's me.
Hey.
The Bills on the clock. Pick is in. They select Florida offensive guard Osiris Torrance. Pretty much everybody's guard number 1. A lot of people thought he would go in the first round, so a good pick for the Bills and Josh Allen.
Cool.
They basically got him a full round later than they could have.
Great. I like that for Josh Allen. That's great.
Spending on offense, Dalton Kincaid and Osiris Torrance.
That's a solid little haul there.
So Darnell Washington's still on the board. Zach Kuntz still on the board. Bunch of wide receivers. Marvin Mims, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt. Bunch of running backs. Everybody except for Bijan, Gibbs, and Charbonnet.
We're basically at the point where, like, everybody sucks except for the running backs, and I'm so excited. And we'll see where Hooker goes. If he gets a little draft capital, he'll make his way into the top half of the second round.
There's still quite a few wide receiver success stories in the third round.
Cincinnati is up next, and Philadelphia is up 2 picks after that.
Jacksonville could use the compliment to Etienne.
I hate it.
Or no, wait, they did add who's the guy from the Browns? He's a nice sleeper pick right now. Ernest Johnson.
Oh yeah. Sure.
I was like, when did the Jags get Kareem Hunt?
The guy that disappeared last year, but he was a flash in the pan a couple years ago.
Basically, the Damian what was the Chiefs dude name? Damian Williams. He's the Damian Williams. He's the Myles Gaskin. Oh, poor James Robinson. That still hurts thinking about that horrific Achilles tear, man. That was heart-wrenching to watch. Such a guy you can feel good, jumping behind.
He's got an opportunity now to, Belichick's going to let anybody.
He's behind Ramondre, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in New England, that could mean more than it does elsewhere.
Yeah, you never know up there.
I don't like this. I don't like this draft. Can we restart it from the beginning?
Well, we always knew that it was going to be a middling wide receiver class. So those are going to be the earlier picks in the draft, and the tight ends are going to be earlier picks in the draft, but you have to wait even later for those guys generally because they're not going to give you production for the first year or two. So like it's splitting it up in a bunch of ways that we don't want it to be split up. But it's we're pretty evenly getting offensive weapons, just not in the way that we like.
I was just really hoping we'd get another couple more wide receivers. A Mims, a Tillman.
Okay.
Marvin Mims, I think I had high expectations for. Josh Downs, obviously, like I said.
I was thinking Quentin Johnson was going to go to New York, but I could see Mims.
Is he available?
Too.
Yeah, he's still on the board, right?
Was it Quentin? Oh, he did ask Quentin Johnson 4 times yesterday.
That's like the last thing I remember.
It happens, man. Happens to the best of us.
Jack Campbell's.
I'm the worst of us, though. It happens to me more than it should.
Well, I'm here with you, buddy. We're here in solidarity.
All right, we got like 30, 33, 34 more picks tonight.
Well, no, this is when it's going to start getting fun.
So
none of the second round was fun. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
It was just a really sad round.
Cincinnati.
What's that?
I'm just dying to know who Cincinnati takes here.
Cornerback.
Okay, I'm watching it live.
Safety. Quarterback.
Boring. DJ Turner. He was didn't he have like the top 40 time of the corners?
It's a very athletic class all around. Like most positions are maxing out Raz.
Yeah.
No, if only those guys go to the right spot.
That's just the way we're going to keep going. Everybody's just going to get more and more athletic.
Yeah.
It's new training methods and everything.
Evolution.
Is that actually the Bengals pick, or did you just
exponential evolution? Yeah, Bengals got DJ Turner, cornerback from Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Back-to-back Michigan players off the board. Or not quite back-to-back, but almost. Jaguars on the clock. Probably another defensive player.
Look at that.
Or
head,
not.
Gentlemen. That's some nice head right there. You see that meniscus?
I need some nice head. What?
There you go.
It's so weird when these guys get drafted and they're at home with their family and they don't smile. They like give a handshake. Like that DJ kid just now stood up like this was just another day.
He's like, damn, I hate the Bengals.
Yeah,
yeah, right.
Seems like he's not excited about it. It's just the whole thing is just weird.
The Jaguars have selected Penn State tight end Brenton Strange with pick number 61.
Justin, he could just be nervous to be on TV.
Yeah, sure.
He's also been probably on an adrenaline high for like 48 hours.
Yeah, he might be pissed off that he was available there.
He might be waiting to hear his name for like 24 straight hours, and he's just wired, burnt. I mean, CeeDee Lamb was kind of dismissive when his name came on too. You remember?
Yeah, well, that's because his girlfriend tried to steal his phone.
Yeah, sure. There's all kinds of stuff going on. There's all kinds of reasons we don't know about. Everybody's fighting their own fight, right? So,
don't do it.
Maybe
Dukes.
he's not excited for whatever reason.
Dukes is definitely doing it. That's why I said it.
Anyway, another tight end off the board. Another tight end not named Darnell Washington. So the slide continues for him. Brenton Strange, yet another guy who's super athletic. and didn't produce much.
Right? I just mentioned him maybe 10 minutes ago. I didn't think that, again, the tight end draft order, much like the wide receiver draft order, has been a little weird. It's kind of wonky, but
Well, they don't play fantasy, so they look at different things than we do. Tight end is such a diverse position that there's so many things that they're looking at that they want from their tight ends that we don't want from their tight ends.
So what are they looking at with Darnell Washington that he's still there?
That is very confusing because that dude moves mountains.
The lack of ability,
Well,
the lack of success, the
run blocking alone. Run blocking
the issues, the
way
off the
he
field
moves the
issues.
play versus anybody else at the combine.
Hold on, there's off the field issues with
I
Darnell
think.
Washington?
Oh,
I didn't hear anything about that. Maybe
I didn't either.
I might be thinking of Eric Gilbert,
Yeah,
also a really athletic tight end who went to Georgia.
but
Did Washington transfer?
not even close to the run blocker. I don't think so. Pretty sure he was there all 4 years.
Yes.
Ryan Loesch had Mingo at wide receiver 6. Well, good job, Ryan. Good for you, buddy. You might have nailed it exactly, actually.
Ryan likes Mingo.
Looks like everybody's catching up finally.
Strange is a 6'4", 253, ran a 4.740, 36-inch vertical jump, 10-foot 4-inch broad jump. That's this over the 75th percentile for both those jumps. He's a freak athlete. 62.5% contested catch rate, but a 1.44 yards per route run.
Penn State is a tight end factory. They're about to put another.
They
one in.
recruit some good ones. They don't develop them very well.
Well, Fryermuth, most recent success story.
Where did he go to college?
Fryermuth,
Penn State.
Penn State.
There it is.
Mike Gesicki.
Theo Johnson. Next
Mike
year.
Gesicki. Zach Kuntz started out at Penn State before transferring to Old Dominion. They recruit absolute athletes, and that's why they make the NFL. But
Not quite Georgia recruiting tight ends level, but pretty good.
yeah, the Georgia success though has just been recently with like Bowers and
Yeah, but didn't they land like I looked at the next couple classes and Georgia? If you look at like the top 3 tight ends, basically it's just they all go to Georgia.
well, yeah, because Georgia's going to use them because
Yeah.
Georgia doesn't use wide receivers. But yeah, Oscar Delp in that last class is going to be a great tight end. Lawson Lucky in this class is looking really good. So
There's another one in this class too.
yeah, I think Lucky's the lower rated of the two in 24/7, but he has made way more headlines and waves in spring training. So
I did hear his name pop up.
the Eagles trade pick 62 to the Texans, and the Texans take Penn State center Juice Scruggs.
That's a cool name.
Back to
That's
Penn
the coolest
State.
name of the draft so far.
Very cool name.
Juice Scruggs?
Scruggs.
Scruggs. Because he's fucking learned from all his scruggles.
Scruggs.
Dope name. Juice Scruggles.
The Texans traded yet another pick to move up again.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Oh, no.
So like
I think Dukes and I love this.
In the yearbook, it said Scruggs juice.
Nice.
Hey ladies.
Put the comma to the top.
The Denver Broncos have now traded up with the Detroit Lions for the last pick of the second round. Denver gets pick 63 and 183, and Detroit gets 68 and 138. So they move up 50 spots to move back 5.
Dope. Can't wait to do that.
But yeah, the Texans, man, they're going to be bad. They're going to keep being bad, and I think Dukes and I are both going to be happy about it because the Jags are getting good, so the Texans have to stay bad.
What do you think of DeMeco Ryans as a head coach?
We'll see. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, he can definitely lead a defense, but can he manage an entire football team?
We'll find out.
Oh,
Um,
Broncos traded up.
Oh my gosh. Houston spent pick 65, pick 188, and pick 230 to move up 3 spots to 62 and didn't get any other picks.
Houston did?
Yes. So they trade, what, a 5th and a 7th to move up 3 spots.
Could Houston be looking at running back?
No, Houston took the center from Penn State.
Oh, that's right.
And they just signed. They could still pick somebody up, but they signed Singletary behind Damian.
Mhm. But like Denver moves up 5 spots here and they keep the same number of picks. They just move back 50 spots. But the Texans trade up 3 spots and give up 2 picks. Like, that's just absolute mismanagement by Caserio. Like the trades he's made in this draft are horrible.
Wait, so which division? Who's in their division?
The Titans, Colts, and
the
Jags.
Colts. Yeah, that's why y'all are happy about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got a Titans fan and a Colts fan.
But I will say
it's worrying for Stroud too. Like
of all the
if
other
they're going to mismanage it
AFC
this bad.
Definitely.
I dislike the Titans the most.
Well, yeah, we've been the only 2 competitive teams for the past 6 years.
Yeah. You
Since
guys
Maurice Jones-Drew.
have a little bit of that attitude to you. It's just annoying to play against.
Hey, the Broncos move up and they select Marvin Mims at pick 63.
God, to be the 3rd wide receiver.
Yeah,
You
Tim
gotta hate
Patrick's
it.
there too.
Oh, the 4th wide receiver. If we don't like Dulcich, then he's the 4th pass catcher.
Surely they got to
Good
move
Lord.
somebody now. Like, what are you doing? They even have Hamler.
And Marquez Callaway.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, what the hell?
Tennessee alum.
Just
Sean Payton. Oh, nice.
I guess apparently just never try to use logic when you're predicting an NFL draft pick.
God, I hate every minute of this. What the entire second round was just awful. Awful.
Like, what do you do with Mims now? Like, what?
I'm still taking him over Jonathan Mingo.
Kayshon Booty, but that's it. Take him over. He's going to be where Booty should have gone at 302 or something.
So who just went?
Marvin Mims, the Denver
your boy.
Boomer.
behind Jerry
Sooner.
That's all you got to know.
Sutton, KJ Hamler.
He won't be behind any of those bums.
Oh yeah, he's about to jump Jerry Jeudy.
For what it's worth, Marvin Mims has a really good profile. Like, Mims has been productive 3 straight years. He's one of the only players in this class outside of the top few that actually broke out as a freshman. I mean, analytically, he's a top 5 wide receiver in the class. Can he make that work with Sutton and Jeudy? Maybe. Can both of those guys stay healthy? Maybe.
Easy wide receiver 1. Easy.
So
I'm not biased. I promise.
Even when Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy are both healthy, they don't even have 2 usable wide receivers in fantasy.
Russell Wilson's going to have to step it up.
Yeah.
Hopefully Sean Payton works out.
Hopefully.
Mr. Bongcloud.
I love it. No wonder he's on his last nerve with Mr. fucking Jesus Christ superstar Russell Wilson.
Wasn't it Dan that mentioned? Wasn't it Dan that mentioned something about how like the Broncos are stuck with Russell until like 2029 or something because they have like guaranteed money tied into him?
Basically. I don't think it's quite that long, but yeah, it is a while.
They are in a hole.
Yeah. Russ, Javonte, Dulcich, Sutton, Jeudy, Mims. Like, that's, in theory, that's a really good offensive roster. Like, if anybody's going to make it work, it's Sean Payton, too. The Broncos could be back to contending in that division, especially with the Raiders got a lot worse. The Chargers probably got better, but I don't know. And the Chiefs just took Rashee Rice, so
we look at this with such fantasy goggles, though.
Yeah.
You know, when we're like, oh, that team is much better because they've got players that I've heard of because I play fantasy. Like we don't know. We don't know the dynamics of the team.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're still good players.
I hope so. I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Round 3. We're finally
made it.
moving on. Hopefully, we can say a quick prayer that round 3 is a little better than round 2.
We got to make.
We still only have 3 running backs off the board, so they could very well fly off.
This feels like a running back round.
Dam has to break at some point.
Please.
Yeah.
Gotta.
We need this.
This is what we're waiting for.
Do it for
we
fantasy.
just want to know where the running backs are because like that whole flood, that deluge of shitbag wide receivers that I don't care about. I don't care. I don't think I'm gonna. I'm not gonna draft any of them.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm definitely
excited
shocked to see, unless I missed something, the fact that Jalen Hyatt's still on the board, Josh Downs is still on the board. These are all like big pieces to me that somewhere along the line there should have been a fit for them. So it's definitely weird to see that we're in the 3rd round and those names, which a lot of people thought would be potential 1st-round picks, are still there.
Definitely.
If
Yeah.
either of them go here in round 3, I'm most likely, situation dependent, putting them over any of those 2nd-round wide receivers.
Look, I'm sure Kyle knows who the Bears picked here, but I mean, I wouldn't hate Downs or Hyatt to the Bears. I mean, I guess
Downs
It would be their
is
4th guy, right?
really similar to Darnell Mooney.
He needs more protection.
No, it'll be their 3rd guy.
well, no, because they have DJ and Chase and
Oh, yeah.
right?
I forgot about Moore. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be happy if they got him some more protection.
Yeah, for sure. We got 30, 37, 38 picks to round us out today. So
Eagles back to back
hopefully we get
next,
to what?
and then
Ooh.
Broncos, who actually they could take a running back.
The Eagles?
No, the Broncos.
Whoever
yeah,
this
Eagles
guy
and
is-
Broncos.
Whoever this guy is announcing the Bears pick has some serious drip.
We're not allowed
Anyway.
to cut that into the live stream, are we?
No.
Okay.
The Bears pick is South Carolina defensive tackle Zach with 2 C's Pickens.
So they now have taken 2 straight defensive tackles when they could have just taken Jalen Carter, and everyone would be happy. Except for
it's
Wesley
pronounced
Johnson.
Zakachuk.
Darnell Wright, though. I mean, Darnell Wright's a good player.
And they moved back a pick to lose out on Carter and gained a 4th, I think. They moved back 1 spot with Philly, right?
I
Yeah,
think it was more than a 4th.
I believe it
I
was
don't
just a
remember.
4th.
It wasn't. Yeah, I think it was almost nothing.
That is very shocking.
Yeah, it's shocking that they would want a 4th over the guy that, everybody knew that Jalen Carter was never moving past 9 because they were going to go to the Bears were not going to let him pass. And then
Speaking of Philly, they're back to back right now.
Philly, yep. Eagles. Let's see, baby.
It was a 2024.
Running back?
Yeah.
They could go running back here.
They could go a 3rd wide receiver here.
I could see the Titans sending Derrick Henry for Hendon Hooker.
Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Joe Montana, Steve Young.
That's it. Make some chaos, baby. Let's get it.
Gosh, the people who are Titans and Vols fans would go insane if Hendon Hooker beat out Will Levis.
It's great.
The funniest thing about that Joe Montana, Steve Young tweet is like, did he think they got drafted the same year? Like it was a clear regime change situation. That guy's just goofy. He's very entertaining.
I hope the Eagles take a kicker and a punter here.
He tweets
Stop it.
every day. Not all the tweets are on that level, but Jim Irsay is a great follow if you're a fan of comedy. He doesn't know if he has a comedy Twitter account. But
Is there an elite punter on the board?
Stop.
Michael Turk from Oklahoma. He's on TikTok. He's pretty cool.
Maybe Devin.
You're right.
Does
He
Howie
is
Roseman
pretty
know?
cool.
Does Howie Roseman know? He seems to fly. by
Howie
the side.
Roseman loves to draft OU players, so he definitely knows.
Let's get that drip on the Eagles then.
Shout out my high school punter, Kyle Fox. I know you're out there somewhere.
R.I.P. dog.
He's alive.
Oh.
He just has a regular human job.
Chad Ryland, the kicker
It's a
from
regular
Maryland.
human job.
I met him once, and he tried to roast me for being a Tennessee fan.
Who?
Chad Ryland, the former kicker from Maryland, the number 2 kicker in the class.
So while we wait for this pick, Kyle, who's your number 1, number 2 college guys coming in, high school guys going into college this year for C2C leagues or Debbie leagues?
Dante Moore and Malachi Nelson. Quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So who do I take at 101 because I have 2 101s in campus to Canton leagues?
I think it's Dante Moore.
He's
And why
got
is
the
his name
best chance
Jackson
starting
Arnold?
right away. Is that why?
What?
Is it because he's got the best chance to start right away?
Partly. I also think he's the best
Okay.
out of those guys.
I was heavily
Um,
considering him.
I know play for Chip Kelly, so he'll be in a good offense.
Mhm.
Um,
I'll probably diversify. Go
Malachi is good too,
one Malachi maybe.
and Malachi is going to play for Lincoln Riley when he does
How crazy
play.
is it that we're not even talking about Arch?
And I mean, Arch
Very
is
easy.
fine.
Did you
Arch
see
is
how he
fine,
couldn't
but he's
complete
not
a
the
7-yard
first.
out? I mean, hey,
The
listen,
kid's-
Jackson
the
Arnold
kid's
was
18.
dropping dimes.
The kid's 18.
Dimes. 30 yards downfield, dimes in coverage. And Arch Manning over here is missing
Arch will be
8-yard
fine.
hitches
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
for
The
someone
kid's
other
18.
than UT when he transfers out. When he loses the
Um,
job, he's the third string quarterback.
Yeah, I think after that you have
Unbiased.
after those two, it's
Very biased.
Nico Iamaleava and
Yeah.
Arch Manning.
I saw one.com with the 3. They had
On 3.
They had Nico. Is it called on 3?
Yeah.
I've been calling it 1
No, it's on 3.
with the 3
Like we're doing the play on 3.
on 3. But yeah, I saw they had Nico number 1 quarterback.
Yeah.
This just became a Devi podcast.
Yeah. Well, here, hold on. Let me go over to Brand over here, and then we'll. But yeah, Iamaleava has the added benefit of playing for Josh Heupel and being in a very high-powered offense.
And then having a lot of
gimmick.
questions around them.
So
Nice. Nice.
So yeah, he'll have plenty of opportunity. So yeah, we're a Devi podcast.
Nice.
Is this going to be in a podcast, or is this we just stream it right now?
We are streaming. The full videos are staying on YouTube though.
Okay. I don't know how any of that stuff works.
More Nelson, Manning, Iamaleava, quarterbacks, and then probably Jackson Arnold will probably be 5th for me. I do like him more than everybody else in that tier, so he's definitely number 1 in the 2nd tier. And then running back, it's Cedric Baxter and Justice Haynes, Texas and Alabama. So they're both good players, but it's a wide receiver class. The running backs are weak in this one.
Is the one tight end dude? Is he going to play baseball?
Which one?
The top tight end.
Deuce Robinson?
Deuce, yeah.
No.
Isn't he like a baseball prospect too?
maybe, but he's playing tight. He's playing football. He might play wide receiver. I think he's going to USC.
Oh, okay.
He is like ridiculous athlete. Like more so than anybody we've seen. Like he is a track sprinter and tight end.
Howie Roseman with 2 picks in.
There's 2 of them. Actually.
First pick was Sidney Brown, brother of Chase Brown, running back Illinois.
Oh, interesting. Are they twins? Same year.
And the other one was what? Tyler Steen?
Yes,
Tyler Steen,
Alabama
offensive tackle. So they just keep on filling in the trenches. Good Lord, that's an ass.
Howie Roseman.
They're gonna get
CMO.
They're gonna get Deuce Vaughn to replace not Sproles. Who's their new Sproles?
Boston Scott.
Yeah, you just can't get they got their type. They got a sexy little Deuce Vaughn in the 5th.
Boston Scott lives forever.
Yeah, buddy.
Who is their running back 1?
Penny, right?
Pete
Rashad
Carroll.
Penny.
Oh yeah, Rashad Penny.
Yeah, that's it. Pete Carroll.
Hey, Penny, big winner this draft, huh? Well,
So
there's
I mean, there's only three guys taken.
good point.
Denver back on the clock.
And 2 of those ruined
another wide receiver.
2 of those spots ruined RB1s in Dynasty.
Yeah. Well,
2 out of 3.
Swift.
I don't think Swift was anymore.
He was
but
still
yeah.
hanging on at the end of the 12, I'm sure, right? Maybe not.
When he
Only for the truthers.
Only for the truthers. You're right. Josh Jacobs probably went above him at some point. Miles Sanders might have been close to getting above him.
Jacobs is criminally underrated.
Yeah.
What a class that was. Everybody was arguing about Miles Sanders, Josh Jacobs, and freaking who was it? Who was it?
Was it Penny?
Montgomery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's getting,
And they all ended up
with like the vision, the I don't know, that David Montgomery meme. I just remember it was like the vision of Marshall Falk. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Feet of this guy, yeah. Feet of this guy, balance of this guy. Jawline of this guy.
Yeah, it was like Lev Bell and Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
The Broncos have taken Arkansas linebacker Drew Sanders.
Okay, Drew Sanders is a name that I've heard quite a bit as one of the better off-ball guys.
Hey, yo, the Detroit Lions with pick 68 select Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's fun.
It is. I love
That's fun.
Easily.
Third round Hendon Hooker. A clear path to starting.
Easily a round 2 pick now.
Easily. Yeah.
Early, maybe, with the way things have gone.
I'd mix him in with all the Rashi Rices, of course.
Yeah, this year's golf hasn't been bad.
This is a time to buy golf. I was hoping that they'd get Anthony Richardson like at the end of the first, and I was going to scoop up all the golfs for very late seconds. That was the plan. You might still
One problem with that.
Do you want to talk about Anthony Richardson? Dukes, do you want to talk about Anthony Richardson?
I think I've worn everybody thin on that.
I mean, I got a good night's rest, so.
You know about those hookers in Detroit?
Uh-oh.
Oof.
That's fun, though. I like that a lot.
A quick little day scamper up I-40 for Hendon Hooker. He'll be in Detroit in no time from Knoxville. Another trade. The Texans are now on the clock at pick 69.
Nice.
Another trade up for the Texans.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Jeez. They're not gonna have
Get your guy, Nick Caserio.
I mean, but also get your guy without having to trade up and reach.
Just zero patience. You know, if he's rebuilding, he could take all these later shots and see who pans out over the next year or two. He's not going to have that chance anymore. These guys all have to hit.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't hit, and they don't have anything to show for next year or the year after, he's gone after next year.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to just be looking at his roster right now, being like, "Oh man, Super Bowl, here we come."
Wasn't there some sort of rumor going on that he might be leaving the team before he even started or something like that? Like a couple of weeks ago.
I think he's just trying to tank him.
I don't know. I mean, it seems very weird.
Let me see how bad I can throw this away. Well, in that case, he would have not taken the players he did, but he did get two very good players in round one, at least.
But he gave up his entire future, and you need to start 22 players.
It was not worth it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying at least he did make the right picks.
They need 20 other players.
What do you mean he made the right picks with those players? Like
I'm saying Stroud and Will Anderson were the best. Stroud and Will Anderson were the best players on the board at those picks, besides Anthony Richardson, obviously.
Damn, that is awesome. That is really fun though that he got the capital. You know, the other end of the spectrum from Malik last year. I was so excited, and then we get the real thing with Anthony Richardson with the draft capital with an NFL team believing.
It's fun.
It's very fun.
I cannot wait to watch the Colts play. It's going to be a good time.
I mean, he's gonna outscore the other two in the first year or two.
I don't care if we lose every game. I just think it's going to be fun to watch him.
The Texans have traded up for a wide receiver.
I'm excited for his career.
Stop it.
It's not going to be any of the ones we're talking about. Oh,
Tank Dell.
Okay.
Oh my
New Texans
God.
wide receiver.
I like that.
Do ya?
I like Tank Dell, and he played in Houston, so he doesn't have to travel far to go to the facility.
That is one good thing about
He'll be there tomorrow.
Tank Dell's a good player.
Tank Dell's a solid player.
They already have an Amari Rodgers at home, though.
Oh, Amari Rodgers is toast.
All right, let's go, Tank Dell. Let's go day 2, Tank Dell. You little Tutu Atwell ass.
He could emerge as like a legit I'm kind of in on Tank Dell now.
Yeah. Tell Dan the Devils are better than the Bruins, but you don't need to watch them.
Dan says Tank Dell, tiny boy.
Yeah, tiny boys are. This is tiny boy season.
Tiny boys are in.
It's tiny boy league. It's happening.
They're called small kings, guys. I don't know if you've been on
short
TikTok
kings.
Or short kings. Yeah.
But you have to spell small SMOL.
Small.
Small.
On the fire department, we call them attic rats because you need the skinny guys who can like roam around in the attic and put the fire out. The fire always goes up and goes to the attic. So we need our attic rats. They're very important.
Nice.
I think if this was an undrafted episode, that would be the name of the show. Tank Dell,
I like
attic rat.
Tank Dell, attic rat.
Dope.
Anyway, Hendon Hooker. When does he start a game for Detroit?
I don't think
ever.
When Goff gets hurt, that's it.
Yeah,
because Goff could be long term. That's not crazy.
What? Well,
I think
also
crazy.
Caleb Williams could be long term.
Yes.
They could trade Goff.
Goff played so well last year, like top 10 quarterback performance.
Did he? QBR, like by the metrics, by the NFL metrics?
By most metrics.
Huh.
But he wasn't winning though, and that's the issue.
Yeah, he was fine. Just like he was with McVay, he was fine.
Sure, yeah, but it all started to kind of come together. They were playing very well at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's play calling or defense or what, but he just wasn't able to pull games out at the end.
It's that Amon-Ra couldn't cross the goal line.
So I just saw the video of Hendon Hooker and his family celebrating that he got drafted. There's no way that man is 25. He is easily 42.
Was he smiling at least?
Yes, he was. He was excited.
Speaking of old super mobile quarterbacks, Ritter is in the clear.
He is.
That's exciting, man. I'm fucking wheels up for Ritter. I got a ton of that dude. I was getting him at 212s
There could
last year.
still be a
everyone rookie
Tannehill
draft.
trade, but I'm in the
There
same
could still
boat,
be.
man. I am excited about Ritter,
Look at
especially
his-
with Bijan. Like,
Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. We just need somebody to dig up some dirt on Arthur Smith and get him out of the way.
all he has to do is throw the ball 2 yards and let Bijan handle the rest. We're good.
Yep. I'm fine with him running it too. Ritter's fast, dude. Ritter's good. I mean, he's wheels. He's on the ground. He'll
When he
match
was
up
at
with most of them.
Cincinnati, I actually lived there, so I would watch like the games all like at the local bars all the time and stuff. And he's a very composed guy. That's the thing I like about him the most. He's got it together, and that's an underrated skill for a quarterback.
He's got his AARP card. Like, of course, he's a little distinguished at this point in his career. At this point in his life, you know.
Yeah. A couple interesting tidbits here. Jared Goff has no guaranteed money in 2024. So if they do end up liking Hooker,
Good look
they
up.
could move on.
If I could also see them getting Caleb Williams if they do bad enough next year and
They're
make
gonna
enough.
be good.
If they profit from selling Goff and just let Hendon Hooker try his things out, it could be a way for them to tank and get Caleb or see what they have.
I cannot disagree with that more, man. I think
Couldn't
that
disagree.
Detroit is like a playoff caliber team.
Yeah,
I
I don't
they're ready.
see I don't see
But
Goff losing his job unless he gets hurt or plays really poorly. I
That's
think
very
the
fair.
way that he brought or that the Lions played this year with him at quarterback, being half a game out, whatever it was from the playoffs. I think they give Goff the leash this year. As Kyle said, right, no guaranteed money next year. If they don't make the playoffs or if they don't go deep into the playoffs, then I can see easily cutting Goff and just seeing what we have with Hooker for a year.
It's going to be a very tough decision. They set
It's
them
also all about how Hooker plays in practice. Like they want to see him in their facility and stuff.
The thing is,
it's
they're
just
in their
nice
window
to
right now.
have multiple
Amon-
quarterbacks.
Amon-Ra's going into his third year. You know what? I'm wrong. I guess they're refreshing all of their offensive weapons.
It's
So it's
kind
not
of
like
like,
their window's going to be closing in 2 years. You know,
It's
they're-
like
they're-
an Eagles
They're a
picking.
young team.
It's
Yeah.
like Eagles picking Hurts. I'm not saying he's going to be Hurts. It's like Eagles picking Hurts when they had Wentz. But at that time, Wentz was like.
But it's also like the Titans picking Malik Willis when they had Ryan Tannehill.
Is it?
Hooker's probably more polished as a passer for sure. But yeah. Anyway, the Texans for pick 69 to get Tank Dell gave up 73 and 151. So fleeced again. And here's a fun one. The New Orleans Saints with pick 71 take TCU running back Kendry Miller.
Yes, let's go. Guess what
Okay.
team I have him on? Cradle.
Okay. I guess I better learn to start loving Kendra Miller.
So there's our RB4 off the board.
I wanted Tajay Spears there so bad. Damn. All right, so tell me about Kendra Miller, guys. He's got some size on him, right?
And
Good in between the tackles runner.
Okay.
And he has burst. He's gonna go.
Yeah, he mashed up OU's defense a lot. It was hard to watch sometimes.
Not hard to do, but
Whoa. I will not allow this type of slander.
Was that not Alex
Okay.
Grinch?
So he's a decent size between
Oh,
the
no. That
tackles.
was last year.
Grinder.
Doubles. Yeah.
How's he through the air?
16 receptions last year for 116 yards.
he was a transfer, right? Where'd he start?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's always been at TCU. He just
So,
made Zach Evans transfer.
yeah, Zach Evans.
And
transferred
sort
out.
of made.
He was kind of unheralded and made his name. I love guys like that. Give me a guy that built himself up from 3-star over like an overrated 5-star.
Yeah, you know who I've been pounding the table for as a Saints fan? Fucking Tulane running back Tajay Spears. That's who I wanted here.
Yeah.
I wanted that guy, the guy that you're describing, built himself up from nothing, 2 ACL.
You still
tears,
got a
sleepy as
guy.
fuck.
You still got a guy though. Like
Look,
He's
I know my
bursty.
responsibility as a Saints fan. I will go get excited about him. I'm just not starting there.
If this makes you feel any better, I'm pretty sure Jax had him over Tyjae Spears in his rankings. I think they were like
Jax doesn't live 5 minutes from Tulane is the difference, you know?
fair. Never know, they might double down.
Well, if you're talking about Kendra Miller being a between the tackles pounder, they could very easily double up and get a more slippery outside guy.
Yeah, Kendry's very Jamal Williams, not very Alvin Kamara.
We do have Jamal Williams. All right, well, we got 2 Jamal Williamses now. Fine. I guess so. All right, Dennis Allen.
I'm not a Kendry fan personally.
I have to be. I'm not a fan of that.
Well, Kyle was a big fan of Zach Wilson.
So here's another thing. All right, so we talked about possibly there being positional runs, and now Cardinals are up, and they could definitely get somebody behind James Conner.
Yeah.
And then there's the Rams who could use somebody behind Akers. Browns could use somebody behind Chubb because all they have is Jerome Ford signed right now. Falcons are taken care of. Patriots taken care of. Rams again. Packers are pretty taken care of. Colts.
Are the Packers taken care of?
Yeah, I like Dylan.
Aaron Jones is older.
He is.
Oh, Dylan, right.
Yeah. Colts have Jonathan Taylor, and then they've got a mishmash of like Deion Jackson and Zach Moss behind him. Steelers, I could see Steelers getting somebody to put above Jalen Warren to back up Najee.
Yeah, it feels early for that.
I could see Izzy Abanikanda go in there because we talked about earlier in the episode in this live stream about how Steelers like hometown boys. And Izzy would
reunite Pickett and Abanikanda.
Yep, that'd be cool. Keep it in Pennsylvania. I just want some RB answers before this, the day is done.
I want A-Chain and Zach Evans to come off the board. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want Izzy and Tyjae.
Giants trade up
to get one of those running backs, or to get Josh Downs.
Imagine
another Josh Downs.
Oh,
God, they've got Josh Downs coming out of their ears already. They got so many freaking slot receivers. Their whole core is slot receivers.
Josh Downs, Wan'Dale Robinson.
So if Saquon does want to put up any kind of a fight, it would be interesting to take a flyer on whoever's backing up there. Right now, I think it's only. Oh God!
Is it Matt Breida, right?
It's Breida, yeah.
Isn't Breida still there?
Breida is still there. I think he re-signed.
Did you guys just
Gary Brightwell?
Giants took Downs?
No, they traded up.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
He is. They are on the clock, but
they traded up, right?
Yes. We did skip one. The Raiders did take Alabama defensive tackle Byron Young, the worst of the 2 Byron Youngs in this draft class.
There are 2 Byron Youngs in this draft class?
Yeah. The other one went to Tennessee and as a defensive end.
Byron Young and Byron Younger.
Nice.
Sorry.
He goes, sorry.
So the Rams
Cardinals
give up pick 73 to the Giants.
Okay.
So the Cardinals did pick, but it's the Rams who gave up their pick to the Giants, and they get pick 89 and 128.
The Rams just absolutely hate drafting players. I mean, have they drafted anybody tonight? They've just traded back now twice, I think.
Fuck them picks.
Fuck them picks.
They
picked him the second. Didn't they?
I could have sworn they traded back. They traded with the Packers, didn't they?
I think you're right. Yeah.
There's been a lot of trades.
They have so many holes and so little money. I think trading back and getting more picks is a good strategy.
For sure.
So many holes and so little money.
How are we gonna fill him?
Oh no, the Rams took the guard at TCU, Steve Avila, early tonight, about 3 hours ago.
Hey man, we're about to get to the good stuff. I'm not tripping. This is what we're waiting for.
We keep hoping.
No, we're gonna get an RB run soon.
Who did the Cardinals pick?
It's not in yet. Well, it is in, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'd like to see a running back there. Giants, Saquon is on the tag right now.
And he's upset.
Look at running back.
Yeah. He's on the tag and talking about he doesn't want to play. He's not going to play on it.
We could get a James Conner Steelers jumping Le'Veon situation. Never know. Some kind of action.
Well, they did take Keontae Ingram last year, and he was
Cardinals. But I was talking about the next pick.
So Cardinals took a defensive position. They went CUSE cornerback Garrett Williams.
Syracuse.
Ooh,
the Giants take Tennessee wide receiver Jalen Hyatt.
Gross.
Oh, don't show the Purdue versus Syracuse game.
They don't have Jalen Hyatt at home.
No, but they have a whole bunch of people that are gonna have tiny pieces of a pie, and Jalen Hyatt has one route, so he's got that tiny piece that he'll be pretty good at. But
yeah, and that safety goes back there, and then Wan'Dale Robinson's right here.
All the tiny little Isaiah Hodginses eat underneath. I'm stoked.
Yeah, Darren Waller, Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yep.
Eat underneath.
You have Darren Waller and 6 Wan'Dale Robinsons.
Remember, they still have Daniel Jones as a quarterback. 3,500 yards. There isn't a lot of people or a lot of yards to go around in New York. So,
sneaky good draft for Arizona because of what they picked up in addition to what they've taken.
Well, yeah, I mean, Arizona absolutely won their draft because they fleeced Houston.
That was Arizona is going to have some really nice picks next year.
Now, I don't know.
I like the Garrett Williams pick too.
Did the Cardinals get the Houston first next year, or did they get the other one?
Houston.
Okay, yeah. So, there's a good possibility that Houston team is still a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Top 5.
Kyle mentioned that Vegas odds have Arizona and Houston as
the
top
worst two
year.
teams.
But they're the
longest shot for the Super Bowl, and it's something absurd, like 600 to 1 or something ridiculous.
No, more than that, like 6,000.
It is more than that. Oh, I want to say it was like 15,000. I think it's got to be plus 15,000.
It's probably.
No, because that's only plus 100. Yeah, because then you make $150 for every buck you put down. I think
the rest of the division
safe.
Arguably got better or stayed the same too.
Which one? The Texans or the Cardinals?
Cleveland pick is in.
They all have a quarterback now. Even if it is Will Levis.
I don't know if I would even feel great about a Cleveland Brown running back going right now.
Nah.
It's a wide receiver. It's another Tennessee wide receiver. It's Cedric Tillman.
Oh my God. Elijah
back
Moore.
to back.
So sorry.
Tennessee wide receivers. Tillman is not Elijah Moore.
But it's just crowded for a team that loves to run. It might change with Watson, but
it's like toast with Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah, Tillman to me is probably still the 4. I'm not taking him in a rookie draft. That's for sure.
The Cardinals are plus 18,000, by the way.
Wow. So it's 100 for every dollar you put down, you get 180 back if they win the Super Bowl. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the Texans are 11,000.
Cedric Tillman, you're goofy. You Browns are goofy.
I don't like his chances to become the second best wide receiver there. And even if he does, is that great?
He's an Amari Cooper replacement, if anything.
This sucks. All right. You know what? To be fair, I didn't plan on taking any running backs this year. I mean, wide receivers this year. Past JSN was the only one, and they even ruined him with landing spot and draft capital slipping.
I love it.
So maybe hopefully everybody in y'all's leagues are just catching up to 0 RB, and so they do it this year, and they go after all the Cedric, the Rashi Tillmanses of the world, and we get to scoop up all the running backs. So hopefully, if the pendulum swung too far, we can make a little money.
Yeah, I made a comment out in the Twitterverse earlier this year, maybe like a month ago, that if I need a wide receiver this year, I'm going to go trade for him.
For sure.
I'm going to pick running backs and tight ends and quarterbacks early, but I'm trading for wide receiver.
Because at running back, there will be a changing of the guard. So just scooping up a bunch of these guys is going to be the best way to do that. But scooping a bunch of these wide receivers, it won't matter. There's not a changing of the guard there, and these aren't spectacular prospects.
At the end of the year, Kendre Miller could just be like eating like league winner type of stuff.
If you say so, man. You got a disappointed Saints fan sitting on the other side of the screen.
Man, he's a dude.
Okay. You know what? I'm happily open to you getting me excited about Kendre Miller. It'll be less work for me.
I'm not trying to get you excited. I'm just
please do. Somebody, please.
I think he's a good player.
That's not a good sales job.
He's not my top 10 running backs.
That's not a good sales job either.
Okay. Well, I'll put it this way: the Saints are pretty good at open up holes. Kendre Miller can hit a hole. That's how.
So he's fast. He's big. He's got.
He might not make a guy miss at the line of scrimmage like JT does. Like he's not gonna shake a guy off like that, but he is gonna go. He's gonna go.
Ryan Loesch is all over the place in the chat. Matt Miller to the Saints is nice. I would rather him go to the Cards. Is Ryan a Cards fan? Because that would be
This is my favorite.
No, he's a 49ers fan.
Okay. Matt is tripping. Yep. Oh, Matt's a dipshit. Yeah, don't put that on the screen. Jesus Christ, man, that's my mom. What are you saying? Stop this, Ryan. Stop.
Rhinos did not say anything about your mother. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Well, it's on the record now. It's too late. Too late, brother. It's on video.
We're gonna start a Twitter feud between Rhino and Chester.
Let's go. It's fucking like April. What else?
Third day on the job.
Third day on the job, gets fired. It's coming, boys.
No, nobody's getting fired from the Undraftables. Actually, we did fire one person once.
It's a long time ago.
Remember
we
that?
don't need to talk about that.
Probably not a good idea to talk about it on air. I do want to know. I'm stoked. Tell me what the limits are.
Don't be a dick.
Show your ass every day on Twitter.
Yeah. Wait, which one are we talking about?
There's a couple.
There's two, yeah, who both showed their ass on Twitter a lot.
Can I guess?
No, you can guess when we end the stream.
Okay.
We'll edit it later. We'll go back and edit. Oh, we're live?
No, we're live. We're live.
I guess I'll
we'll do it live.
I guess I'll ask later. I'll be back to ask it later. No? Okay.
Oh boy, I really hope some more running backs get drafted so I don't have to move Kendre Miller up.
I'll put it this way: I smoked weed with the guy the Undraftables fired.
Oh, you're talking about that one?
Exactly
okay.
What you're talking about. Yeah, he was. I actually before I got on, I had to ask to be like, y'all still? I don't want to be associated with that guy. And he was like, no, we got rid of him. And I was like, okay, cool, I'm in. Yeah, y'all are cool.
Surprisingly cool when I met him in person.
Is he?
Surprisingly cool.
Yeah.
Tell him to chill the fuck out.
If you're on his good side,
dude.
Yeah.
Quit unleashing your anger on social media.
Okay. It's becoming brutally honest who it is. Let's move on.
I mean, we haven't given any more hints since this dude was like,
Nobody's watching this.
So
what? Like, I don't even know her.
the Falcons take defensive end, Ohio State, Zach Harrison.
Mm-hmm. He's
good
a guy
pick.
that I thought would go much higher this early in his career. I watch a lot of Ohio State because I grew up on Ohio State. My dad is from Columbus, and he played very well early on in his career, and then kind of disappeared. He became the number 2, like his senior season.
Mm-hmm.
That's not great.
It's Ohio State.
He
I mean,
us.
the number 1, I'm sure, was a great player.
You're right.
Yeah, you'll be hearing about him next year. But I can't say his name because it's one of those. I'll just say like Tommy could pronounce it.
Samoan, Pacific Islander names. Yeah. So Patriots on the clock. They could use a wide receiver. Pretty much always another guy that they can ruin.
They also need tight ends.
No, they don't.
They just got rid of what's his face, didn't they?
Jonnu. Yeah, Jonnu's Falcon.
But they added Gesicki.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Yep.
Okay.
And they got Hunter Henry.
Yeah.
What they need is more people to help Ramondre keep doing his thing.
Josh Downs on the board. Tyler Scott. A.T. Perry.
They did not go. They went safety. So
Of course they did.
They did the
Sacramento
most
State
possible,
safety.
and they picked a guy that I've never heard of.
Marte Mapu. No, PFF loves this dude. This dude is
all Big Sky. How about that?
Yeah, no, this dude's an athlete for sure.
all Big Sky.
All Big Sky.
You know who else was all Big Sky? Cooper Kupp.
I was going to say Sky Moore, but he didn't play there.
He did not play in the Big Sky. He played in
That's his
the
name.
MAC.
That's his name, though.
That is his name.
And he just got replaced by Rashee Rice.
Damn.
Did he?
Somebody did, I think.
I don't think so. I think Rashee
Maybe
Rice
Justin Ross got replaced by Rashee Rice. I don't know.
All their receivers have a double letter. There's Justin Ross with 2 S's. There's Rashee Rice with 2 E's. There's Sky Moore with 2 Y's. And
Kadarius
2 O's.
Toney.
Yeah, that guy too. If you've drank too much, they're all double letters.
Kadarius Toney does not have double letters.
Kadarius Toney.
Tony in the knee.
Toney.
Coney Island.
Good old Florida player. The Packers take another tight end here, and it's not Darnell Washington. It's Tucker Kraft from South Dakota State.
Wow, those are 2 very athletic guys. Tucker Kraft. What's the RAS score, Kyle?
I like Tucker Kraft. This is another guy that I mentioned earlier. He's one of my sleeper tight ends. There's so many in this draft.
And you know what?
Tucker
it's okay
Kraft,
that they're going it's okay that they're going day 2. They're still going to be sleepers. That's how tight end works, you know?
Yeah, he's a guy that he's probably in the 3rd round now. He's one of those guys that I'm going to wait on rather than taking Kincaid or Meyer early.
It's Dalton Kincaid, or it's Dalton Keene and Devin Asiasi all over again.
Nice. That's not triggering at all.
I like Kraft.
Well, there's the other Byron Young is now off the board.
There we go.
To the Rams.
Former ball.
Rams. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Tucker Kraft is a 9.58 RAS, 6'4", 254, 4.69 40-yard dash.
Can you tell me if you have a little bit of information on your screen? I want to know what where they score on RAS compared to the X amount of tight ends that have tested RAS since date year X.
I have to pull up the actual RAS website. I've been just
like
looking at Kent's tweets.
1,100 or 1,200 tight ends, and like a lot of these guys are in the top 50.
Yeah,
this is a very athletic class.
I definitely don't like the landing.
And a lot of the pass tight ends are just bad.
This landing spot's great until they pick 2 of them.
Yep, you're right. Another
total guess.
Another Ken Walker Charbonnet situation. It's a poor man's Ken Walker Charbonnet situation.
I will say Kraft is a guy that I'm high on, and Musgrave is a guy that I was worried about. So
Now you can worry
I will
about both of them.
probably still dart throw some crap.
Wow. Now you have to split a rookie's tight end targets between two tight ends who are
But there's
also
no vet.
rookies.
There's no vet though.
You're right. Yeah. Everybody should be worried. Everybody in that situation should be worried.
Is it weird
The
that
Colts
the team that
have
is
taken-
known for being cheeseheads, that they drafted a guy named Kraft?
Oh, I like that. Ooh, I like that a lot. Get some blue boxes on
The
helmet.
Indianapolis Colts select North Carolina wide receiver Josh Downs at pick number 79.
That is a
Look at
great
you go,
pick for
dude!
Indianapolis.
Anthony
Great
Richardson
pick.
again. Anthony Richardson again. So Alec Pierce he's a big athlete and he's going to stretch the field. Then you got Pittman, who's like a big, better tight end, and now you got a little scrappy little Josh Downs running around underneath. I like this, man. I like this for Richardson.
I like that a lot.
Not so much for any of those guys,
so
but I love it
happy
for
with
Richardson.
this draft. Oh my god!
Yeah, this is a
If
Boy,
we
did his
told
attitude
me
change.
we got Josh
We-
Downs round 3.
We've been
a
live
couple
streaming
days
for
ago,
3.5
I was like,
hours.
what are
It's
you
the first time I've
talking?
seen him smile.
Ooh. Oh my goodness!
Good.
So round 1, we get arguably the most gifted quarterback prospect of all time. Gifted. I'm not saying talented. Gifted.
Okay.
Round 2, we get the guy that I wanted, hometown corner, long, good player. And then round 3, we get a guy that fell way too far and is going to boost the passing game and help out our first round pick. This is a dream scenario for me, man. This is amazing.
You know what? He's a piece that they didn't have either.
Mhm.
He's
Correct.
5'9", he's
Correct.
5'9", 171, which is very small, but as we call them attic rats, they are important, especially when you don't have one on the crew and you need one.
He's going to be the Paris Campbell replacement and probably be better at it.
As
Yes,
long as he beats
absolutely.
out Isaiah McKenzie, who just came over from the Bills. But he could learn behind him. He could
But
be, he's, you know
Isaiah
what he is?
McKenzie is a stopgap. He's like a
Very fair, yeah.
until Downs takes over.
He didn't stop Khalil Shakir. He's not going to stop Josh Downs.
So Downs landing spot, I'm taking him over any round 2 wide receiver.
Dope. I like it.
Does he get into the tail end of the first round in drafts?
He can. He's one of those guys who can be in that mix, but I don't think he is
If
going to
you
be
like-
consensus.
If you liked Alec Pierce in the first, you can take Josh Downs in the first. It makes me like Richardson more.
Mid second.
It makes me like Richardson more. That's it.
I think Josh Downs is a hell of a player.
Okay.
I have him in every C2C league I'm in, so I like
Oh
the spot.
no.
I like the
Okay.
spot.
It's a very good. I mean, I'm biased, obviously, but the Colts wide receiver core is notoriously thin.
Let's
Panthers straight
not
up.
forget about Richardson's accuracy woes. Like,
Mm-hmm.
So give him somebody he doesn't
I
have to throw it far.
yeah, no, I like it for Richardson. I don't know if I love it for his third pass catcher. You know,
Which is probably it's going to be down.
I think Downs could be a target hog, though.
okay, that would be cool, man. That would
because of
definitely make a
what he
difference.
does. Yeah,
Yeah, because of the way he
Pierce
plays.
is a downfield threat.
Okay,
Pittman is the
You just sold
Third
me
and
on
third and
Downs
Josh
ahead of-
Downs.
You just sold me on him ahead of all the round 2 guys. Mark it.
he's definitely not going to have more targets than Pittman, but
If you liked Elijah Moore,
I
you should
did.
like Josh Downs.
I did. Okay.
Elijah Moore's
What-
a little thicker though.
Yeah, and slower.
Okay, fair trade.
Elijah Moore's what?
Thicker,
Thicker.
slower.
Thicker and slower. Josh Downs is thicker. He's 171. How
No,
thick can he be?
other way around.
Oh, Elijah
Yeah.
Moore's thicker.
Josh Downs is itty bitty.
No thicker than a Snicker.
I'm surprised. Wait, Josh Downs is 5'9".
A king size.
5'9", 171.
I don't think there's ever actually been a NFL wide receiver hit at 5'9".
How big's Marquise? Marquise is about that size.
He's 5'10".
Is he? But he's still like 171.
I think
All right, fair
Tyreek
enough.
Hill is technically 5'9", but he doesn't admit
I
it.
haven't talked about Rondale Moore in a while. He's a good player.
Let's do it. Let's go. I got so much more
Rondale
keep
Moore.
around. I got it.
Rondale Moore.
Hedge.
If you
Can
Just
you
wanna
talk about
throw
Charlie
out-
Jones instead?
just throw out a late second, Rondale Moore's going
No.
to give you more than that late second.
No.
Shut up, Kyle.
Actually, you know what? I have been buying Rondale Moore for late seconds. The problem is we got so many shitbag wide receivers that are going to put all these really good running backs to be available late second. So late second. The only thing that I liked about today, because it's been a fucking like slugfest trying to get any fantasy value out of any of these guys, but it did possibly make the end of the second round really running back rich, and I would like that a lot. That would be
Yeah,
fun.
for sure.
You kind of get your choice at like
Yeah.
now all of a
Hopefully all
sudden.
these round 2 wide receivers just like shove up into the first part of that.
I thought
drafts.
110 to 207 was going to be like running back fertile area.
Yep.
Now it looks like maybe the 202 to the 212 is going to be really running back fertile.
At least there's going to be more wide receivers mixed in there.
For sure. Well,
It's-
yeah, they might get pumped down. They might get.
It's a class where you want to take, wide receiver at the top, JSN, QJ, Addison. And then you just want to slam running back and then slam tight end in the fourth.
Yes. 100%. That's it.
Yep.
Wide receiver quarterback early. Or I do like Hendon Hooker like early second.
I like that too.
Or Levis if he's there. And then you're just going running back tight end.
You could probably get the Lions quarterback room for 2 seconds. That would be a good idea. Because they got a lot of weapons,
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if Goff is that cheap, but it's worth testing if there's some panic.
No, I think he is.
I think he is.
Okay.
You get.
I think he was before
Might
this.
take. I bet.
I should
Getting their quarterback room would take something like 203, 205, 203, 204.
possible.
But do you?
Yeah,
If you believe in Hooker enough to take over, do you want Goff though?
I don't want to make the risk. I'm a very risk-averse person.
I think Goff
And
goes.
part of
and
game
plays
theory is
somewhere
that
else.
if I
Look
can
at
give up-
Baker,
if I can give up 100 and get 280s, I'm definitely going to do that. And this is a situation where those 280s are definitely between the two of them will provide 100 at a time. Does that make sense?
as long as Goff is in his prime, he is an NFL starter.
Sure, and he might go somewhere else too. He might get retread over and over if Hooker does take the job. All I'm saying is that 2 seconds to get a quarterback of a team with the nameplate still open is great, especially if they have the weapons of the Lions.
I agree. That's a good.
So go get Ritter for a second if you still can. I love it, honestly.
Yep. The Panthers traded up for a linebacker, by the way, edge rusher, DJ Johnson out of Oregon.
I'm
So
very intrigued to see what the Cowboys are going to do.
is that who's on the clock? No, the Titans are on the clock.
Pick is in for the Titans.
Oh boy,
You guys
it's
switch.
Jake Hayner.
You guys switched places on the screen. Kyle, you're Nashville Titans. Duke's your,
Nashville Titans.
yep. Duke's you're the other blue team that doesn't matter in the AFC South, right? Is that right?
Texans.
Are you talking about the team that has
No,
the AFC South championships?
Hey, man.
Are you
Land of the
talking about
blind.
the team who
right?
has the greatest quarterback of all time?
Land of the blind.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning was pushing for Will Levis, so
Are you talking about the team that the GM took over in the same year the quarterback that was supposed to be with the franchise for another 10 years retired? That was kind of like a rough. It's like, yeah, I'll take this job. We have an A at the most important position. Oh, now we don't have him? Like, that was pretty rough for Ballard.
How long is my new contract that I just signed?
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened? We lost
For
Luck.
people that hate on Ballard,
You walk past Luck on the way in the building. He's just like, what the fuck? What did I just get pulled into?
like, I
Where
have
you going?
so much disdain for people that hate on Ballard. Look at his late round picks. He hits on late round players a lot. He took Darius Leonard round 2. I mean,
If they could figure out their quarterback shit, they were built really well like 3 years ago. They looked like they had a really promising future about 3 years ago. They had money. They had a strong line on both sides. They had all these pieces that they were building up a foundation for. What happened over the last 2 years?
what he
Carson
has
Wentz.
not done well is
Carson
adding
Wentz, you're
depth.
right.
He has
You're right.
not added depth
Cost
to
him-
the
cost him the
O-line,
first,
and he's
too.
made bad quarterback decisions.
Yeah, and it cost the bad quarterback decisions cost him team morale and
Ooh, your boy Chester, your boy,
Tajay Spears is a Titan.
your boy.
in the division.
You
He's
thief,
gonna sell
Kyle,
out New
you
Orleans
thief.
to go fucking 4 hours or 12 hours east in the same goddamn division.
What?
No,
Yo.
it's in Tennessee.
I'm sorry.
No.
If you
Oh.
think Derrick Henry's getting traded, all I'm saying is Tajay Spears first round.
God, that's so gross. Oh, fucking
Darrington
So just-
Evans 2.0.
Deion Lewis 2.0.
Nah, this guy's
No, who's-
not gonna go
who's-
start streaming video games.
No, who's the guy that just went to Who's the guy that just went to go return kickoffs in Buffalo?
Andre Roberts.
No, I think he came from
I think he retired.
he came from the Colts. No, he came from the Colts. Naheem Hines. Naheem
Oh
Hines.
yeah.
Since the Titans and the Colts are the same team.
I thought you meant in the off season.
No, midseason. God damn
Yo,
it, Tajay
Naheem
Spears.
Hines.
Naheem
I'm happy for my
Spears
dude. He went
Hines.
and had 2 punt return touchdowns in a very important game. That was.
I
pretty
think it
cool.
was the one after
It was
DeMar
against
Hamlin
Cincinnati.
went down, right?
It was the rematch against this.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yep. It was the rematch. Oh, fucking Tajay Spears. Goodbye into that blue wasteland of AFC South. See you
I
never,
think,
my friend.
What a hater.
R.I.P.
On my personal Twitter account, my header is still that Naheem Hines backflip after. I think Gabby Douglas gave him a 10 out of 10 on that backflip.
Can you said you were talking about a certain picture of it?
Yeah.
Can you share it? I got a Saints backfield as my.
How
as
do
my
I do
background.
that?
I think you got to make Kyle do it. Hey, Kyle, do mine next. I got some fucking badass Saints.
If you
in my
Google
background.
Naheem Hines backflip, it'll.
I
pop
did.
up.
I have a really dope picture of Alvin Kamara that used to be my phone background.
Hell yeah, it might be the same one. I mean, he's just such a character. I'm gonna be.
I
sad
love Kamara.
post Camara.
There it is.
Look at you go, boy!
Look how high he is.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a twist backflip, not just a backflip.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm pretty sure Gabby Douglas, who was on the U.S. Women's Olympic Gymnastics team, commented. She saw it on Twitter or something and gave him a 10 out of 10.
Well, if Gabby Douglas gives Naheem Hines a 10 out of 10, where are we taking him?
That's right.
What's he worth now?
Worth punt return points if they're in your league.
Let's
Because
go.
he's not playing. He's not.
I'm actually in a points per backflip league.
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah, I would go with Anthony Richardson in that league.
Points per brag yard.
Tariq Cohen was really good for me. Richie
Yeah, Tariq.
James is a great in the points per backflip league. The Buccaneers take Louisville edge rusher Yaya Diaby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Broncos trade up again for the next
Wait,
pick.
you're telling me that Yaya played in the Yum Yum Center? Or no, wait, that's the basketball team.
Yeah, and it's just Yum. It's not Yum Yum.
Maybe how you know it.
Yum Yum. Yum Yum is better.
Ooh, boy. We still got 20 picks.
We still have at least 8 running backs that have to go immediately for me to be happy about this day too.
At
Well,
this
do
point,
you think the Broncos just traded up for one of them?
Maybe. Let me tune in with Sean Payton real quick.
At this point last night, I had no clue what was going on.
We remember.
We know.
I had a blast, man. I had fun with you. I thought it was.
It was very fun.
Right. Haters.
Oh boy.
I live my life, you know.
Did I send you the right Chimera picture, Kyle?
Yeah, that's not the one I have, but
Damn.
Should I show my toe to the stream? It's all purple.
no.
I bashed it last night.
Don't be Aaron Rodgers.
Have you won MVP 2 years in a row? No? Then don't do that.
He's going to try to do it anyway, guys. I can see him doing it.
You do it,
I'm pretty flexible.
You pancake eating non-MVP winning motherfucker.
He just banned him. Send him to the Shadow Realm.
That's what you get, buddy.
I showed it backstage. I showed it backstage. If anybody was paying attention.
I saw.
You got relegated to screen 2, my friend. You out.
It doesn't even hurt. But it's very purple.
What did you do, bud?
There's a lot of corners.
Yeah, my Saints right there, baby. Really wanted Taji back
big
there.
trust.
My homies.
Well,
Too good.
you need a new one with Jamal Williams now, so.
I really do. That dude's awesome. I am excited to get behind Jamal Williams in the Saints backfield.
I mean, Jamal Williams is in that picture, isn't he?
Man,
that low key, they really do look alike.
Can I just say, like, I was the biggest Alvin Kamara fan. Like, I just love everything about him, but
no, you weren't.
It's just
I was.
Well, his rookie year, I drafted him like everywhere in redraft, and if you remember, he went off.
Yeah, and he was later in redraft too. It was the year that McCaffrey went in the first, Fournette went in the first, Dalvin Cook went in the first, and Kamara went like the 5th round of
second
redraft leagues.
Oh, redraft leagues.
Yeah, he went later. He was like he might have been like 6th or 7th round of redraft leagues.
If you remember,
4th round
before his rookie season, he went to the University of Tennessee. So
no one remembers that.
So that makes him really good.
That's why he lost so much draft capital. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, actually it is because Butch Jones is the worst coach of all time. But the Denver Broncos have traded up for Iowa Hawkeye cornerback Riley Moss. Fun fact about him, he is white.
White boys, get together. This is your new favorite player.
Oh, that's a dope name. Yaya Diaby? That's fucking cool. Yaya Diaby edge went to Bucks. God,
I believe Riley Moss is the only cornerback in the NFL who is of Caucasian descent.
He's the CMC
I remember
of defense. Didn't we have the Chiefs had a very terrible safety for a while that was a white dude?
Why did they
the Giants?
He's a safety, not a corner, though.
Jason Sehorn.
Fair.
Oh my God!
Sehorn was
there
a
it
beast.
is. We finally have a pick, y'all. We have one awesome pick. Ooh, a lot of people were pounding the table for this guy to go to this place, and now we have
it. Let's go.
Miami Dolphins.
He is now
running back.
He's
that's
A-Chain?
sexy. And so many people were putting him here because of his running style.
1.08.
Does he slide to 8? Does he slide up to 8?
Olympic speed.
Okay, so guys, I love you all, but I am 5.5 minutes behind you because I steal off the internet. So I'm going to need someone to say who got just picked.
Devin
I'm building it up, my friend.
And him running back to Miami.
Nice.
Devin
1.08.
This is the
2 chains.
antithesis of Charbonnet.
Yep, I could see it. Yeah, super electric. Not a sure thing at all. Not reliable.
But a perfect situation.
Undersized and a perfect system running back.
Versus the worst possible situation.
Oh, fuck. Dude, A-Chain just became a first-round pick. A-Chain just James Cooked himself into the first round. That happened. Yep.
He's better than James Cook. He's so much better than James Cook.
Late first. He's my new favorite late first.
Kyle was shaking his head in disappointment at me for saying that, and then he says, "No, he's better than James Cook." Dope,
Absolutely.
dope. So what? Higher than 112?
James
Where are
Cook,
you taking this
Yes.
dude? Ooh, that's
James Cook looks
sexy.
okay.
God damn, that's fun. A tiny running back. This is going to be an outlier if he hits. But if he hits, it'll be in a Shanahan system like Mike McDaniel.
A-Chain was my
Buddy.
RB5, and I wanted to put him higher.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I love it. Finally, some action.
And he is a guy that can play a role that nobody else that's in Miami right now can.
Except for Jeff Wilson
and Raheem Mostert.
and Raheem Mostert. Oh,
They're just
shit.
really old. They're just both old.
Well, he does it better than they do.
That is true.
In
Even
theory,
Mostert is a
in
smaller
theory-
guy, but he is more of just a
Mostert does have like some of the fastest mile per hour times ever recorded.
yeah, he's super,
By
super,
the way,
super breakaway
Purdue
speed.
guy. I've met Raheem Mostert.
So
And
you've seen how
and
fast
his,
he is in real life.
Pitbull.
Yeah, Raheem Mostert's very, very fast. So they definitely have a type. It is a little bit gross what we're going to have to spend for a third of that backfield just because it's the youngest. And it's
I think
also
he can
going to be
take
really
over.
fun. It's you know what it's going to have to be. It's gonna
Miami
have
was
to
the
be
best spot for a running.
It's going to have to be a luxury pick. So, like, do you want to spend 108 and 109 on Zay Flowers and Devin A-Chain in Baltimore and in a crowded backfield in Miami, or would you rather get two firsts and 2 seconds and then get their counterparts in like KJ Osborne and Jeff Wilson? Does that make sense?
I'm taking Zay Flowers over any running back not named Bijan or Gibbs.
I'm taking A-Chain over
Sucks.
QJ.
Yeah, it's all pretty gross. Ooh,
I want the player that has longevity. Situations change.
There's no
I think
such thing
A-Chain's
as,
a legit player.
there's no such thing as longevity in a Shanahan backfield. Stop
There's
it.
long speed though.
I was talking about Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers has longevity.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, technically, OBJ's contract's only a year, so.
Well, I mean, who else has longevity there? Bateman.
And
Like,
Zay
what do you
is
mean?
also
What do you mean
establish
longevity?
himself early. He probably won't get the targets, but he's going to show on film why he needs to be at least a number 2 option.
So above Bateman and OBJ,
High end number 2.
because they got Mark Andrews there, so he'd have to be a high.
No, I mean eventually. I meant eventually.
Tell me where I'm
eventually.
wrong.
Eventually is the worst word in the fantasy dictionary. Wide receiver 3 with upside, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
Billion of them.
Chain, Johnston, Flowers, Levis, Downs. I mean, I would slide a Chain past Flowers, and I feel good, but it's okay.
Sure. Yep.
What ADPs do we like?
None of them. Everything above 6. Everything below 6 fucking sucks.
Oh, I like Addison at 7.
I like Addison. Yeah, trade up into the top 7. Just do it. Do it, everybody. Just do it.
You're right. Or you could trade away 107 for a future first and second and KJ Osborne, and I would do that in a heartbeat.
If I am at 8, though, I'm smashing Flowers. I don't care. I don't care situation. I just love it.
Over QJ?
No, 109 then.
I think there's going to be people who pick A-Chain above Addison. I think A-Chain might CEH himself a little bit right here.
Mm-hmm.
He just Dalvin cooked the shit out of himself. Oh no,
The difference is it's not round
he James
1.
cooked.
CEH was a kind of special situation going into round 1.
But it was, it's the Chiefs. Oh, the
But-
Chiefs are so good.
Yeah, maybe more of like a, I don't know, what's comparable to that last year? Like who jumped up because of
If you want to go
Pierce.
spot?
Zach
Pierce.
Wilson.
Damian Pierce. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
The Chargers selected Washington State linebacker Diane Henley. Nice little pick.
Mhm.
And the 49ers just traded up.
Henley, another great athlete.
Ooh, 49ers could be coming good.
But the Ravens are still on the clock, right? It says the pick's in for the Ravens. So
The
they
Ravens-
trade with Minnesota?
Yo,
Maybe.
where's all the special guests today? Nobody likes day 2.
Where's Dan?
Everybody's sad about Charbonnet.
Dan's watching the Bruins lose.
Are the Tampa Bay Lightning, are they still going? I
Couldn't
live
tell you.
here and I don't even know. I just see a
The
lot.
Bruins already lost. It's over.
There's a lot of people around here that have like lightning bolts on their car.
That could be Tampa, and it could be
I'm a
San Diego.
Blackhawks fan.
You
The
never know.
Ravens have taken Clemson linebacker Trenton Simpson.
Ooh, that is a great pick for Baltimore. Baltimore, low key, is having themselves a good draft here.
Trenton Simpson might be the fastest linebacker in the draft. Is that right?
It's him and Nolan Smith, if you consider Smith an edge or a D end or whatever.
Yeah, different positions, but
Yeah.
kind of. They're both called linebackers, but it is very different. I played a little edge in high school. I had to go up against James Hurst.
Who?
He played tackle for the Ravens and a bunch of other teams. Hey, he was pretty good in high school too.
Yeah.
He made it to the NFL. He's definitely pretty good.
Turns out, if you're in the NFL, you were also pretty good in high school.
I can confirm. T. Higgins was pretty good in high school.
You played against T. Higgins.
I played with T. Higgins.
Oh, so you know him?
Not really.
Jester from the rafters with the what?
You know him because he was like throwing wet towels at you in the locker room.
I wish I got rat-tailed by T. Higgins in high school.
Yeah, did you get whipped by him? Did he whip you?
No.
I would
I
have.
snapped it to him a few times in middle school, but that's
All right, tough guy.
the
Slow it
most
down.
I got. Most I got.
Nice. So he's touched your butt. T.
Yeah,
Higgins.
we played shotgun.
Okay.
The 49ers traded up for
You played
Penn State
shotgun in
safety
middle school?
Jair Brown. Yeah,
That's surprising. Middle school.
almost exclusively.
Usually in middle school, a coach would.
We ran a crap ton of read option.
Okay. You must have been like a trustworthy guy because
No.
if I was a middle
Our
school,
center play was horrible.
I'm not running shotgun in middle school.
My coach took me one time and was like, "Hey, play quarterback." And then he put the quarterback in, and he had the quarterback snap it 6 feet over my head just to show me how bad I was.
Matt, you smoking bud?
I'm smoking bud, but don't tell the boss.
Is that why Mike McCarthy put Zeke there too?
Oh yeah,
By the way,
Mike-
I played center in high school, and we ran shotgun. So
I was a tackle
Relatable.
and a defensive end. Believe it or not.
I was a tight end.
I was a center defensive end, so we were very similar.
Cool. That's fun. That's actually you got a lot of responsibility as defensive end, but it's a very, very, very narrow responsibility tree. They're basically like, look, you're a dog and you fucking chase that bone and you don't let that bone get outside of you, and that's all you have to do. And you're just like, oh, okay, boss, and you know, it's so much easier than having like all these different. But as a center, I imagine that's the opposite, where you've got so many responsibilities. Guard also with all the pulling that they do. So it's nice that like the defensive end is just you get out there and you clear your mind and you just go ham.
Especially because we played 4 down and I was wide, so there's not a lot to that.
4 down and you were wide. What does that mean?
4-3, and I would never have to worry about gap responsibility. I'm just the edge.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So basically, you're like the solo disruptor. That's dope.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, it was good times. I ended up playing semi-pro. I didn't really get any big injuries until I tore my ACL at like 32. Dipshit.
Semi-pro would be fun as hell. I've never even thought about it.
We're too old now, my friend.
Definitely not too old for semi-pro.
I got a little gas in the
guy.
tank. I'm 33, no ACL tears.
Bro, you just got gas now.
I'm 38. I don't play anymore, but I mean my buddies are in their 40s.
The Jaguars have just selected Auburn running back Tank Bigsby.
Oh God!
I did not think.
Fuck, man.
I didn't think.
All we're getting is double ups on these top 12 dynasty wide running backs.
Good for him, but not the running
him.
back I thought. That's a okay.
Oh, bad for him.
My man, No More Parties is celebrating A-Chain to the Dolphins on Twitter.
Dude, it's the
Noah had A-Chain as his RB2 pre-draft.
Is he? Is that the guy from Bunk Bed?
BDGE player profiler, Campus to Canton. He's been in all of them.
Bunk Bed Breakdown. Yeah, he's a
He's a hustler. He is a hustler.
I wish I had the. I would be a hustler if I knew what to do. Like,
you define a niche. Noah is the running back guy.
I'm about to go start power washing driveways, man. Seriously.
So yeah, any thoughts on Tank Bigsby from you guys?
Just that I didn't think that he was the best running back on the board. It's a really good spot for him. He's going to climb.
He got picked day 2. Which looks like it's going to be more than what a lot of other people can say here.
Mm-hmm. How many running backs we got now? We said what?
6? We got like 6 total. Kendre, Tank, A-Chain, Charbonnet. Yeah. 6 total. 4 today.
All right. We need a few more.
You want one more good one than just Evan A-Chain, the 180-pounder.
I want oh no, it's 7 because of Tajay. I forgot Tajay.
I would like to see Roshan and Abanaconda off the board today.
Yeah, Izzy still being here is surprising.
I'm fine with Roshan going to the Cowboys. I'm fine with it. Don't you put those horns in my eyes, okay? Yeah, down. Always down. Okay?
One guy I really want to see drafted, and it's just kind of a me opinion, is Tyon Evans. There we go. Mr. AWL Sabermetrics.
Oh, that's you. Cool. Good to put a face to your name. I'm Matthew.
What up, Dan? Sorry for your loss tonight, bud.
I'm in a bad fucking mood, guys.
Well, are the Patriots making it better? I mean, Christian Gonzalez?
Christian Gonzalez was awesome. That was huge. That was huge to trade back and still get arguably I know Devon Witherspoon was great and all, but arguably get the best guy, at least number 2. And then I love the Keon pick.
Mm-hmm.
He's stud. I mean, he's raw, so if it works out, we'll see. But love the pick. I think pairing him with Judon is awesome. I forget their 3rd round pick. I was like
Marte Mapu, Sacramento State.
He tore his pec in February, right?
Possibly.
I think so. So I think he tore his pec, so I don't think he's fully healthy, but I don't mind going all defense. We need to get another wide receiver. We'll see what happens. So I don't mind the draft right now. I'm like so So lost over the Bruins right now. Just the freaking Florida Panthers. They can't finish it. They can't just finish the goddamn series.
They
Killing
still
me.
got one more chance.
It's the thing with playoff hockey, man. Like playoff hockey is just insane.
Absolutely. How do you feel about some of these other fantasy positions we've seen go off the board?
I was starting to look, so I'm legit sitting on the floor right now. I was like setting up. I was attempting to setting up some storage and stuff, but I was watching the game. I saw a chain went to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Ton of speed on that team. That should be interesting.
That brought the mood up around here.
Swift could go there still, maybe. I don't know. I think the Lions.
Dalvin Cook wanted to go there. That was his preferred trade destination.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I think the Lions, if you want to talk about draft picks and everything, like Hendon Hooker, I think is their best pick so far.
They're all luxury picks, and the Lions don't have luxuries.
Exactly. But like at least Hooker is like a future pick.
Mm-hmm.
Gibbs isn't bad, but like Gibbs is a pick for like the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Not for Detroit. Texans, I hate their draft so far.
Oh my gosh.
All they do is they keep trading future capital, and it's like, what do you like? The Will Anderson, like, yes, Will Anderson's very good, but what they gave up for him, like, wild.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up for him.
So, Kyle, I don't want to know what the pick is, but if you know what it is and it's a good one, at least tell me that it's a good one.
What, for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I heard that they got Quentin Johnston.
The Rams just took Wake Forest defensive tackle Kobe Turner.
DeMarvion Overshone. Ooh, you got you a Texas player. How about that, Justin?
But it's not Roshan.
It's not Roshan.
It's Overshone.
Yeah, Overshone's okay.
He wore number 0. By the way, anybody else see that the NFL okayed number 0?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Big fan of that. Let's go.
I'm so happy that Micah
H&O.
didn't get it. Micah wanted 0 and someone got it before him. I would have been pissed if I just spent all that money on an authentic 11 jersey for him to switch it.
The NFL needs an agent 0, like Gilbert Arenas was for the NBA.
See, I'm the old man. I hate all the number changes.
Yeah.
I look on the field and like it's like number 8. I'm like, oh, okay, I know who that is. And then it's like, no, they're on defense doing this. I'm like, that's
I have a buddy that is very much an old school guy, and he is the same way. Fucking hates it.
Yep. I understand up to the past, but I accept it.
As a former lineman, I always wanted to wear number 5. So
the Bills pick is in. The Chiefs just traded up with the Bengals.
Ooh.
And here's a fun little tidbit for you. Trent Baalke, in every single season he's been a GM, has drafted a running back. From the 49ers days to Travis Etienne, Snoop Conner, and now Tank Bigsby in Jacksonville.
I don't mind that.
So Tank killed my D'Ernest Johnson dream.
Probably, yeah.
Dude, whoever's announcing the pick for the Bills right now, his hand is shaking like he's just snorted like a Scarface level of coke.
Fair.
It is the Bills took Tulane linebacker Dorian Williams. Matt, you know anything about Dorian Williams?
No, I'm not excited about him for fantasy at all.
Supposed to be the Tulane guy, Matt.
IDP? No IDP?
No IDP. I don't play the IDP.
Yeah. I'm in a league that has like 2 IDP slots. It's not even IDP. It's just like I can go pick up any random linebacker and be fine.
Yeah, I want to start a C2C IDP league. That's what I want to get.
Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking about. I'm definitely not.
Even I don't want to do that much.
Kyle
for it.
wants to do it. Kyle wants to do it so much. He wants to do it with me. Co-commission
No.
with me, Kyle.
No, I'm
You
definitely
can do
not
the
commissioning that.
Going
You'll
in
do the offensive
co-commish
side,
would
I'll
be
do the
okay.
defensive side.
So Dukes, I got to ask. I know you were over the moon, tequila fueled. Rich yesterday. Are you concerned at all the fact that he is not good at actually playing the quarterback position?
Does that concern you?
I feel like it should be concerning.
Not for fantasy purposes.
And here's the thing about that. No.
Was Nick Foles?
I feel like it should be concerning.
My biggest concern about Anthony Richardson is how fast can we get this guy on the field, getting reps, getting better. Because
it worked for Trey Lance.
You have to bet.
He got hurt.
Did Trey Lance run a sub 4.5? Did Trey Lance?
Does that matter throwing the football and throwing it accurately?
Does throwing the football accurately matter for fantasy points?
Well, I'm talking about being a true fan.
Look, I understand that your quarterback
fair
is Mac Jones, and you don't know what it's like when a quarterback can run.
Oh no, Mac Jones. I'm out on Mac. That's fine. I'm not. I don't have any like purviews of that. But I feel like
what I'm saying is, if you have a ball of clay, and you have one of the best offensive minds in the NFL to mold it, wouldn't you be a little excited?
It's fine to be excited. I just didn't know if you had any concerns.
Of course I do, but it's a shot. It's a shot at a particular. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like, yeah, we just got linebacker Mike Vick, but he could be.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know who has a lot of concerns about their quarterback position, Dan?
What?
I said, you know who has a lot of concerns about their quarterback position?
Me.
My Titans just drafted Will Levis.
I mean, Levis versus A-Rich should be interesting in that division.
I'm pretty sure.
Crossed my mind.
Who won that game in college?
Levis actually performed better. That would suck.
I mean, I think it's not even between like Levis and A-Rich as like talents, but like the team surrounding them and the coaching staff, I think does come into play.
To me, Colts win in that regard.
Striking
team, yes. Coaching staff, we don't know yet.
I don't know. I think, yeah.
I
look at the head
Steichen a lot,
coaching.
man. I have a lot.
I have
high hopes for Steichen. That's probably where we differ. Is that I feel really good about Steichen. By the way, I've not always felt good when the Colts hire a coach. It just happens to be that they got a guy that literally just made Jalen Hurts QB1.
I mean, that helps. I mean, that's like the Giants with Daboll. I mean, I understand that for sure.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's why I'm excited. If we didn't have a coach that could do it right, I'd be really nervous right now.
All right. Yeah. So the Chiefs moved up and selected Oklahoma offensive tackle Wande Morris, former Vol, and the Steelers have selected Georgia tight end Darnell Washington. Finally comes off the board at pick 93.
Wait, who got him?
The Steelers.
That makes sense.
So definitely a more athletic guy than Pat Freiermuth.
But I think he's more in line still.
Definitely a bit better blocker.
Yeah. Not good for fantasy. Let somebody else take him.
Yeah. I mean, that's my mantra in all rookie tight ends. Let someone else take him.
Until the fourth round. Then you grab as many as you can.
Yep.
This year, that sounds great.
That seems very Hunter Henry, Johnny Smith-ish. Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth, just younger.
Yeah, and with a meh quarterback.
Hey, so
teams are kind of going
Hunter Henry and Darnell.
Committee tight end is becoming a thing.
Look, hold on. Do we have a Mac Jones Kenny Pickett fight going on?
I don't think
it's just like whose lamer brother is going to beat up the other brother.
No, my whole thing with Mac was year one. I loved the processing and the quarterback thought process. And my whole thing with like his arm strength was, my baseball background. You can improve your arm strength. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to like. In college, I gained 3 to 4 miles an hour on my fastball just with an off-season throwing program. And like year 2, I knew the offense was going to be shit with Matt Patricia, but I'm like, all right, I just want to see growth in like arm talent. And honestly, I thought his arm got worse year 2 than year 1. So that was a very concerning issue with me.
They couldn't afford a throwing coach because they actually had 2 offensive coordinators, right? They had Matt Patricia splitting the clipboard with who else was it?
Joe Judge.
Unbelievable.
But like that was the thing with Mac Jones. He ended
group.
up working with Tom House, who is like, if I don't know if any of you guys know Tom House, he's like the throwing guru in everything. And like Mac looked like he regressed, which physically, if you regress more from what he was as a rookie, that's a real problem.
Damn.
Yeah. I want to believe in Mac, and with Bill O'Brien, I'm a big fan because I think Bill O'Brien is legit, but I don't know. Mac needs to show a lot.
Reunited.
He's
bringing Bailey
Zappi up his butt.
Yeah. Just bringing Bailey Zappi.
I'm not a Zappy guy. I never got into the Zappy.
You're not a Mac guy either. So.
I think there's more Zappy guys than Mac guys, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
the cost of fandom is free, so that says a lot.
I think a lot of that is Boston sports talk radio, and it's trash. A lot of Felger and Maz. It's gross. I don't know.
The other option is always prettier.
Exactly. Yeah, grass
is always greener.
Yep.
That's a thing.
Kyle.
So Ari Myrov, My Sports Update, just tweeted that there was some medical concerns with Washington, which is in part why he dropped so far.
Okay.
That makes sense. I was going to say, like, what a profile.
Yeah.
Besides production, yeah.
What do you guys make of JSN and all of the Seattle picks? Because I feel like they're good football picks, but for fantasy, it's a nightmare.
I feel like 102, 103, 104 just got really exciting because of Anthony Richardson, and 105, 106 kind of got shittier because of Swift and a loaded up receiving core where JSN went.
And Charbonnet.
I think JSN is fine. Charbonnet
will be.
Made me sick. That pick was, I mean, just see the reactions of anyone around anywhere. Like, nobody liked that.
It's chaos season, baby.
Anti-fantasy. But JSN, like, I don't know, like, is it better if he goes somewhere and there's nobody else around him?
Yes. Because he's good.
It's better if there was one person, not 2 people.
Especially
Tyler Lockett's gone probably after next year.
Sure. So one DK Metcalf and one JSN would be really, really fun. Because think about their testing, right? You got the straight line speed fucking Olympian, and then you got this record-breaking 3-cone speed guy. Of course they make sense. Damn,
they're both getting open, different areas of the field.
Well, yeah, I love that. Okay.
So Lockett gone next year is going to have to be, if he gets cut, it's going to have to be a post-June one. He's not going to get cut. I mean, it'd be surprising if they cut him pre-June 1 for a $14 million cap hit for dead money. The issue with, like, Seattle and JSN is, like, is Geno actually good? Yeah, he was good last year, but it's still 1 year. And then after that, it's like, are you going to draft JSN 104, 105? Basically under the premise of, like, next year he'll be really good, but this year is going to be a wash.
Well, I was telling them earlier, personally, because of how much I believe in his talent, I would not be surprised if he leads the team in targets.
I can see that.
That's
for sure.
That's spicy.
Because of where he works,
he
works in the field. Tyler Lockett is bumped outside now. He's not getting the targets that he got last year.
You think Lockett? You think JSN can push Lockett that much?
Yeah.
What if Lockett gets hurt again?
I mean, yeah, but that's a tough game to play because
If you're talking about 105 and you're praying for
Has Lockett played a full season in like 5 years?
I can tell you in a second.
I hope so, because he always ends up like wide receiver 13 on the year.
Yeah, he's always a roller coaster to roster, but I mean,
I like
yeah,
him more
16 games.
I thought there was a whole big deal with like compartment syndrome with his leg.
Was that him?
I mean, since 2019, he's gone 16,000.
Yeah,
Michael
yeah.
Wilson, Stanford Cardinals, round 3.
Yeah,
Okay,
16,000.
Michael Wilson.
Who? What?
Wow.
Guess where I have him, Kyle? Cradle.
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson is the Cardinals pick. Very exciting player, actually. Just very, very injury prone.
Yeah.
He is like a guy that is both prototypical and athletic, which is like a mix. He's kind of what you wanted these other guys to be. There's, like you said, the injury stuff.
Which other guys? He's the guy that you want which other guys to be? Because not Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore's not 6'2", 213.
No, he's the guy you want everyone to be if you live in 2016.
Oh, the prototypical 2016X. Gotcha.
Just size-wise, I mean, you
mean he's basically like the way that tight ends are going? It's going to be a bunch of 6'2", 230 guys getting slimmer, getting more slimy.
wherever you want to put him.
Michael Wilson tested. He is 6'1", weighed 213, ran a 4.59 40-yard dash, 37.5-inch vertical, 10-foot 5-inch broad jump. Those are both 80th percentile numbers.
Yeah.
So I did see, I forget who tweeted it. I was a fan of Michael Wilson before I saw it, but it was some big account said our favorite sleeper pick in the entire draft at any position is Michael Wilson.
Mm-hmm. I believe it was Jim Nagy.
So the same, you know how the Jacksonville GM has picked a running back every year for like the last 10 years, something like that. Do the Cardinals always get
It's a new GM
wide receiver? But
It's
I'm
a new
so
GM.
goddamn tired of these day 2 wide receivers going to Arizona to get.
Organizations stay the same.
They do. I am excited about Rondale though. We'll see.
It could be.
When Rondale's on the field, he's doing stuff. That's all I gotta say about that.
He's
He
Tiny
is doing
Tony.
stuff.
He's Tiny Tony.
If Hopkins is traded at some point before the season starts, Wilson's ADP is gonna skyrocket.
Just like that Texans wide receiver rookie last year. Remember?
Wilson to me is like
Mechie?
if he's there in the fourth.
No.
I'm grabbing him.
I'm sorry. Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, Tolbert.
Oh, Tolbert. Yeah.
Tolbert. Yeah.
They still had CeeDee Lamb.
Who'd the Bengals
Though,
get
I
here,
mean,
Kyle?
Tolbert, that one's
the Bengals traded back. That's the Lions.
No, they
Lions
didn't.
are on the clock.
This says pick is in.
Oh, it may have been.
Cincy?
Wait, what? Tom Pelissero said the Lions traded up with the Cardinals, but I don't think that happened.
That did not happen.
Yeah, there's some.
Oh, the
dude
Cardinals
there-
had pick 33 as well, and they traded it to Detroit.
There's currently some dude in his army fatigues on my TV. Like,
So yeah, the
shouting.
Bengals are gonna pick, and then the Lions are gonna pick.
Ooh, Bengals. Who you got? Izzy? Oh, Izzy to the Bengals. Definitely be a first round rookie pick. Absolutely. I would take him at 109. Probably. Yeah,
Take him over Will Levis.
for sure. For
All
sure.
I know is this guy in the
Maybe
army
Mixon over
fatigues,
Levis.
his balls are a lot bigger than mine.
I think I would have gotten a tweet notification by now if it was an offensive player, skill position, because they tend to come in faster if they're skill position.
Jordan Battle. Bama
Jordan Battle.
safety.
Yeah.
We saw at the same time.
Boring. Fucking Detroit Lions. They're not going to get anybody else fantasy relevant.
That's
or else
two safeties right now for. No, wait. They didn't. No. Jordan.
No, yeah,
Good pick.
it's just one.
Who's
That's
bumping?
because I was
Jacksonville
thinking
right now?
about.
That's Justin.
Love it.
What happened?
Bumping
Justin,
instinct over
is
there.
your house filled
Or
with
instinct.
what do you call what's it called when you sing song?
Karaoke.
Karaoke.
You guys can hear that?
Yeah.
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 I can't hear it. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. You should have said something. I can't.
It's only every now and then we get like a bye.
I can't hear anything.
No, I'm hearing
Right?
everything. I'm hearing your kids yelling
No,
at each
it's-
other.
Yeah, the
We-
dog a
Dude,
few
you guys should have said
times.
something. I'm so
But we're
sorry. This is a
enjoying it.
live
We're
stream.
enjoying it. Right.
I got kids screaming in the background. You should have let me know. I
Is
thought I was
is
being all
girls'
silent
night at
over
your
here.
house?
and
How
just
could
like,
you not know?
I can't hear
Got the
anything.
headphones on. Is it girls' night at your house, Justin?
Nah, my kids. They're my daughter's 5 and my son's 3,
Okay.
and so they're just like partying their ass off. Why they're awake at 10 p.m. at night, I don't know.
Man, if
Draft
They're
night,
watching the draft. Yeah.
your
Yeah,
kids are
partying.
partying together, man, you're doing something right. Because
Yeah.
Family
No,
night.
no rules on draft night.
Family night at the J-Man FF.
Yeah. So I'm
Um,
sorry. I'll mute myself. I don't know why.
The Lions traded up for Western Kentucky defensive tackle Broderick Martin.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So who do we
That's
have left
right.
tonight? We have the
The Commanders,
They don't
the
have
Browns.
Commanders don't have a room for an offensive weapon.
Yeah, they do.
relevant. Tight end only.
They could replace Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, but they've already got Terry McLaurin and
Jahan
Jahan
Dotson.
Dotson
Yeah.
and a rookie
Um,
quarterback. Like a third guy's not going to eat unless he's a different prototype, like a tight end.
Man,
But they've already got Brian Robinson. They got what's his
They could replace Gibson.
Gibbs. Well, he's on his last year. They might run him into
Yeah,
town.
they could replace him.
Unless they
Diami
cut him,
Brown.
I don't- Yeah, unless they cut one of the running backs. I don't want a third running back in that room. That would be a waste of another running back in this RB class. But Browns are up now. That could be fun. 49ers. I'd be happy with the third. I'd happily take the third running back in that room right now.
man,
I'd love to get
imagine selecting a front 7 player from Western Kentucky in the first 3 rounds.
Don't sleep on Western Kentucky.
I mean,
I mean,
Texas Tech had a
offensively,
defensive player
go off,
high and-
go off Hilltoppers, but dude,
They won their conference a couple
okay.
times in a row now. 49ers, Raiders, 49ers again, and Vikings. Vikings could sneakily be a place for running back considering
Definitely.
Delvin.
Definitely. And
Yeah.
Raiders, what's his name is just on the
Josh
franchise
Jacobs.
tag.
Mhm.
So they could be fun. 49ers could definitely be fun. Vikings could be fun. Browns could be fun. They'd all be replacements to
The Browns
from the last
already took somebody though. It's Tillman.
nobody cares about Tillman.
Washington.
Watson's fourth choice.
Who has Washington taken? I know they went Forbes round 1.
Tillman. Didn't you say Tillman just now?
No, that was Cleveland.
Oh, that's right. God,
I mean,
one of them.
who's the next RB off the board? Roshan?
Izzy?
Izzy?
Abanaconda.
Is
We
he? Yeah.
want Roshan and Izzy off the board before tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the way.
Or the first or second pick tomorrow.
Maybe Zach Evans.
That would be fine. Like
Zach
I said,
Evans.
I have no problem with a round 4 running back.
I don't either, but I want this night to end well because let's be honest, like this was a disappointing day.
Yeah.
It
Disappointing,
was.
like 80, like 30, 70 picks. I didn't like it. It gave us no real weapons to be excited about. So now
A-Chain was
A-Chain.
but
109. Yeah, but I don't want to take him at 109.
Yeah.
He's
you're gonna
108
have to
pounds.
now. Now you have to.
No, I'll just trade 109 for a future first and second and Jeff Wilson. And you
But I
guys
think-
have fun with that.
Right.
Yeah,
this
they're
is the talk of future rookie picks. Everyone always is like, oh, 2023. Any first is a good first, and all
Right,
of a
but what I'm
sudden,
saying is now you get there and you don't have to use it on a player. You can be like, wow, I don't want Devin A. Chain. I want Jeff Wilson and a first and a second in the future. And you just keep on piling up while down tiering, and it's fine. Like you'll end
as
up with a bunch of
long as someone
Adam
wants to
Thielens
move
and
up.
6 firsts, you know?
I don't know. I think that it might be tough to move some of those later half first picks now.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. Well, I don't
The
know. 'Cause
very
some of
back
y'all-
end, especially.
Some of y'all seem really excited about A Chain. Like people might trade up for A Chain. I don't know. So for the guys that are excited about A Chain, what would you trade for the pick that's going to get that you know is going to get him?
No, don't ask me. Ask the most irresponsible manager in your league.
Well, who's that?
You're in the league. I don't know.
At this point, I'd give 2 seconds. Because where are the seconds going to be?
A couple of A Chains.
No.
Bigger, worst capital, worst spot.
What is going to be 4th round
You're not-
Dwayne
you're not-
McBride
you're
and
not
5th round Zach Evans?
You're not getting up there with that, though.
Yes, you are.
2 seconds.
Nah.
I would
Because Matt doesn't want A-Chain.
no. So I would trade 109 for something like 201, 205. That's about my limit.
I also tend to underestimate the other people in my league. So if I think more in terms of what I would do if I was them,
Yeah. Give me your answer if you were an idiot. Yeah.
because earlier today I did say move back from there and pick up a couple seconds, did I not? So
Yep, you did.
exactly what Kyle just said would be
And
what I would have taken. But now I'm thinking, do I just want to take A-Chain?
See, what we had was a clear understanding on what 109-ish was worth, which was early and mid second. And now you just attached a player to the name who we didn't love the profile of a 180 dude who's really, really fast. But you suddenly turned to the other side of it. You're like, actually, I would be the one moving up in that case, which is what makes rookie season so much fun.
But also, by the time this draft is over, no, I won't be moving up.
Okay, fair. We don't know, man. There's a lot of spots left that need filling.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of day 3. I
Browns-
think day 3 is going to say a lot, too.
Browns just took Siaki Ika, defensive lineman Baylor.
And the Commanders before that took a center.
I have to say, the Eagles have been crushing this draft. The Giants, the Cowboys, and the Commanders have all had really mid drafts.
I think I like the Commanders draft.
I think that there's a team from the Midwest that we're forgetting about that's had a really good draft.
You know what the thing about Midwest teams is? You forget about them.
Chicago?
You forget about all of them.
We're talking about Chicago, Dukes?
No, they haven't had a good draft.
I think
They
a
traded back
little
from 9 to
bit
10 and got a
more
2024
southern,
4th.
A little bit further south than Chicago, not far.
Probably blue and white AFC South.
So the 10 is
A
the
mixture of Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Malik. It's Malik Willis, Will Levis country, right? Right in that area of the
Yeah.
AFC South. That sounds fun.
It's really just Peyton Manning.
What
Territory.
what do you think of the Rashee Rice pick? Because is this a semi win for
The 49ers just took a kicker.
Oh!
Let's go. Who is it? Is it Bachman?
No, it's Jake Moody from Michigan.
Is that the highest the kicker's ever gone?
No,
No.
Roberto Aguayo went.
The
Yeah.
Raiders took
Oh, yeah.
Asking
I
the
forgot about
first.
Roberto.
Wait,
Oh,
Raiders took somebody in the first. Of
Steve
course they
Addison.
did. Who's the Leatherwood of kickers that they took in the first?
Wasn't it Janikowski?
Yeah, Janikowski for the
Yeah.
dude.
I mean, it
everybody
was a good
fucking
kicker.
Hollering their face off for a kicker is amazing.
Ugh.
Yikes. Rashee Rice, though, gross.
Dude,
It's
I
just,
hope he
it's just another Sky Moore. It's just
I hope
another.
he shanks
Is it
his
kind of a
first
win
kick
for
by
Sky Moore?
30 yards. That would be amazing.
It's kind of a win for Sky Moore.
Like he had a brutal first year, and I understand all of the analytics around first year wide receivers that flop aren't great, but there's no competition there for him. Is he a buy?
Tony,
Tony?
it's just good. It's just gonna be
He's a
Kelsey
thrower.
again.
Yeah.
It's all Kelsey.
But there has to be at least one other person. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes.
So
They're going to re-sign Jerick McKinnon.
the thing that I
And
like.
McKinnon's going to get 60 targets.
Great
So-
quarterback, spread the ball.
But think about the what do those guys have in common? McKinnon and Kelsey. They're both fucking older, mature dudes who just they play backyard ball with Mahomes, and he gets them the ball because they know how to get open, and that's it. And they can do really good things after they get the ball in their hands. But both of them are completely like backyard ball.
Yeah,
fucking-
I would.
they're
Love to
jazz,
know who
you know?
McKinnon is. That's
So, but what I'm saying is, when those guys kind of age out, the prototype is what I want him to connect with. Juju could have been that if he stayed healthy, where they just, hey, I'm going to get you the ball. You go
Juju's
around this
still there.
area, and they just get on the ball, and then like you go do your magic.
Juju's in New England.
I know.
Oh, that's right.
It almost worked out for him. When he was healthy, he was really fun. Tony could beat that though, as far as the archetype of just like get on the ball, trust each other, fucking play backyard ball, and just get so much yak and like nasty underhanded throws to each other. Tony could be it. I do have a
It
ton of
could.
things.
I just
And then, like, but
don't like
you have
Tony.
precise route runners like DeAndre Hopkins and Keenan. Like, I don't really want them there because that's not what Mahomes is magical at. He's magical at like get that dude open, get him the ball, get him to get yak. So Tony's my guy over there.
You know who's perfect? For
John
that?
Ross is a chief.
Tyreek Hill.
Justin Ross.
No, John Ross is a chief too.
Yes, Dukes.
Really?
So is Justin Watson.
Yeah, I think I love Tony there. The only issue is like he is legitimately injury prone.
Yeah.
He's constantly banged up.
That
right as far as
valgus.
burn out fastest, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's got that
But I'll
bad
take it,
valgus.
But
Okay, I don't
I
think
would
I'm
say,
ever
like-
going to depend on Sky Moore to
Wish
be in my
Adams
lineup.
was
I don't ever want to have to depend on Sky Moore to be in my lineup. But if I know that Tony is healthy, I'll put him in my lineup if it comes down to it. You know,
Oh, yeah.
between
Yeah,
like
you
him
have
and Gabe
to.
Davis, then Sky Moore's off the table. But one of those guys could make it. You know.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that is one thing. Like as a Patriots fan, like I saw for 20 years was like if you have the best quarterback in the league, you don't need elite wide receivers. You just need like someone that can catch the ball, and the quarterback takes care of the rest.
Dope.
And
guy like
that is
Mahomes-
what Mahomes
Like
can
Mahomes
do.
has done year after year.
I
after
just
year.
want
Rick
guys that have very good football awareness. Like they know where to go once
It's-
the play breaks down.
it's
Because
backyard
that's
ball,
half
it's
the
chemistry.
plays with Mahomes.
Yeah.
Love it. Tony.
Yeah.
Tony could be that dude.
If he could stay
He
healthy,
seems
he would
kind
be
of stupid,
unreal.
to be honest.
I don't care if he's stupid. I just want them to connect. That's it. It's not a bunch of route running geniuses. Fucking Kelsey's probably not even running routes as soon as he like gets off the line. He probably lines up against the dude. He's like,
He knows where to sit. He settles. He's like spatial awareness.
that's
all
exactly what I'm saying. They know where to sit. And Juju almost got there with him last year, but he spent too much time injured. And if Mahomes could connect with Tony, then getting Tony to be the second half of that connection would be insane.
Every single wide receiver on that roster could be that guy. They're all players who can do stuff with the ball in their hands or are fast without the ball in their hands. I mean, MVS is fast. Justin Ross is fast. Justin Watson is fast. John Ross is fast.
Yeah, but fast is
Like, it's all
And
speed.
Tebow would be perfect. You know,
MVS might be he might be the wide receiver by of that team.
Ew.
Which is wild because you look at him, he had the quarterback before he had Aaron Rodgers and he couldn't figure it out. But
They have Richie James too.
But if you look at the Super Bowl, MVS
That's
not
champ.
involved at all.
yeah.
It was all more Tony.
Though
Well, they made the big plays, but
they were the kind of the
Touchdown
not the
Tony.
gadget plays, but
they
option.
were like the surprise mix-in type.
Yeah.
They're so good that they could always be gadget playing. you
Yeah.
know?
So
Get him Debo and Tony, it would be disgusting.
that's where that's a team that like you want one of the wide receivers, but like in the offseason, you just have to guess at who it's going to be and hope you're right.
This year,
What you want is a PPR guy at wide receiver in Kansas City, but it is Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
And McKinnon.
He's not re-signed yet, so we'll
The
see.
next one, the next McKinnon.
Yeah.
They could always draft somebody. Little running back in the end could be interesting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like how
Pacheco.
oh, help me out. The Rutgers running back 7. Pacheco. Better current asset than CEH.
But like somebody who's like quick and could catch,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Keaton Mitchell or like a Deuce Vaughn or something.
I
That's
don't
what
think
I'm
that they're
saying. If
going
they
to
get a
try.
guy like that, like
I think if
you
they try
have
to
to grab him
replace,
late.
I think if they try to replace McKinnon, it won't be on his pass catching chops. It's going to be on his pass protection chops and the catches that he gets from Mahomes while he's being trustworthy and protecting Mahomes. That's going to be where the value comes in. That's why I was so scared for Gibbs to go there, because Gibbs doesn't really pass protect. So like, it would have been so sexy for Gibbs to take over the McKinnon role, but I don't think that would ever happen, because what they need is for him to not run for his life like he did in the Super Bowl. And McKinnon fucking, like, I think he was the #1 bench press guy at his combine, because he's just an animal and beats people up. And everything else, his fantasy production came as a default to that.
So who among us
He's so
is
fast, though.
a running back pass blocking expert?
I don't know. Is Roshan good? I've heard mixed reviews on him, honestly.
I don't know, I was honestly just Googled DeAndre Swift pass blocking.
No, he's terrible.
Not
He's
good.
terrible. I think they
I
compared
know
him
it's
to,
not.
I think they compared him to Kareem Hunt, who also ate, but I think it's a different era. So
Yeah.
Swift and Hunt scary in the same way.
Well, that's the thing. Hunt would be unbelievable because, as we know, but
He's a
not.
bad pass blocker too.
Well, he's just not going back to Kansas City. That's just not going to happen.
Fair. Moot.
Yeah.
Non-starter.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Raiders drafted another Ruggs type guy with Trey Tucker from Cincinnati, wide receiver.
Trey Tucker.
Gives a
That's
shit.
that's a burner.
San Francisco, Cameron
Tyler
Latu,
Scott.
tight end. San
Yeah.
Francisco, Cameron Latu, tight end. Nobody.
That's who's that backup tight end they'd had forever?
Wait, Tyler Scott, is that the other Cincinnati receiver?
Wait for who?
Yeah, I expected
That's
him
who
to
I
go
was
before
thinking
Tucker.
of. That's who I was.
Yeah.
Tucker, I don't even know.
Tucker's a bigger guy, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I would have thought Tyler Scott.
Who is Kittle's backup? He does come in handy every once in a while, but I don't remember.
It's Cameron Latu now.
Ross Dwelly.
Ross Dwelly, yeah.
The use check of tight ends.
Yeah, it's Cameron Latu now, I guess.
God.
He's all right.
Much better handcuff to hold on to.
Speaking of San Francisco, wild that they're going to roll into the season with an injured Purdy and Trey Lance. And maybe Sam Darnold.
What else would they do?
Tom Brady.
Tom fucking Brady.
I love that.
They could trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
They could trade for Minshew. Oh shit, that would be sexy.
I love Minshew.
Trey Tucker is literally Tyler Scott. They are the same person. Trey Tucker is 5'8" and ran a 4.41.
Okay.
So he's nobody. Do not draft a 5'8" wide receiver.
Well, the last pick of the
He's
second
5'8.5".
is
What
not
a weird pick.
We ended on a fart noise, guys.
Trey Tucker. What's that guy on the Rams?
Cooper Kupp.
Tutu. Trey Tucker, Tutu Atwell, corollary.
I love people that like
Don't
when he
sleep
got
on
drafted,
Tutu.
like Tutu Atwell, he's gonna be the guy. Like he weighs 150 pounds. He's not gonna be the guy.
He was just the anti-Jacob Harris. He's just another fucking second rounder.
Yeah.
Like the Cardinals and the goddamn Rams do every year. They burn some second round pick on Tutu Atwell. Oh no, that didn't work. We backtracked from Jacob Harris the exact opposite direction the year before. Who did Arizona get this year? Michael Wilson.
Yeah.
So Juju's got the juice, but Tutu's got the twos. You know what I'm saying? So
Do y'all want to draft? How do y'all
Yeah,
feel
why
about a little draft here?
No, I don't care because I'm not picking any wide receivers. So basically, my draft still ends at 108 right now.
It is in the StreamYard private chat.
okay.
I'll take two. Wait, what type of draft is this?
I just
Super
realized.
flex.
Oh, okay. There's a button over here. I see. Nice. Okay, I'm in. Oh, I gotta claim.
Gotta pick a team, pick a spot.
Okay, I want to make a statement, so I'm thinking one.
Are we going to?
Of course you do.
I wonder what's gonna happen.
Can you make it a 5-team league so we can like build
I
something?
cannot. We're gonna have to have a CPU pick, or we can pick it twice or something.
I want a good strong team, so I'm gonna need at least like 3 or 4 of these guys, and they're gonna have to be.
We're gonna start with the tight end.
Good.
Good. 1.01 tight end.
Are we?
I hear Darnell Washington is good.
Yeah.
What were his medical issues? Did anybody hear anything about that?
No, it just said he had some.
Yeah.
His toes purple.
I was just looking at Twitter. Somebody pointed out Rashad White surviving.
Ooh.
A few people are. We should.
Tony Pollard as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually,
Big fan of that.
yeah.
It's funny because like by the end of this draft, all 12 options are going to go to muddle up backfields that we loved and now we don't love anymore.
Yeah.
So
Well, at this point, I think it's just like a nice compliment if they bring somebody. At this point, I kind of want them to add somebody.
Yeah.
who's that?
Yeah,
Because that would be good for the people coming in, like a Roshan or Izzy.
Do you have a team in mind?
Roshan and Dallas would be very cool.
That would be very cool.
Yeah, that would work.
I would like that a lot.
Or Chase Brown. Matt, Justin, you guys gonna get in here?
Oh yeah, is there a link?
Yeah, it's in the private chat on the right.
Yeah, go look all the way to the right at the bottom of those links.
Darnell Washington is knee, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, knees are scary. I get it.
Mm.
That's where your leg bends, brother.
Hey, can we do a snake?
Sure.
Let's do snake.
Oh no! Can I switch?
No!
Actually, no. Now I get 112. That makes it a little more fun.
There's no 112. There's only 6 teams.
You got to pick a.
Well,
you got to claim one of the teams, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I'm clicking on it. It's not
Makes it a little more realistic.
Hold on. Hey, can you sleeper? Can you text it to me through sleeper or Twitter?
Who's taking number 6?
I can use my phone.
Listeners.
Yeah, I'll get you on Twitter.
Who wants to jump in?
I think the listeners are just the 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
on a
just
different
us
monitor.
listening to ourselves.
On a different monitor, though. Yeah, I'm following the chat on a different computer.
Yeah.
So I'm one of the listeners. Shit, I should have just joined and fucking colluded.
Oh man. Honestly, I mean, I know what Dukes is doing, but I'm torn between the real 2 top options. In my opinion.
Of what?
Are you? What about you? Don't want Bijan?
It's not that I don't mind him, but if I were like truly quarterback needy, I'm torn between Stroud and Young.
I think it's Young, and it's not anything to do with the 2 of them. It's just purely the Texans don't look trustworthy at all.
That's where I'm starting to be torn with. Where
That's the
I think
tiebreaker.
Carolina feels more trustworthy, but I liked Young. I mean, I like Stroud more. But
Dukes, you are on the clock.
yeah,
Quentin Johnson here, Dukes.
You better not. You better not. Sorry, you got 35.
He hasn't even been picked in the real draft.
So Dan, yesterday you missed a good time.
I mean,
Bijan.
I was watching for a decent part of it.
Thank God Kyle ended that blasphemy.
Holy shit! What the fuck did I just do? Oops.
You did a good thing, is what you did.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, you just handed Stroud.
Well, I don't know who set this up to not be a super flex. If I knew it was a super flex or
Oh, it is a super.
Come on,
flex.
we know we're doing. What else are we doing?
whatever, you're hiding players from me. That's what you're doing.
I'm taking A-Rid number 1 and non-superflex. Come on now, I'm not that dumb. Almost.
Drafted gross.
Ooh, QJ Charbonnet gets the.
Yeah,
Whoa.
and now it gets.
Oh,
gross.
that was the.
Yeah, this is ugly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, yeah. Yep. Now it gets gross. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. No, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Come on. All right, let me just go ahead and get that link.
Oh,
Josh Downs.
Oh, I get another pick too. I don't know. Shoot. Okay, I know what to do. I'm going to make Matt feel better.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I'll go
Andrew
around
Miller.
early. What I like to do.
201.
Why not?
Love it. Like that.
Kyle, you
Somebody's
fucking
gotta do it.
cockbag.
Somebody's got to do it.
You fucking cockbag, Kyle. I don't want Tyler Spears. He plays for y'all's one of y'all's white and blue flyover teams. Tank Bigsby, the fucking backup. God damn it.
Guess you have to take a wide receiver.
You fucking guys. Nah, I got you.
There you go.
Hendon Hooker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine with it.
The 205 Hendon
Mine
Hooker.
pride, baby. One pride. Feel the roar.
Mims. Roche.
Kyle,
Ooh.
I want to be honest. I wanted to be singing Rocky Top when I joined the stream.
is
Why?
it because you were just listening to Morgan Wallen?
I may have been thinking about Hendon Hooker to Foxborough.
Oh. Man. Yikes. That'd be like 3 of the same player.
I think it'd be fun.
Tajay Spears.
You know it, baby.
You took Roshan.
Woof. This is a big woof.
Big
Yeah.
old woof. And we're in a fucking 5-man league. That's how
Yeah.
shitty this draft.
This is like, this is a 210 in a 12-team league.
Ugh,
Not great, fellas. Not great.
not great.
I think I have to go Tank Dell.
Let's go. I'll hope for the best here.
Yeah, do that.
Well,
You know it's bad when there's a bunch of people who have been drafted and we're drafting the people who haven't been drafted.
Right? Fucking can't believe Brenton Strange is still on the board, you know?
Mingo? Like Mingo
I
maybe-
guess like I'm gonna go with the drafted.
Mingo?
You're not sniping Michael Wilson, are you? Fucking Michael Wilson. Gonna be catching passes from
Oh, I have another one. Let's get wild.
Musgrave. Ooh.
Oh shit! I just exited out. 1 second. Where'd he go? I'll draft the stack here.
Oof.
Nice. Ooh, I like the correlation.
Yeah,
It could happen.
yeah. I mean,
It could happen. I'm taking Rashi Rice. It could happen.
with who he's connected to, you got to take the stab there.
It was either that or the guy who's catching passes from Jordan Love.
No thanks.
Dude's trying to protect his target. Don't listen to him.
I think
I didn't want to put us through another round of this, so we only got 5.
Day 3, interesting, could be DTR to New England. I know
Ooh.
I mocked that a few times.
Stack me too, baby.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think Hayner to New England would be Zappy all over again.
We have
They're both
Hayner
good.
at home.
Yeah.
This made me realize how much day 3 will matter.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is
it's
not
running back.
good.
Yeah, your third round picks are pretty gross. Although,
You know who was
are they gross, or are you happy that you're getting with the third round pick? You're getting a day 2 draft pick.
So here's the thing: a tertiary riser out of this is Damian Pierce, because they're just ahead of the curve as far as like day 3 guys are gonna be the guys now. You know,
Yeah.
so Damian Pierce is not necessarily that. He shouldn't be as discounted because of draft capital, just because they were a year ahead on doing the right draft capital for that running back. Does that make sense?
You know what else?
He didn't get undercut.
The Texans literally cannot draft a running back.
Yeah,
They don't have picks.
and he didn't get undercut. They got Singletary, but that's a pretty barren backfield.
But all it takes is one pick to just like tank his. So you have to, I think, yes, get those rookie running backs, but get off them pretty quick too.
Yeah.
Churn and burn, baby.
What's the point?
Yeah, well, it's a value versus production thing. So you can constantly be churning running backs and getting old running backs and future running backs at the same time. And that's probably the way to go. Is just like ride Jamal, like sell Swift for 2 firsts in Jamal Williams last year. You would have done better, and now you have 2 firsts to buy 2 more Swifts, and then do it again. Like that's the game. You know, that's the theory.
All right, fellas, I got to bow out, but thanks for having me on.
Peace out. Nice to meet you.
See ya. Yeah, nice
See
to
you,
meet
Dan.
you guys. Well, you. I know everyone else.
Good luck
Good
to
to
the
see ya.
Bruins, I guess.
Thank
Whatever
you.
Hey,
All right, guys.
So we can all agree I won the draft, right?
No, I took Schoonmaker.
Yeah.
You took Schoonmaker?
Yeah, I was gonna take Laporta, but you fucking sniped me. You.
Did the Bruins
did
get
win the draft.
eliminated? Because I'm gonna feel like
No, they need one more.
Okay.
It's 3-3.
Okay.
I don't know. I like JSN and Johnson on the top, but I'm not sure
So if Hooker,
if it was accidentally passing on Stroud. You know.
I hate mine.
if Hooker becomes something, I won the draft without a doubt.
Yeah. I still think Tyjae Spears is iffy.
In the 4th round. But
I had the
I
pleasure
didn't
of
win.
taking
It's
like
okay.
112, 201, which is rough.
it's 106 to 01, which is half as rough.
Yeah, I
Go
don't know.
ahead. So what's your team? Hold on. What you got, Dukes? Packing.
I went Colt, and then I wanted to make you happy about Kendrick Miller. And then I went Bigsby because there's opportunity in Jacksonville. Etienne is a smaller back. So
Etienne's not a smaller back. He's a big
he is
dude. No, he's a big dude.
smaller. How big is Trent?
I don't know.
Etienne's I think he's like 6'1", 6'2",
5'10", 2. Oh, he's thicker than I thought.
Yeah, dude, he's built. He's built like a
Okay.
shepherd house.
Never mind.
And that
Yeah.
BMI.
I don't know. I think Tank Dell is sneaky because Bryce Young's going to throw it to somebody, and it's either Tank Dell or John Mechie.
Bryce Young. You talking about?
Or CJ Stroud.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. I think that he has as much opportunity as anybody. If he can come in and just, say, hey, I'm that Houston boy,
Yeah, I'm that little guy who's going to get open in the short area. I don't know.
I mean, I
This is
like him a
2023.
lot more than Rice or Mingo.
Yeah.
Or who did Cleveland take? I like him more than that.
Tillman.
Yeah, I like him more than that too. Even Mims kind of had a tough
Where
situation.
did Mims go?
Denver.
Broncos.
Oh,
I
God.
I still like Mims because I think he's better.
Yeah.
I just think he's.
Better than Tim Patrick, though?
Oh yeah. Better
Oh,
better
yeah.
than
Wait,
better than 29-year-old Tim Patrick coming off an ACL
we have
tear.
a new
Yes.
we have a new episode title. Better than Tim Patrick, though? Because that pretty much sums up the fucking day.
Y'all, don't laugh at Tim Patrick like this. Come
No,
on.
I'm not.
No.
I'm laughing at all the rookies that we fucking all the Cedric Tillmans of the world that were like, is he better than Tim Patrick though?
There
Like,
you go.
if
But
you-
better
if you
than
look-
Tim Patrick? That is the scale that we're
That's
working
the
with.
name of the fucking second half of the 23 rookie draft round. Is he better than Tim Patrick though? Like, holy fuck. That's why I keep saying, like, don't take new Chase Edmonds or whoever Miami just got for 109. Just trade it for a future first and second and Jeff Wilson, because is he better than Tim Patrick though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Trade for wide
Good
receivers.
luck.
I'm
Do
just
not
trying to
draft your wide
put some
receivers,
fires
trade for
here.
them. Unless you're getting a JSN, Addison, Johnston. There it is.
Jansen might fall a little bit.
All right.
That might be fun.
I don't think you're gonna find somebody who's gonna give you a future first and Jeff Wilson for AJ.
Really?
No.
Hey,
I'm gonna get
look
it.
hard
I'm gonna
enough.
get it. Watch.
You'll
Yeah.
find your what is it? What do they call that again? Soulmate.
It's the soul's counterpart.
Your trade partner.
Your
The soul's recognition of its
your
counterpart.
dole mate, as
Your
in like
lobster?
doling things.
Yeah, the hand holder. Yeah,
For those who know the Friends reference, your lobster.
yeah. But yeah, well, lobsters are specific to each other, and they hold hands for the rest of their lives.
You ever seen the movie The Lobster? Pretty
But
fucked
we
up.
want, yeah, that's a weird one. But we want a lot of lobsters in our leagues. You know, we want more like a bathhouse. basically.
Scale of 1 to 10. The Lobster movie or Human Centipede? What do we got going on here, buds?
I've had enough of this conversation. I think it's
Well,
a good time
As a
to
big
end the
fan of
stream.
Ass to Mouth,
This took a weird turn.